so the logistics are, after the live show today, we're going to have a short break. You get your lunches. It's a working lunch back here. And Grace is going to start at about 12:15 with what?
Social media, and we'll go through how to be an effective force multiplier, as well as using Bill Blaster. And if you guys download the new version, you'll see the recent bills. There's been a lot of changes, and it's all very exciting.
Mouth-breathing imbecile.
Yes, I brought my cat.
Mouth-breathing imbecile. The queen of the trolls is going to run. It's always good. The queen of the... Grace comes in a little hot on social media. She and Mike Davis, late at night, just lay off it. Grace, thank you so much. 12:15, Grace is going to have the whole team up here to make sure you guys, make sure all you boomers are more effective on social media. Let's hear it for Grace Chong. She keeps the war room going. Brett, Caroline, I want to talk. You got something to say, Brett?
Yeah. I had a few Liberty folks come up to me at the break, and people always encourage me, bring up the power of the church when we're talking about the whole of the conservative movement. And so I just wanted, yesterday on the show, Steve brought out the importance of policy. And I never would have thought policy could affect the faith. But if you see what Obama and Biden have done to this country over the past 12 years, etc., it has changed the soul of America, right, in a dark, dark direction. And so the good news is we can reverse all that. And so now the NGOs are going down, the USAIDs are going down. We're making progress. Trump brought up the power of faith in his last speech in a powerful new way. There is room there for us to turn around, right? The Catholic Church is taking a look at some of its issues. The Protestant churches are taking a look at, and you all need to be in on it. If we get the church, and I mean not just the Christians, but the Muslims, the Jewish, the African American church, and we will own this thing. But hang on.
By the way, so keep your seats, guys, and just raise your hands. We'll go around, because if it gets blocked up over there, people are not going to be able to see, and we get more. As this crowd sobers up, more people are going to show up. Hang on for a second. By the way, the Catholic Church announced this morning that they're going to sue. They're suing Catholic Charities, suing President Trump for cutting off the money on their invasion. And I say that as a Catholic, they got to go. It's horrible. But here's the question. I'm coming right to you in a second, Ben. Hang on. Here's the question. Is there 40 million professed Christians, I mean actual church-going Christians, that don't vote in this country?
That don't vote, right? The last election was roughly 70 million to 70 million, right? I mean, just crudely. There's 100 million religious people in this country. And Jerry Falwell Sr., going way back, had the moral majority. He had all the religious groups, the iconic African-American church, the Jewish community, everybody. I went to Princeton Seminary. They're a little woke right now. So we got to get our Episcopalians and Tucker Carlson and all the Presbyterians back on the right team, right? So you all need to do that, working through the church. And so I just want to say a little prayer to God on the war room in front of the world. And so just bow your heads for 10 seconds. Dear God, our Father in heaven, we are so thankful for what you have done, for giving us grace, for giving us a way forward. Now help us to be the agents of your change as we change this country, save this republic. Thank you for Steve Bannon and all he's done. Give power back to the church. Pray all this in your name. Amen. Go get them. Go get them.
I just want to add to that.
I do want to thank Brad. And I think we got to invite him to President Trump's next inauguration after he wins in 2028. CNN suck on that, okay? I'm glad you came. No, because the benediction last time, right, that 7 or 8 minute benediction is too much. It's got to be a minute. God hears you. God sees your heart. Caroline Wren.
We are massively under-registered in our churches, and since we want today to be about things you can go home and do, one of the most fascinating things that I saw is Charlie Kirk started Turning Point Faith, and he went around to different pastors and said, how much of your congregation do you think is registered? Every time they would say, 70% easy. He would say, please, would you give me a list of your congregation? I'm not going to share with anyone. I'm going to run it up against the voter roll and then give it back to you and tell you. He did this multiple times. It was 30%, 35% every single time. He would say, can I pay for a lunch every Sunday until your a voter registration drive until you get to 70%. And that is something you can take home and go and do. What people don't realize is that with 501c3s, you can register voters. You cannot ask people how they're going to vote or do a specific party, but something you can go home and do is offer to host a lunch every Sunday that's a voter registration drive, get a few others to get some money together, have voter registration forms. Do that every Sunday until you think that your church is reaching that 70% threshold, because I guarantee you they're around 30 and 40%. And what the Democrats did a very good job of is they went around, I think they have a 150% registration rate at African American churches and inner cities, and that is how they sort of weaponize that. And we have to replicate and do that out in rural America and out in your community.
Amen.
So that's something to take home and do from this Force Multiplier Academy.
This is a priority. Ben Berquam.
Yeah, so can I just touch on that real quick? So part of why we won the election was because of what they did on the southern border and the invasion of our southern border. And the biggest part of that are these NGOs that were behind it: the United Nations,
Terrible.
the UNHCR, OIM, Catholic Charities, Lutheran Social Services, Jewish Family Services. And we just got word that Jewish Family Services has no one coming to their facilities in San Diego because of President Trump. Praise the Lord. But I'm going to talk about this later, but the biggest thing we can do, we have to infiltrate these organizations.
Yeah.
We have to expose them for what they are, the demons that they are.
Well, now, and Catholic Charities, I think that this morning just announced they're suing President Trump for cutting them off the fund. They're saying, hey, we can't make it without money. Exactly.
That's right. That's right.
Exactly.
Cut it off. All of it. Cut it off.
You shouldn't take second collection money. You're definitely not going to get taxpayer money.
Amen.
Ben, who we got there?
All right. And well, by the way, he's, I think he's stealing. Look at this. Look at this guy. It's Steve Bannon Jr.
I'm a Steve Bannon decoy. I'm Bill. I'm here from the People's Republic of New York with my wife Patty, and my question is to Alex: what's the plan for Lisa's seat? I'm from Saratoga County, so is there a plan? And what?
Hold on, I didn't see it. Turn around to the camera. That's the whole outfit. Turn around.
I'm questioning my wisdom as coming as a Steve Bannon decoy in Washington D.C.
The three pens is a code. You should know that. It's going around.
I want you to know I had 4 pens earlier, and I was corrected before I even got in the door.
So,
Alex,
yeah,
I mean,
great to see people in Saratoga County. We got Franklin County. We got a lot of upstate New York people here, which is really sort of the heart of Trump country, the cradle of the revolution, right, that we're so proud of in upstate New York. So Elisa's seat is going to be all okay. We've got great candidates. We're working with President Trump. They've got a Democrat. I don't know if you've seen our ads. I did that ad. We're burying this guy as a total fool. Caught him on tape, disparaging local workers, saying he only wants to hire Hispanics, hired illegal immigrants, bailed one out of ICE, called correctional officers, which are our number one employer, workers without any self-worth, said young children in upstate New York can't think for themselves, don't have good thinking, only wants to hire Mexicans. I mean, this stuff is crazy. So we're going to work on a candidate. It's better that they have a candidate and we're just burying this person than when we have a candidate. So the White House, President Trump, Elise, they're all going to get on the same page. We're going to have a great pro-Trump candidate that will run. I will be staying back to make sure everything's fine. I've done 6 races up there, 5 races. So we're not worried about that. It's all going to be good.
Just the process. When's the primary and when's the general?
So as of now, I mean, yeah, so there was news, right? Kathy Hochul claims she's using that as a leverage. She will see us in court if she tries to play with any of this laws. That's for sure. And when I mean court, I think the Trump DOJ, we're certainly recommending that they look at this stuff because it's absolutely RICO, whatever it's called, RICO, I'm sorry. There you go. But it's, as of now, 90 days from when she punches out. And when she punches out will, of course, depend on the House and the vote and President Trump. So there's a lot of mechanics here. We just have to be calm. It's all going to be taken care of. I'll be there to make sure everything's fine. I'll move up there in an econ lodge and we'll hammer it back out because I'm down here. So it's all going to be good.
Is Elisa's first act as UN ambassador is to get us out of the global compact on migration?
Yeah. So
Ben, how bad has that been? You and Oscar Blue Ramirez have dealt with that now for years. From the
it is the Trojan horse that has gotten millions of illegals not just into our country but into Europe as well. The jihad you see in Europe is all behind the weaponization of the global compact of migration. Everything you see coming up, but it all goes back to the United Nations, UNHCR, OIM. All of that has to be disbanded, taken apart, defunded.
Yeah, I mean, people think, look, the UN's not always at the forefront forefront of conservatives in our mind, but really they have a lot of power. They've got a lot of issues. I mean, it's really bad. And then it's a great honor that my boss was chosen to do that because President Trump trusts her like she did on the colleges and the anti-Semitism, the DI. I mean, she's going to go in there and she's going to crush these people. I mean, and she's got a mandate from President Trump. They've got big plans. I can't spoil some of this stuff, but people are going to have a lot of issues. I mean, we're coming after them very hard for what they've done to the country and to the free world in the West.
Do we recommend that Doge, maybe they next stop is UN?
Absolutely. Yes, and they're working on that as well.
We can bring Elise back into the cabinet and give her another power position, right? But should we not defund the UN?
Yes.
And remember, the structure of how this works is that Elise is the ambassador of the United Nations. She's in New York, where the Security Council is and all the intense high-level negotiations go. But the engine room, where it really takes place, is in Geneva. We have another ambassador that's not called an ambassador, but it used to be Bremberg. You go there, that's where the World Health Organization is. That's where the education, that's where the Chinese Communist Party has its hooks in all these.
Right.
And that's all got to be shut down. We ought to be. Should we be out of the World Health Organization to support President Trump on that? All of it, UNESCO, all of them.
Yeah, it's a huge intelligence proxy operation, and that's really what I can say. And it's, like Steve said, it's all communist Chinese. It's, as I've learned about it, because it wasn't something I focused much on, it's really wild. So we'll get that done. I think that will be taken care of, and we'll handle the seat, and everything will be great.
Okay, I want to pivot for a second. And Bill, you're going to talk about deregulation, and I know Ren, you and Brad have something. It's celebratory here over the next 4 days, right? There's some announcements already. I think Vice President Vance is going to speak on Friday. I think it's Friday, right? Some other big names, Matt Schlapp and Mercedes are putting out more and more big names. So it's definitely celebratory. We're going to have some gatherings, etc. But the key to this, and the reason we're doing Force Multiply Academy and getting to the technical part of it, the hard part's just starting right now. President Trump just came out a few minutes ago. Steve Scalise just gave an interview. He supported the House version of the reconciliation. So it's going to be one big, beautiful bill sometime in July, right? I know they're saying May.
Back from whenever
July, August. That's going to be the mother of all fights, right? And realistically, that's going to be a tiny bit like an omnibus. It just is, because they're doing it in one fell swoop. The tax cuts will be in there. The border security will be in there. The new border. So Homan's got to figure out somehow how to bootstrap this, because we're at the debt ceiling. We've got that fight, and we've got the huge fight on the 14th for the continuing resolution, how we refund it. Right? President Trump's then got all types of legislation that's now going to be putting in through here in back of that. We have a fight for at least the next year that every week is going to be a tractor pull, right, to get this agenda through, because you can see the resistance. Natalie's going to be here in the next hour to talk about the color revolution, to talk about how they're smartly. They're in court. They've got these judges, these federal judges. They've got the New York City situation, the Manhattan situation. So everywhere you look, we're going to have a fight to ram through this agenda, to then be able to position ourselves to have an argument in 26, to do all the logistics of that now, voter registration, precinct strategy, all of it, voter integrity, to be ready for the big fight in 26. But that's predicated on what we do now. Short commercial break. Back in the war room with the Force Multiplier Academy.
Stephen K. Bannon.
Thank you. And thank you for coming early, Dave. We're doing for the folks at home, this is not where we're going to broadcast over the next couple of days. We actually have another location at CPAC, and I have to be 100% upfront on this, okay? For years and years, the War Room Posse came and we were on Media Row, right outside, and then they gave us a special place where everybody comes in. The complaints from inside the room and then from the hotel. So essentially, I'd like to say that we worked through with Rob Sig and Parker Sig, a great team of Real America's Voice, to set this up. That we actually got a great venue, but we were essentially banned, right? Because of you, because you're too loud. No, so they gave us a choice. We could either do noise abatement, or we could get another space. It's down there near Megyn Kelly where everybody's going to do podcasts. I came over here last week with our production team, and I said, we'll take this space downstairs because I know how you guys get rowdy, and you want to get rowdy every day. So we're going to be doing 4 hours of broadcast every day from another location. You guys will love it. It's going to be intense. We're here to both celebrate and to focus on the year ahead. And I really want to thank Harry and the Real America's Voice team for throwing this up overnight so we can do this. Last year we did the shows at the War Room, and then came here and I said, hey, I think we'll get a smattering of people early, and we did. It was great for the super hardcores right here that came out and everybody. So I want to spend the next 2 segments going through the work we have ahead to give these folks a heads up. Now you're going to hear speeches, you're going to breakout sessions in CPAC. We're going to be doing other things, talking about what's ahead. But the first 30 days of Days of Thunder have been amazing, correct? Every day is like Christmas Day. Well, let me start with this. So, McKinley, last night, the lead story on Daily Mail, if you go to my Getter, you'll see it. President Trump signed an executive order yesterday that's something we have talked about and worked on for years. He basically said the administrative state, the alphabet agencies, make it clear. They report to the President of the United States. This is that theory of the unitary executive right now, and it's caused their heads already blowing up. They're saying it's a power grab. He's a dictator. What happened here, and why is it important for us to force this issue through?
I think it's one of the most significant EOs that the president has signed, because one of the things that the administrative state has tried to do is tried to rely on their status as an independent agency to kind of go their own way, even if it's contrary to the president of the United States' agenda. And I think with that executive order, vesting OMB and OIRA, which is the component of OMB that reviews regulations, etc., by making sure that they understand that they're pulled underneath that to follow the will of the American people through their elected president, to set the tone, to set the agenda, to set the personnel in the executive branch, I think is one of the most consequential things that the president has done. And so I think it's going to rein in a lot of these, and I think there will be resistance, and that's okay. Because one of the things that we're seeing is the deep state, their dark money allies, their dark money overlords, and everybody else is terrified of, number one, the transparency that's coming, and number two, the fact that President Trump is exerting control over the Article 2 departments and agencies.
So this is an Article 2 issue. This is a constitutional issue. But when we say the alphabet agencies, the administrative state, not only is he reinforcing that the cabinet secretaries report to him, and specifically, remember, he's chief executive officer by the Constitution of the United States of America, chief executive, and has full executive authority. Okay, they report to him. Number two is that he is the commander-in-chief of the Uniformed Armed Services, and that means the Pentagon reports directly to him and people in the Pentagon, right? Number three, he's the chief magistrate and the chief law enforcement officer of the country, and that means the Department of Justice and the FBI report to the President of the United States. This is, since Watergate, and Watergate is not Bob Woodward. It's not like you think happened. What happened was exactly what they tried to do to President Trump in 19. It was a radical judge, Judge Sirica, over at the D.C. federal court, working with House staff, working with the Justice Department, radical things. This was a judiciary coup d'etat that took Nixon out, right? And they've tried to do it again. This is why ever since then they've hermetically sealed the Justice Department and the FBI away from them. That's why this fight of the unitary executive, it's also to tell guys like Brennan in the the CIA, hey, the CIA reports to the President of the United States. It's not your own independent agency, and your background checks of the FBI are not going to sit there and knock people out. The deep state wants control. Now, in addition, the administrative state, the alphabet agencies that have so metastasized, the SEC, the Federal Trade Commission, the SEC, NIH, and all of Fauci and Collins, that whole apparatus, right? They have felt for years that they're totally independent entities, and they really kind of they report to themselves. They go to Congress for funding. But I remember in 2016 in the transition, they didn't want to really hear. Peter Thiel and Blake Masters had this whole idea of kind of doing a Doge thing at the time. They were just blown off, right, by the administrative state of those. In this executive order last night, Donald John Trump is very clear. I'm the chief executive officer of the United States government as the President of the United States. You report to the office of the President. You report to the President. Bill McKinley, is that essentially where we are?
Yes, that is exactly where we are. And one of the things to really remember here is one of the reasons why these independent agencies want to claim their independence is because they want to substitute their judgment, their agenda, for that of the President of the United States. The people have elected Donald John Trump to be the 47th President of the United States. Over the last 4 years, we have seen what happens when the administrative state is allowed to run amok, has no leadership, and the leadership that comes from an unidentified, unelected staff that controls a president who was never in control of the organs of government. Now, one of the things for history, one of the things that we need to consider is that we are in a historical moment with the election of Donald John Trump as the 47th president. It's been a long time since anybody has actually stepped back and looked at all of the departments and agencies and said, is this the way that the executive branch should function? The last time that happened was Jimmy Carter with the presidents, with the Democrats after the Watergate issue. And I would say that the Biden presidency rises to the level of a question, is this the best way to serve the American people?
We'll get into the question. We're going to take a short commercial break and start the second hour. We're going to get into the question of authorization. Remember, the way these agencies are set up, they're authorized in 5-year cycles. I think 80% of them have not been reauthorized, right? Only the Defense Department. The Defense Department makes sure the defense authorization bills every year. They want to make sure.
And there's many that are holdovers that have gone beyond their terms.
Okay, short commercial break. Bannon at 989898. Get investing in gold in the era of Trump, the ultimate guide from birchgold.com. Check it out today. Short break. We are back live in the War Room here at Force Multiplier at National Harbor. See back.
This is the primal scream of a dying regime. Pray for our enemies, because we're going medieval on these people. You're just not got a free shot on all these networks lying about the people. The people have had a belly full of it. I know you don't like hearing that. I know you try to do everything in the world to stop that, but you're not going to stop it. It's going to happen.
And where do people like that go to share the big lie? MAGA media. I wish in my soul, I wish that any of these people had a conscience.
Ask yourself, what is my task and what is my purpose? If that answer is to save my country, this country will be saved.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Live in the War Room. It's Wednesday, 19 February. It's the kickoff day. We always kick off CPAC a day early. We've got we've hit Force Multiply Academy. Can we have guys, give yourselves a round of applause? Amazing. This is a tip of everybody at home. The chat's on fire. We've got a lot to get through. Jack Posobiec just flown in from Palm Beach to join us. Jack was with. In fact, Jack's been all over. Jack was in Brussels, in Munich. You went with. I think I read in the paper, Jack, somewhere that Hegseth and Scott Bessent they took a troll. Right, Troll goes with Pete Hegseth to Brussels. Provocateur goes with the Secretary of Treasury to Kiev.
Joy Reid was a little provoked last night.
We'll play that clip maybe in the 5 o'clock show. She was worked up that Jack Posobiec actually was traveling with the Secretary of Defense, Secretary of Treasury.
Well, Steve, what can I say? Are we on? Well, Steve, what can I say? It was an absolute honor to have been invited by the Trump administration, by Secretary Hegseth and Secretary Bessent, and a responsibility as well, because what this shows, having invited me to Ukraine, where we did end up going all the way into Zelensky's presidential complex, met with President Zelensky, was there when Scott Bessent delivered him that deal. That was his chance to be in the room, by the way. And if you guys know in the War Room, if you're not in the room, you're not in the deal.
Yeah.
And
he didn't realize the room was going to be in Riyadh.
And what I can say, though, look.
Sorry, not sorry.
What I could say is this shows the radical transparency that this White House is giving you. They'll even let Jack Posobiec in the room, ladies and gentlemen.
Live tweeting
the negotiations as they're going. Hey, he just handed him the deal. Hey, wait, Zelensky says no deal. Hey, wait, Trump just says he was on the phone for 90 minutes with Vladimir Putin. And then that comes out. Guess what? The deal is off the table.
Well, hang on. President Trump's a master negotiator. Now, as you know, watching the War Room, we're not that excited about the mineral deal because that just gets you involved. We'd rather just cut and just move on. However, President Trump delivered him a deal. Let's say he didn't sign immediately, right? I think he threw up. Right. It's a tad. Remember, President Trump has the American people, and when he says America first, he means America first, right?
The term sheet was 50% of the rare earths in Ukraine are now the rare earths of America. And then we'll get to the rest of the lithium, the uranium. We'll talk about the oil and gas deposits.
Yeah.
And this guy's sitting there. But Steve, at the end of the day, the question is, and Secretary Bessent said this as well, is look, if you want to make those questions in Ukraine, you can't talk to Zelensky. You got to talk to the real decision maker.
Yeah.
And as it turns out, the real decision maker seems like wasn't in that room.
It's a major geostrategic, geoeconomic turn. We're going to talk throughout the day on that to make sure you guys are fully up to speed. Before I go back to our illustrious co-host, I want to introduce that we have a new member of the Kennedy Center Board of Directors right here. Ben Berquam, you have it right there. Can you introduce him? Member of the Kennedy Center Board.
Well, I don't know.
Because here's why. The very first event, that I think President Trump, we strongly recommended to President Trump and Rick Grinnell that they put on in the new reformed Kennedy Center is the J6 choir to come back for an evening entertainment, right?
I don't know.
With all the J6 prisoners and all their families in a celebration and to make sure that the elites in this town understand there's a new sheriff in town.
You put him on the spot. I don't know if he can sing, but this was actually not just a J6er. This was a fugitive J6er who escaped the FBI for 4 years. And, well, you tell him. What's your name? Tell us quickly and then your question.
My name's Adam Villarreal. I was the fugitive J6er. I escaped arrest by the FBI for 4 years, being chased by the illegitimate Biden regime.
Wow.
What's your question, sir?
So how was your case concluded?
My case was concluded with a full pardon, all ancillary charges.
Amen.
I want to say thank you to God and President Trump.
We support the full pardon of the J6s, correct?
Amen.
Was this a Fedsurrection or a Fedsurrection, right? Do we have to, I know we got a long list of things to do over the House and at the Justice Department, but we need a full, transparent adjudication of the 2020 election, right? 2020 election? We have to. And we have to have a full adjudication, totally transparent, of J6, the Fedsurrection, correct? Yeah. Because if history shows us anything, the more facts come out, the stronger our case always comes, right? When the facts come out, it's never better for them. That's why they always try to hide things.
And that was my question, sir. We in the January 6th community desperately need a voice like yours. We have 5 people who are still being illegitimately held by activist judges. And we have a whole lot of people, some bravest, strongest, most patriotic Americans that you ever met that just want to love and help this country. And people like Jenny Cudd down at J6 Road Home Project and Mark and Jaleese Middleton, they're helping out at American Patriot Relief, and they're trying to raise money for these people. But we really need a voice, a powerful voice like yours, to advocate for these people.
And also about you guys, the years out of your lives. When I was in my cell block in Danbury, because unlike Peter Navarro, I didn't go to a camp. I actually went to a prison. I put the needle on Peter. That gets Navarro going no end. And in my cell block, right across from me in the other cell was a J6er who had gotten 15 years in prison. He's been released. Julian.
We got Jeremy Brown still out there. We got Ben Martin.
So there are people, we'll spend time out there. There are people working on those issues right now, and so you have tremendous support. But, and more importantly, or as importantly, is how you guys get back up on your feet, given that the illegitimate Biden regime who stole the 2020 election then put these guys in prison for years and destroy. The whole purpose is to destroy your family. You do understand that, right?
Yes, sir.
As a lesson to everybody else, that if you ever question the regime, you will be destroyed.
We actually have something really great that we think can help people out. My wife and I run something called the Homeland House Foundation, and we're trying to use tax liens to get a plot of land for every J6er free and clear.
Wow. You know, I think that's brilliant. I think we want to talk to you and your wife and the homesteading thing. We just have one small change. We want it to take place in Georgetown, right? We want to turf them all out of there, right? J6ers with that.
Beautiful.
You got to be in Georgetown because then you can walk to the Kennedy Center. The Kennedy Center ripped their heart out, right? That's high, and for the secular humanists that run this town, that's high church. So when President Trump, not only did he fire the board, he made himself chairman, right? So great.
Steve, doesn't Liz Cheney have a big townhouse mansion right over there in Georgetown?
Liz Cheney,
because I know she got that pardon along with the other J6 committee members, but I don't think that covers civil liability now, does it?
Hang on. Jack, as always, brings up a great point. Think about this for a second. The J6 committee, right, and with a stolen election that was stolen in broad daylight and everybody understood it all throughout the world. This is why they never treated Biden with any respect. Right? Every hedge fund guy in the world knows the math was stolen. Then after J6, of which was a Fedsurrection, there was no protection. I mean, we're sitting in the war room, and I said, "There's a National Guard up here today." The morning after says, "No, they got the Capitol Hill cops with the little bike racks." I go, "Wow!" And we now know that was all rigged, right, by Nancy Pelosi. Think about it for a second. That committee, which was totally illegitimate, and I was prepared to go to prison for that principle of separation of powers, because it's so fundamental. It wasn't a legitimate committee in that they didn't have a ranking member and they didn't have minority counsel, so they never got the information and they never got to cross-examine witnesses. That's why this was not like Watergate. It was not like Iran-Contra, where you have that tension, which you should have. And when we do things in the House, it should be ranking member minority counsel. That's what drives the tension and gets to the truth. That committee, having done that, they then did a report. They sent the report to President. This was the kickoff for Jack Smith in the whole insurrection thing against President Trump, of which they eventually, Jack Smith and all the indictments was 300 years in prison. They're the railhead of wanting President Trump to die in prison, plus all the information on the J6 prisons, all these young men and some elderly women that went to prison, right? People in their 70s that went to prison. They did all that. They sent Navarro to prison. They sent me to prison. They sent other people to prison. They were literally out of control. This was like the French Revolution during the days of the terror, right? This was the Committee of 12. They had that kind of power, and they were foaming at the mouth. You see it on national TV. Remember they go into the cannon room, I think it was, and they had the big thing. They're sitting up there all puffed up, right, with Kinzinger and Cheney and all of them. And what did they do when President? Because they never thought we'd win, right? They never thought we'd win. The moment we won, and totally caught them by surprise, they crawled on their bellies to the White House and asked for blanket preemptive pardons because they knew what they did to this guy and his family. They knew what they did to Trump, and they wanted Trump to die in a federal prison. They knew what they had done to all of us, right? And Peter and I are the least consequential here, but what they did to the Constitution, and they're going to crawl over there, and not just them, but also their staffs. The woman perjured herself in my case, just sat there and lied as they came and lied about everything all the information they put up there. It was lie after lie after lie after lie. And what did they do? They went to protect themselves. I'm a huge believer that we got to get and work those pardons, because if anybody should be brought to justice, it should be Benny Thompson, Liz Cheney, Shifty Schiff, all those sanctimonious, Jamie Raskin, all those puffed up. They should all go to federal prison for what they try to do for this country. Amen. Do I have an agreement here? It has to happen, or you don't have a republic. McGinley, you're our lawyer here. What do you think?
I think one of the most important things to remember is while the U.S. Attorney for the District of Columbia was engaged in these types of activities, the things that they weren't doing was prosecuting violent criminals. And so while they were allowing chaos to erupt on the streets of the District of Columbia, our nation's capital, which was a total disgrace, and Steve knows this, in February, what got me off the sidelines to get back in, my friend was murdered in a carjacking in February. He was shot in the head.
A couple of blocks from the Treasury Department, right there.
Yeah, and for the crime of picking up his wife from work. A guy jumped into the car, shot him in the head. He somehow made it out of the car, and she found him on the sidewalk outside of her law firm. And so while all this is going on, let's not forget the victims of violent crime that this U.S. District Attorney would not prosecute. And days before this happened, I remember in the proximity, because I was texting Steve about this asshat said, prosecution and incarceration are not the solutions to the carjacking epidemic that's plaguing the nation's capital. And so, we've talked about voter registration in churches. We're talking about a lot of the things that are going on here. I think everybody in this room probably has a personal story that demonstrates the importance and consequences of the 24 election.
Amen.
And how this is going to right a lot of the wrongs. And we're going to restore common sense. We're going to protect families. We're going to create an economy where small businesses that are the engine of job growth in this country can thrive. We're going to reduce regulations, which is basically a proxy for a tax. Every regulation is a tax. And we're going to bring that down. But we're going to start by prosecuting and incarcerating violent criminals. And we're not going to go after grandmothers who are praying. We're not going to go after some of the other people who are frankly exercising their First Amendment rights.
Can I go after one grandmother? Can we go after Nancy Pelosi? Just one? She's not praying. We got to take a short break here. Remember, they bragged about, you remember Cash came on the show week after week after week preaching this gospel, right? About the FBI has got to be sorted out. And tomorrow, on Thursday, in the afternoon, Kash Patel's vote's going to come up to be the director of the FBI because of you. No, this is 100%. You had President Trump's back, and then you had Cash's back. Short break. Back. The next.
Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Welcome. You know, Biden and those guys had the Praetorian Guard of the CIA and the FBI. We've got it right here. The Trump tribe of Texas and Lady Liberty. I warned you that later as the day goes on, they're going to start turning up, right? The hardcore, the religious ones were here early in the morning, but man, we're starting to get the wild ones now. Ben Burke, thank you guys. They come over. Ben, let's find out who they are, where they're from, and this shows you why everyone's moving to Texas, right? By 2045, Texas is going to be the largest state in the union, bigger than California, because half of California is moving to Texas.
Hey, Stephen, I've seen these guys. I've seen these guys all across the country. When they were taking our country away from us, they were fighting for Trump, and now we won. Praise the Lord. What's your name? Where are you from?
Michael from Beaumont, Texas.
Michael.
Penny from Lake Charles, Louisiana.
My name is Sonia Harbour. I was adopted from Germany, age 2, brought back over here. My military family, my family, and I love America. And I became a U.S. citizen at age 4. And I thank God I was rescued. And I love love America.
Wow.
I'm Blake Zumo from Beaumont, Texas, and don't Cagliari, Texas.
Laura Toller from Texas. Come to Texas. We need some people to drill, baby, drill.
Unless you're a liberal, don't go there.
I'm Jan Manshak. I'm from the little town of Orange, Texas, not too far from Beaumont. Glad to be here.
God bless you all.
Hold. Before you guys leave, I just have a question. We turned, Texas was going to be blue, remember that? And it was going to be purple, and Soros put $200 million, $300 million in there to turn it. And because of the War Room Posse and the grassroots, the Tea Party down there, Texas volunteers, you guys, President Trump won by 14 points. President Trump won the state of Texas by 14 points. Ted Cruz won by 9. I mean, it's extraordinary. So how did we end up with a Bush rhino as the Speaker of the House that just cut a deal yesterday to give Democrats the power? Can the grassroots give me a helping hand here?
To be honest, I haven't been keeping up. We've been so busy traveling. But I want to say first, I was Democrat in 2020 before the last election. So since the election of 2020, I was Democrat for 35 years. And President Trump is who opened my eyes. So God bless America.
That's a praise God right there.
Amen. That's it right there.
God is mighty right there.
That's it, baby.
Hold it. Why is a Democrat for 35 years? What was it about President Trump? Give me a minute. What was it President Trump
I
that
was
changed your
believing
heart?
what the fake media was making me to believe. They were telling me what to think. But when I saw the country burning down, I have a small business in Texas. And I worked too hard for my business to watch Antifa burn down buildings while Kamala Harris bailed him out of jail. And I saw that President Trump was taking up for small businesses. And that's when I switched from watching CNN to watching Fox and Newsmax and Rav, and saw within probably a day of the lies that the fake media was telling me versus what you guys were saying.
Hang on. I just want to go through that transition.
Yeah.
CNN, Fox, Newsmax,
then Real News.
Rav.
Real News, baby.
Real News.
Real News.
Rav. The Great Awakening.
Thank you, guys. You're awesome.
Thank you, guys. We'll catch you later. They're going to be with us all week down here at the in our permanent broadcast. So thank you very much. Let's have it for the Trump Tribe of Texas and Lady Liberty. Wow. We've got our White House correspondent is going to join us in a minute. Let's start at the left. 2 minutes or quick about what's ahead of us right now. The fight is really starting. The rest of the day we're going to go through this. McGinley, start with you. Come on, we'll rip all the way back.
Number one, we need to confirm Trump's nominees. And not only at the secretary, the department, and administrator, and director level, but we need them in the sub as well. So we need the unders, the deputies, the assistants to get in there as well. Personnel is policy, and there's an awful lot of people who work in these departments and agencies that need political leadership and oversight. Confirm them. Number two, go back and look at all of the Biden last-minute regulations and make sure that they're identified and put through the Congressional Review Act, which allows the Republican House and Senate to repeal them, but it also allows that make sure that they can't be passed again. And the CRA is going to be incredibly important, is going to be one of the things that needs to be done. And then number three, what we really need to do is we need to make sure that the transparency initiated by Doge continues.
Amen.
Because what we need to have is the American people need to see what has actually happened.
Amen. Real quickly, remember, there are 1,000 that have to be confirmed. Second, third tier, we got Bridge Colby, so many others. We're getting to that. Cash is, and I think Lutton and Garrett, we still got so many more to go, right? What you got to put shoulders to wheel. You.
So I think one of the big fights, and I just read this in the Washington Post yesterday, I think someone in the DOJ resigned because she was, quote unquote, asked to look into Biden climate money that was going out the door. What we're going to need and what the big fight ahead is a full restoration of the rule of law. This is, our retribution is the execution of equal justice under the law, because if you follow the law, if you treat justice equally, then these people go to jail because the money that's going out there, I mean, this thing's a racket. We are at the tip of the iceberg. What we're learning about what Doge is uncovering. I mean, this stuff is criminal. The money going out the door.
And we have to get the House We have to have full transparency now. Eli Crane, Gates, and these guys worked on like USAID for years, and the Republican establishment that helped the Democrats suppress what was going on. We need full transparency. Doge is doing their work. It's kind of the special forces, but we need to institutionalize this total transparency. Rand, he just said this thing in D.C. was big. It's $20 billion that went to Citicorp, and Citicorp never informed anybody. They're debanking MAGA, they're debanking Trump, they're debanking all of his war room. They got $20 billion, right? Kind of came from somewhere, and they never told anybody about it.
You know, I was in the first batch of subpoenas with you and Kash Patel and others, and so I had to go through this personally. In addition to going after Liz Cheney and these attorneys that went after us in the committee, I want to go after these companies that illegally turned over our data absent any warrants. That includes, namely, AT&T,
Every phone, by the way, every phone company, every bank, even without subpoenas, they gave them all the information for everybody.
Bank of America gave the transactions of every single person who made a transaction with their bank in D.C. on January 5th, 6th, or 7th, just handed it all over without even warning you. So I want to see some accountability for those companies. I don't want to see them sitting on the inauguration stage with Trump. And then secondly, I'm worried about the Senate. The establishment GOP wants a small majority so they can control and dangle their vote over Donald Trump, and we have to expand it. And so right now, looking towards 2026, there's only one real vulnerable seat I see, which is Susan Collins. We should give her some space. I will always love her for doing the right thing with Kavanaugh. She's in a very blue state, so let's just leave her alone. But you have some folks that cause us problems. I know. I tell you, don't waste your time. Don't waste your time. But you can, how about John Cornyn in Texas? He's up. Who would like to see a Senator Ken Paxton? That maybe you should get involved there. Bill Cassidy in Louisiana. Trump won that state by 20 points. Bill Cassidy keeps threatening to vote against our nominee, so let's hold him accountable. You've got Joni Ernst with Iowa. She ended up doing the right thing, but we put the pressure on her. She's up in 2026. Tom Tillis in North Carolina is up in 2026. I know we have a lot here. We have Lindsey Graham in South Carolina. Guys, we can hold these folks accountable.
Hold it. Lindsey Graham's the president's best friend, isn't he?
No, the president does a good job of talking to all these folks. It is our job as the posse to hold them accountable. President Trump has enough on his plate. He needs to be able to get these folks votes, but it's incumbent upon us to pressure them to do the right thing. We have pickup opportunities in Georgia, Michigan, Minnesota, New Hampshire.
You would agree, though, if we have to opportunity cost, the House is everything next time. The Senate, we got to change some stuff out. Except I know we got tons of rhinos there.
Yes.
But if Hakeem Jeffries is the Speaker of the House, it's a different deal, right?
No.
Okay. If Hakeem Jeffries wins, they're going to impeach Trump in the first 33 weeks, right? They're obviously going to do that. That's what they're going to run on. This is what Pelosi ran on in 2018. I kept telling people, I said, they're walking in doors in Iowa in the middle of the summer, knocking on doors because they're saying, if you come out and vote, we're going to impeach Trump. And she impeached Trump. She delivered.
Yes, sir. Yes, on the House, we're going to have to thread the needle over the next year. You've heard Steve, we're going to do a CR. That's a disaster. There's no happy face on that thing. That's $7 trillion of Nancy Pelosi woke and weaponized junk that stays with us.
Hold it. Biden's numbers, it's Biden's budget. It is $2 trillion of deficit already baked in.
Yeah.
And to add insult to injury, nothing that Doge has done so far, if they do, it counts.
Nothing. And then you move into budget reconciliation. You get 2 bites at that apple per year. And then you got the budget that Steve's talking about coming up. That's our chance to do great things. But here comes the thread and the needle part. That's going to be a big number that a lot of my Freedom Caucus guys are going to gag on. And then when it comes to the tax cuts discussion, the gentleman from Texas back there that just spoke so eloquently about taking care of the small guy, if those tax cuts don't represent the average American and the American worker and small business, then we got a problem there.
Okay. When we get to the final vote, it's going to be an up or down vote. What Dave is saying is that the next 4 months is trench warfare to make sure that the right populist policies are in there. We fight now. At the end, it's
everybody's got to vote yes, or we lose it.
You're going to have to hold hands, but you got to fight now for it. Real quickly, we got about a minute. President Trump has just put out a hot Truth Social. I know that's shocking, right? Jack Posobiec, this may be one of the hottest ones ever. And this shows you, read it, just verbatim.
I just mentioned how when we were in Kiev last week, President Zelensky refused to take the deal for the minerals. Here's President Trump's response. Think of it, a moderately successful comedian, Volodymyr Zelensky, talked the United States into spending $350 billion on a war that couldn't be won. Joe Biden didn't get back anything. Zelensky admits half the money is missing, refuses elections, low in the polls. The only thing he's good at playing is Biden like a fiddle. And he's a dictator without elections. He better move fast or he's not going to have a country left.
That is actually worse than what we've said in War Room, right? No, that was hard. Okay, 7 seconds, short commercial break. Natalie Winters, our White House correspondent, is next.
Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
To National Harbor, the Gaylord Hotel, the home of CPAC. I want to thank everybody. We're filling in here now. I want to thank the late arrivals. I know it was a long night last night, folks, but thank you for showing up. Of course, the hardcores are here at Dark 30. Really appreciate it. It's Force Multiplier. We're here all day. Jack Lasobi's going to do his show live here. We're going to do the afternoon show. I think we're going to dip into some. They're going to have a international conference. We'll play some of it, but we'll go through the 5 o'clock hour and make sure we get all your input. It's going to be tremendous audience participation for the rest of the afternoon. We have our White House correspondent, and she done an amazing job. They're trying to pick her. The mainstream media is trying to pick her. Natalie Winters.
Am I doing the podium? I'm taking over? You're going going to leave for 4 months and make me host the show? Hi, everyone. Yeah, please don't. I love hosting the show, but not that much. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for coming and being here. It's always an honor to be able to see the War Room Posse in the flesh. I have to say, I've been having to field, as you could probably imagine, a lot of interviews from virtually everyone in the mainstream press. Shout out to Daily Mail. But I always love knowing that you guys have my back, and every single time that they try to attack me or impugn my work, I always say, well, you know what? Last time I checked the viewership and both the quantity and quality of audience, I think War Room is on a perpendicular track with every other outlet in that press briefing room. And if you don't believe me, just ask Kevin McCarthy. The funniest part, though, I've probably said that now like 20 times. No one's ever quoted me on it. They choose to depict me as a, dumb 23-year-old. Well, how about this? I'll keep exposing you guys with my scoops. And speaking of that, we'll get to some scoops. But I was watching MSNBC last night, and I was doing other things, and I heard the words regime change. They said it, and I'm like, wow, MSNBC saying regime change. How often do you hear that? And it made me realize last night that what we are witnessing right now is essentially a battle of regime changes, right? We have what Doge and what President Trump is trying to do, and then you have what the color revolution, if you can call them extraordinaires or apparatchiks or globalist henchmen, take your pick, but the Norm Eisen archetypes of the world, what they are trying to do. And Stephen K. Bannon has always had the wonderful metaphor, the idea that they're not going to hand over, right, the keys to the kingdom, the keys to the castle. But for those of you who are true War Room devotees, you'll know I said this yesterday on the show. But what Norm Eisen and all of these lawfare organizations, which we'll get into, are trying to do is essentially make the United States a country whereby there is no set of keys that you can even use to unlock the castle, because they control every single instrument, every single institution of power, from the mainstream media to academia to every lever of government to every single bureaucrat. And make no mistake, the reason why they are in such strong and intense meltdown about the fact that we are mass terminating and mass firing these bureaucrats has nothing to do with democracy. It has everything to do with we are stripping and ripping them out of the institutions that they were planning to weaponize against President Trump by turning these civil servants, right, it sounds so euphemistic, into embeds who are going to be whistleblowers and just agitators against President Trump. And we'll bring some evidence like we always do. I'm sure you guys have seen by now the scoop that I broke yesterday, how the so-called, nonpartisan, apolitical civil servant that 60 Minutes featured, the woman, because the dude was a donor to Ilhan Omar and Bernie Sanders, but I digress on that. But the chick had a blog where she was saying that you guys are, believe it or not, racist, sexist, ableist, and misogynistic. Square that somehow, I don't know. But supporters of President Trump, yeah, especially you. You are very racist. But that you guys need to be exterminated, and that Trump was Hitler. And I think there's an interesting Freudian slip there, because to the regime media, right, to the deep state, someone like that actually is apolitical, right? Because that is the sort of reverted state. That is what the idea of being apolitical is. That is the Washington political consensus. And I have to say, just a quick note, I always like to dunk on 60 Minutes. I don't know about you guys, but did you see 60 Minutes interview any people whose businesses were destroyed by the COVID lockdowns and mandates? No? Yeah. Did you guys, I don't know, during 2008 when America's working class was absolutely decimated and destroyed, did you guys get any media calls? What do you think about what they're doing to the bankers? No? Yeah. I don't think so. So spare me 60 Minutes, the performative activism that you care so much about Americans being able to, pay for the daycare of your child. Yeah. I don't really think someone who's grifted off of this country for decades, I'm ever going to have empathy for. Right? And it sort of brings me to my broader point, which
I'm always happy to get granular here in the war room as we do. But how they are now sort of creating this resistance against President Trump, I'm sure you guys have seen that it's a little different than what they were doing in 2016, not just because the pink hats are missing. I guess maybe I culturally appropriated them with my outfit today. Got to keep the Daily Mail on their toes. But it's a lot more sophisticated, and it's a lot more calculated and selective in their approach of how they're choosing to oppose President Trump. And I think if you look at the last 4 years of what they did, frankly, to probably everyone who's sitting on this stage, certainly to Steve, to President Trump and his family, they have been sharpening their knives of lawfare, right, for these last 4 years. And they admitted as much, right, the way the Washington Post and the New York Times covers this sort of second iteration of resistance. They say that they're banking on the courts. And a lot of the groups that are bankrolling these lawsuits that sort of represent the umbrella organization, it's something called Democracy Forward. And they have about 200 or so far-left groups that represent this cohort that are sort of responsible for court shopping and bringing all these lawsuits, which is how they're sort of doing this blitz to blockade a lot of President Trump's executive orders. And the most interesting thing, which I think proves not only that the lawfare that they waged against President Trump for these last 4 years was just that, was lawfare, was that all of these organizations that were involved in keeping Trump off the ballot and suing him and indicting him in New York and everywhere else, well, those are now the same groups that are suing him for his executive orders, right? You have the Brennan Center, you have ACLU, you have the Southern Poverty Law Center. And then this very, very closely intersects with sort of the court, for lack of a better word, of public opinion. And that has to do with our favorite, we can boo, I want everyone to boo when I say his name, Norm Eisen. Thank you. We don't like Norm Eisen. Just a fun fact about Norm Eisen. This morning I was, digging around, and I found that, did you know his daughter used to work at the National Democracy Institute, which has received copious amounts of funding from USAID, the same man who's now suing Doge because of what they're doing in terms of auditing USAID. Look, Steve, I have one disagreement with you, and that is that there are conspiracies. They're not just coincidences. And this is a perfect example of that. Yeah, you can applaud for that one. As the executive editor of War Room, which I'm still trying to decide what exactly that means. I don't know what I'm editing. That would be my only editorial note. But no, I bring up Norm Eisen, and I know you guys are probably like, oh my gosh, anytime this girl is on War Room, all she does is talk about Norm Eisen and color revolutions. But that's because if you think about it, we're really the only show that's actually talking about this, right? The rest of conservative media wants to take their victory laps and just say, you know what, they said the word mass deportation, that's enough. Let's be frank, the numbers need to be higher. At this rate, even if it's 1,000 people a day, that's 365,000 a year. And that's not enough. And that's not what we elected President Trump to do. So I'm willing to call out what needs to be called out. That's what I view my role in the White House press briefing room, which, might I add, having to walk into that room every day, no one really likes me. It's okay. I take as much honor. It's so nice to walk into a room full of people who actually like me. Very different. Oh my gosh, they're so mean.
So you're saying nothing's changed since high school?
No, it really is. It is so high school. I view my life through sort of two movies, and don't worry, we'll get back to the substantive stuff, but I always say in another universe I'd be like a stand-up comedian. And I think my life is like Legally Blonde mixed with Mean Girls, except instead of moving back from Africa, I'm coming from a stint of hosting for you while you were in prison and then invading the high school, and the high school is the press briefing room. But I digress on all that. On the Norm Eisen point, the color revolution stuff, which is the heart of this, which is what is so important. And by the way, if you think I'm crazy, Norm Eisen used to be on MSNBC like once a month. He's on multiple times a day. and he's on CNN too, and this is their guy, and he's the one suing everyone. So he is a key figure. And I think if you look at what left-wing media has done that's so brilliant, and it's sort of how I do my investigative work, they make everything about people, right? Because it's easier for narratives to take hold that way, and that's why I'm so keen on focusing on Norm Eisen, because instead of being this nebulous dark money entity, it's very easy to sort of internalize and rationalize. But their tactics for the color revolution stuff, at least what they did in 2020, it was mass mobilization of street protests, engineering contested election results, and just the idea of impeachments, or just sort of like creating this idea of feigned accountability or legitimacy for who's been elected. And I think if you sort of reverse engineer or you extrapolate that onto what they're doing right now with President Trump, you see it with the Elon stuff, right? They use him as a cudgel to undermine his legitimacy. They're doing that with the lawsuits against Doge. There's actually not that many protests going on. I guess maybe all the money that the DNC wasted on Kamala Harris, they can't pay their protesters. But anytime there's protests, MSNBC will cover it absolutely nonstop. And the equivalent of impeaching President Trump, I think, is in part the lawfare, but that's also why they're so beyond triggered, sort of what I started this whole thing with, the idea that these civil servants are not going to be in the building because, you know, you can't whistleblow if your whistle, for lack of better words, been taken away from you. So that is what we are up against, and I feel you getting closer and closer. Like, if you want the podium.
Because we got bounced by one. Can I get a mic? Thanks. Real quickly, the energy, Caroline Leavitt, who got her chops on the show when she was running in a primary, tough primary, she's become a superstar. It's unbelievable. What's the energy when you're there every day? I know you're looking at the resistance that's coming for them and doing it in a very brilliant way. What's the energy coming out of the West Wing and coming out of the White House?
Oh, coming out, I thought you were asking me at the press briefing room. I was saying dark, depraved, scary, don't want to be there. Coming out of the White House, it's so wonderful. I will say there's so many brilliant young people working. I think that's something that hasn't really been reported on the Trump White House. People, you know, around my age who are really, I think, at least in the comm shop.
This is key. There's so many over EOB and all the different groups. These people are all in their 20s, right? They got great leadership with the Navarros, Susie Wiles. But this shows you the power of the organization. These people are in their mid-20s.
Yeah, truly. I mean, I almost feel old, and I'm 23. About to be 24. I know. Don't fire me. But no, there's such a, I think, energy and spirit there that's not reported on. But I also think too, it's actual accountability. Like Caroline Leavitt, you know, yanking the Politico funds from the platform. That's something that we haven't seen. But I will say it is glorious. I wish I could bring y'all with me to hear these reporters. Like, I was waiting in line for the bathroom, and they're like, they're deconstructing everything. What do we do? How do we cover it? And I wanted to turn and be like, they literally said, I don't know if this is what the American people want to see. I was like, they do.
Social media, where do people, I know you got to go to the White House, social media, where do people get you?
Natalie G. Winters on all platforms. Thank you, Steve, for having me, and thank you guys for
our White House correspondent, Natalie G. Winters. Give it up.
Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Thank you. By the way, we want to thank our sponsors. Thank you. Silent, if you need a Faraday bag on your computer, your iPad, your phone, don't let non-state actors or state actors like the CIA. Dave Brad, are you going to take the CIA out in Virginia? Are you going to run for governor of Virginia? Can we hear it?
Yeah, with the War Room Posse, CIA, USAID, State Department, it's all got to go. So that's why we're here.
Let's start in Virginia in the governorship. With Dave Brad for governor of Virginia? Vox Populi. Silent.
All political views are my own, I now have to say.
Yeah, now he'll be fired. He'll be fired by his day job in the afternoon. SLNT.com. Go check it out today. Get the best Faraday bags. Non-state actors, criminals, and state actors, including until President Trump takes down the deep state folks in the USA, as Caroline can attest to. McGinley's got to go. He's going to be in the show next week. Bill, you're a beloved figure. You've been at this for years. You told us. McGinley told us back in 21, you told us what we had to do in order to ensure President Trump's victory. You guys stepped up to the plate for voter integrity, election integrity, and Trump won, and we closed it that night at 10 or 11 o'clock that night. That's a big one. Bill McGinley.
Well, Steve, thanks to you for everything that you did to help lead the posse. I think you deserve a lot of credit. Everybody on this stage does as well. Alex, Caroline, and Dave. It's an amazing crew and a movement that I think is going to endure. It really needs to survive and re-energize for 2026. We need to keep a Republican House. We need to keep a Republican Senate that supports President Trump and his transformative policies so that the second 2 years of the 47 term are going to be as productive as the first two.
You've been here a long time, and you know D.C., and you keep telling me Trump now coming back, you can feel a change in this imperial capital. What advice before you leave? In the gun smoke that's going to be there to keep our eye on the prize, particularly we're going to have some enormous fights on our side of the football, right? To get everything, make sure everything's sorted and sorted the right way, and fighting for President Trump. You still got the Republican establishment. There's also some disagreements there. What do you recommend to people to make sure they keep their eye on the prize as we grind through the next year?
Stay focused on War Room. Separate signal from noise. Don't get distracted by the mainstream media and what the dark money liberal empire is going to try and throw at you. A lot of these district court judges are making rulings that I think any lawyer would tell you are nonsensical. A lot of these issues need to get to the Supreme Court so that we can finally settle it, so that President Trump has the clear path to do what the American people elected him to do. And the one thing there's a couple of things that I'll leave you with. Number one, I think that for the United States of America, I don't care what branch of government you're in, the default position must be liberty. It must be freedom. And what we need to do is we need to make sure...
the default position has to be what?
Liberty.
Liberty.
Has to be freedom. And I think, one of the things that if you study the history of this nation, one of the things that makes us great is that as a country we have always valued the rights of each individual. That we have never tried to put people into classes to diminish their rights, to make it a clean package for people to try and control you. And I think that's one of the great things about this country. You matter. This was your election. This was your victory. And President Trump knows it. He's fighting for you.
But that plays for what happened is that, remember, I say that President Trump, because I was there as an eyewitness in 16, he's a providential figure, right? He's not the churchiest guy you're ever going to meet. He's just not. But he's divine providence hand was in the 16 election. Also, the steal and us having it stolen from them in 20 was divine providence. Because those 4 years, think how much tougher you are today. Think how much more focused you are today. Think of the great victory came back on January 20th of 2021 when he left Andrews Air Force Base. Only Boris was out there. We played My Way from Sinatra, right? Nobody in a billion years, except for you, thought he was coming back, right? You saw what they did to you as individuals. They try to debank you. They try to deplatform you. This is why the power of the oligarchs is too strong. All the oligarchs who came to your position at 11 o'clock p.m. Eastern Standard Time on the 5th of November, because they understood that you delivered the biggest comeback for President Trump in the history of the country. You know what happens when your liberty is taken away. You are unique. You're almost like the revolutionary generation. You had to fight for it every day for 4 years, and we're going to have to fight every day going forward to keep our liberty and to pass it on to our children and grandchildren.
And to borrow a line from a movie, it's the hard that makes it great. To climb back from 2021 to 2024, what President Trump did, how he stood alone, how when he was shot in the head, he said, fight, fight, fight. That's the spirit of a movement. That is the centerpiece of what we need to do to get his policies enacted, to get his nominees confirmed, and everything else. And I think that's one of the great things about the posse and the movement that we see that continues to grow, is because people were hungry for leadership. And President Trump is providing it both on the world stage and domestically here at home. And I think one of the other thing that we need to remember, this is a federal, state, and local issue that we need to be engaged in every single day. And the most powerful force in politics are you, the volunteers. You, the volunteer army.
President Trump, look, you had General Washington, you had Abraham Lincoln, and you had Trump. Right? This is the age of Trump. The only two things, they're not going to remember Tucker or Bannon or Elon or any of us. They're only going to remember two things 100 years from now about this age. They're going to remember Donald Trump, and they're going to remember MAGA. Right? You. That he led a populist movement of his citizens. That's leadership. We're not going to see his type again. It just doesn't happen. But divine providence put him here for a reason. To win in 16, to actually have it stolen in 20, and to have the moral courage and then the physical courage when they tried to assassinate him to drive through and win in 2024 a sweeping victory. Now comes the hard part. Yes, we celebrate, but we fight harder now than we've ever fought before. Bill McGinley, thank you. What's your social media?
Fight, fight, fight.
Okay, let's play the right stuff to take us out, because you guys have the right stuff. We're going to have lunch, social media. My three co-hosts are going to join me back here. Standing ovation for you guys. The Lower Room Posse.
Charlie Kirk Show starts now.
Why do you think other countries aren't judged for having a strict immigration policy?
I was born as a man, and now I'm a woman.
What do you think the biggest threat is to the United States currently? There's a reason that a lot of the black community doesn't have a father, and it's because of systemic racism.
America is the only country where even those who hate it refuse to leave. That's how you know you live in a great country. It's time that we start talking to the next generation, not talking down to the next generation. And that's what we're doing.
I understand that even a temporary interruption in federal employment is a great crisis, a catastrophe for you and for CNN. What the American people see is a government that is finally delivering the promise of accountability under President Trump. You want to have a conversation about transparency? Let me ask you a question. Do you have any idea where the $22 billion that the Department of Health and Human Services provided to illegal aliens under Joe Biden is right now? $22 billion with a B. That's enough to provide a free house to every homeless veteran in America. Where's the $22 billion? I don't know. You don't know. Nobody knows. Joe Biden just spent it, and now it's gone. Transparency begins with having an accounting of where every federal dollar is spent.
And we would love it if President Trump was in attendance. We have a room full of proud American players and coaches and staff. And listen, we're just trying to represent our country the best way we can.
But what I'm really worried about are the people who are not watching CNN or Fox. And who are... I'm worried about that, too. A lot of folks aren't looking for political, but it's finding them. And it's finding them wrapped up in a lot of cultural stuff. You could be on parenting Instagram and you're getting this trad wife stuff with a little politics inflected into it, or Rogan and the rest of it. And I think we really need to be much smarter about taking this conversation to places where it's not reaching folks.
This is the first time this door is opening?
First time it's been open since March 2020, since COVID.
Wow. Why'd you want to do this?
Brett, I thought it was important for everybody to come back to the office, and I think reopening the front door of the Treasury building, what better symbol than we are open for business again and everybody's expected back in the office. Every day when I'm in D.C., I'm coming to the office, and I expect everybody else to.
And now our president is quoting that white supremacist neo-Nazi murderer. If you voted for that, you really need to question whether you're American anymore. But that's who's using that kind of statement. And listen, does Trump sit and read Norwegian history? Hell no. Someone is handing him this story, this quote, and we need to figure out who keeps spoon-feeding him the white supremacy, white terrorist philosophy.
What we're seeing right now, Caitlin, is a very dangerous moment. I'm laughing here, but it is not funny. This country is moving very rapidly under Trump into an authoritarian form of society. Elon Musk is clearly running the show, the wealthiest person in the world, who has enormous conflicts of interests, who is helping to fund right-wing extremist organizations all over the world, who is looking forward to get massive tax breaks from Congress. He's running the show.
You've been speaking with a number of voters who were Hillary Clinton 2016, Joe Biden 2020, and then went for Trump in 2024. How are these folks seeing the early days of Trump's second term?
Pretty well.
Really?
And they're reacting to it because they love the pace of change. They were very fed up over the last 4 years. They wanted action. They wanted results. They looked at prices. They looked at affordability, looked at immigration, and they didn't see anything happening. They still don't like what he says, but they like what he does. So what they tell me is, I wish you'd be a little bit less rude. But at the same time, they like what he's doing. They believe he's serious about it. And for the first time, they have confidence in the future.
Every day, there's a battle for your mind raging. Information coming from every angle with the will to deceive. Fear not. You found the place for truth. The voice of a generation that still has the will to believe in the greatest country in the history of the world. This is the Charlie Kirk Show. Buckle up. Here we go.
Welcome, everybody. Radio stations across the country. Honor to be with you as always. We had a great speech last evening at the Hillsdale College National Leadership Seminar in downtown Phoenix. It was phenomenal. We have some exclusive conversation with Dr. Larry Arnn coming up in the final hour. We have a lot to cover today. We have an action-packed show. I want to get right into the breaking news. President Donald Trump sends a Truth Social, and he is sending the world a message. The gravy train is ending. Since the beginning, we have been very clear on this program that it is not America's role to get involved in the Russian-Ukrainian dispute. From the very beginning, we looked at the cost and the consequences about how this could destabilize an entire continent, that could destroy the U.S. dollar, that could bring us closer and closer to needless nuclear war. It was the conventional wisdom back in 2022 at the outbreak of the war. It was the conventional wisdom that we must fight Russia. We must fight Russia. I actually went to CPAC 3 years ago and said no. It was written up everywhere. I said that our leaders should care more about the southern border than the Ukrainian border. I was attacked as being insensitive, cruel. In reality, we were just putting America first. 99% of the people in our audience were against us. It was by far the most unpopular stand that we've ever taken. And I knew we were right. At our core, I knew I was right. It was been one of those interesting things to see how the audience moved throughout the months. We'd be getting Ukrainian flags sent to us in email chains. People saying, we must fight the Russians. Now our audience is 99% against it. It has been one of the most remarkable changes and shifts. And honestly, credit to those of you that did change your mind. Credit to those of you that realize the scam that is the Ukrainian conflict. And those of you that were in that 1%, you helped move the Overton window. You held the line. You held your elected leaders to a higher standard. And someone who deserves a lot of credit is Tucker Carlson. Tucker Carlson, more than almost anybody else, deserves credit for his courage and his moral clarity on this conflict from the very beginning. Asking the right questions, framing the conflict correctly. And now today, the American people are exhausted with sending hundreds of billions of dollars to Ukraine. Remember, we had lawmakers on this program, one of whom I have a lot of respect for, North Dakota's own Senator Kramer. Again, he's a great man. We talk frequently. We just are completely different sides of this topic. This is not about anything personal with Senator Kramer. He was very polite when he came on the show. But he said on this program that there would be no limit to the amount of money that we'd be sent to Ukraine. Apparently, he was right. Over $300 to $350 billion that we have spent on what? So that over 1 million people could be died to subsidize the slaughter of entire generations of Ukrainians? President Trump just posted this on Truth Social. It is breaking news live here on this program. And I'm going to read the entire thing word for word. President Trump is the peace president. What he is doing is going to make the world a better, more stable place. Joe Biden was barreling us blindly towards a world war. Donald Trump writes on Truth Social, quote, think of it. A modestly successful comedian, Volodymyr Zelensky, talked the United States of America into spending $350 billion to go into a war that couldn't be won, that never had to start, but a war that he, without the U.S. and Trump, will never be able to settle. Let me pause. Him calling him a modestly successful comedian means that President Trump is irked at Zelensky. You see, Zelensky wants to keep the war going. Zelensky does not have a loyalty to his people. Zelensky is captured by ultra-radical Ukrainian nationalists that refuse to ever negotiate with the Russian government. There was a deal on the table a week into the conflict that was being brokered in Istanbul, Turkey. Boris Johnson was there. Tony Blinken was there. Sergei Lavrov was there. The Russian foreign minister was there. And a deal could have been brokered 1 week into the conflict that would have given Ukraine more land than they would currently get right now, and 1 million people would not have died. The United States has spent $200 billion more than Europe, and Europe's money is guaranteed, while the United States will get nothing back. Why didn't sleepy Joe Biden demand equalization? In that this war is far more important to Europe than it is to us. We have a big, beautiful ocean as separation. This is exactly right. Europe, why don't you guys step up? Oh, because the same Europeans that were clamoring and rebuking J.D. Vance are the ones that want us to spend hundreds of billions of dollars on their defense. So they want us to be able to subsidize their European social welfare democracies, even though they're censoring their own citizens. Even though Germany is looking far more like Russia than even Russia is. Europe did not step up to the plate because they want America to fight the fight for them. On top of this, Zelensky admits that half of the money we sent is missing. He refuses to have elections and is very low in Ukrainian polls. And the only thing he was good at was playing Biden like a fiddle. A dictator without elections. Woo! Trump is calling Zelensky a dictator. Yeah, I mean, he refuses to have an election. And let's press pause here. You might say it's the midst of a war. Who could have an election? Abraham Lincoln had an election in the midst of an American Civil War. Franklin Delano Roosevelt had elections in the midst of a world war. We had elections in the midst of World War I. Leaders who are illegitimate suspend Democrat means and norms to hold on to power. They could easily have an election right now. Easily. Zelensky better move fast or he's not going to have a country left. In the meantime, we are successfully negotiating an end to the war with Russia. Something, I'll admit, only Trump and the Trump administration can do. Biden never tried. Europe has failed to bring peace, and Zelensky probably wants to keep the gravy train going. I love Ukraine, which is very important that Trump says that, but Zelensky has done a terrible job. His country is shattered, and millions have unnecessarily died, and so it continues. So let me translate all of this. This is President Trump with a public salvo, because I guarantee you President Trump has been trying to get Zelensky's attention privately, because President Trump is not just opposing Zelensky. This is President Trump scolding his own intelligence department. The CIA deep state, they are the ones that have been puppeteering Zelensky for this entire time. They're the ones that have been configuring this entire conflict. And the power of public scolding like this is you better get in line or else I'm going to go do a deal with the Russians. The Ukrainians are getting mad that there might be an end to the war. Think about that. They're getting mad that this war might actually end. President Trump ran on the idea of preventing World War III and preventing a nuclear conflict. And President Trump says very clearly, he's a dictator. He's acting like a dictator, absolutely. So the significance of this entire statement is we are going to find a settlement to this war, whether Zelensky wants it or not. He does not have a say in this matter anymore. Ukraine operates solely thanks to the subsidy of the American government. And God bless President Trump for just toning out all of the clamoring from people like Tom Cotton, people like Liz Cheney. They all want this war to continue. Yet President Trump says, no, I'm not going to listen to the neocons of the U.S. Senate. Washington wants forever wars. Joni Ernst, these guardians of the forever war machine. The same people who let Afghanistan last 20 years want another 20-year war. Trump wants peace. And this is him warning everybody, peace is coming. So get on our side or peace is going to be stuffed down your throat, Mr. Modestly successful comedian named Zelensky. Z Factor. If you guys want to get to sleep, check out Z Factor. We all know how challenging it can be to get the quality sleep that you might need. Whether it's falling asleep or staying asleep, people are not getting the Z's that they need. Z Factor from Relief Factor has the formula that helps change that. Z Factor goes beyond melatonin and uses a combination of 4 natural ingredients. Help relax your mind so you can fall asleep quicker, and then helps you sleep soundly through the night. Z Factor is 100% drug-free, so it's safe to take regularly. Plus, there's no groggy feeling when you wake up. If you're looking for the right formula and better Z's, give Z Factor a try. Call 1-800-4RELIEF. That is 1-800-4RELIEF, or visit ReliefFactor.com. That is ReliefFactor.com. 1-800-4RELIEF. Visit ReliefFactor.com. Better sleep without drugs. See how Z Factor can help you get the Z's that you want. Call 1-800-4RELIEF or visit ReliefFactor.com. That is ReliefFactor.com. So much more on this that I could say, but we have an action-packed show. Next, our attention goes to Wisconsin and the significance that Supreme Court seat has on the future of our republic. We'll be right back.
If you want to whine about how bad things are, watch the evening news. Buckle up. It's the Charlie Kirk Show.
Well, that's a goofy intro. Who came up with that one? Email us, freedom@charliekirk.com. We're trying out new stuff. It's we're in a creative engine here. Email me, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. I want to add one more thing to this Zelensky topic, which is that the intel agencies are on defense right now. President Trump doing this puts them on defense. It puts them on their heels. The Central Intelligence Agency, the workings of the international intelligence community, Five Eyes, the deep state is squirming. They want permanent, forever war with no end in sight. And if you even ask them a crisply delivered question, why do we hate Russia? Can't say that. Why are we at war with Russia? They can't answer that. President Trump calls Zelensky a dictator without elections. He's right. Zelensky refuses to face his own people. If Zelensky was super popular, why doesn't he have an election? Abraham Lincoln did. Maybe because he's not popular. And what he's doing is destroying the great Ukrainian people for no reason whatsoever. Be right back. Welcome back, everybody. Email us, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to our podcast. Joining us now is great patriot Brett Galashevsky, vice chair of the Republican Party Milwaukee, but more important, Turning Point Action National Enterprise Director. Brett, welcome to the program. Everyone check out tpaction.com/100. Brett, educate our audience on what the significance, what's happening in Wisconsin.
Hey, Charlie, great to be on here again. Really appreciate you having me. Glad that I get to talk about this mission critical opportunity that we have on our hands here in Wisconsin. You know, it was almost 2 years ago to the day that I sat on this show and I talked about how Wisconsin was desperately hanging on to a 4-3 conservative majority of our Supreme Court, and that losing control of our court could have detrimental effects going forward. We ultimately lost that race in 2023, and we lost that conservative common sense control, and we saw a domino effect of things spiral out of control from there. The court immediately redrew the legislative maps, which lost us 10 assembly seats, 4 state Senate seats. They reversed Act 10, which was a big collective bargaining win of the Scott Walker Republican governor administration some 15 years ago, thought that that would never get walked back. And then the court ultimately reinstated drop boxes. So you saw huge national implications out of little old Wisconsin these last 2 years out of losing our conservative majority on the court. But we have another opportunity on our hands to retake the court back on April 1st. A conservative named Brad Schimmel is running in our Wisconsin Supreme Court race, and we have a unique opportunity on our hands to retake our state.
So yeah, let's go through this. So the significance could result in more congressional seats, voting practices. I mean, this is the balance of the Wisconsin Supreme Court. When is the election again?
So the election is April 1st. So it's coming up really quickly here, some 5 or 6 weeks from now. And the scary part is that we've only scratched the surface of what a liberal Supreme Court could do here in Wisconsin. Adding a liberal reinforcement on this court could open the door even wider to what the left has made very clear that they want to do in Wisconsin, and that is ultimately scrap voter ID laws. This is a 10-year term on the line. We won't have another shot at gaining a conservative seat again in Wisconsin until 2029. That's the next time that someone's term is up. You saw what states that didn't have voter ID were doing in 2024. They were still counting votes like yesterday. So we cannot afford to have voter ID taken away in a top 3 swing state, because this could potentially remove Wisconsin from the electoral map in 2028, meaning that J.D. Vance or whoever it is that's running as the Republican nominee for president in 2028 may not have a path to victory with Wisconsin out of play. This would force us to pick up a state like New Hampshire, Virginia, New Mexico. And I'm not saying that that's attainable. I'm saying that that makes our path a little bit more uphill. It's the left's dream. It's locking down one of the blue wall states, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. And we saw what kind of impact Wisconsin had on our ability to get 270 on election night in this past fall.
So Brett, talk about how we are announcing Commit 100 and what that is going to do at Turning Point Action to hopefully help make a difference here.
Well, so this is a turnout election like we've ever seen before. In 2022, turnout was a little over 36% statewide, so a little over 1 in 3 people actually voted in the last election. We for sure need to see turnout get on the other side of 40%. Our data alone identifies a little over 57,000 conservatives in Milwaukee County alone that are slated to sit this one out. Conservative voters that are slated to sit this one out unless we go out and chase those votes between now and April 1st. So our Commit 100 program is going to be launching in Wisconsin. It's designed for people who see what's going on in Wisconsin or watch shows like this and want to get involved in some way or another. It's designed for people to own their own neighborhoods here in Wisconsin, for people in other states, if you're listening in a state like Illinois, like Alabama, all over the country, who are hearing about this race having national implications on 2028 and want to directly help in that effort. So when somebody signs up on tpaction.com/100, which I see we have on the bottom of the screen, that's great. You are assigned a list of 100 conservative voters, what we call low propensity or disengaged conservatives, likely conservatives that will not turn out in the spring off year election unless we're chasing them. And you can go knock on those doors and essentially hyper target your efforts down to those 100 people, essentially maximizing your reach with those people. If you're from out of state, this allows you to remotely make contact with those 100 voters in Wisconsin, give them a call, shoot them a text, write them a postcard, which you'll have the ability to do on our TP Action app, which is wonderful if you haven't downloaded it yet already. And for those that want to take it to the next level and physically come to Wisconsin and chase those votes in person, we'll put you in a hotel for as long as you want to be here so you can go and chase ballots with us. This worked like a well-oiled machine in 2024. It really put the finishing touches on our effort to get President Trump across the finish line here in Wisconsin. We had literal hundreds of people come from out of state, states like Illinois, where an hour of conservative activism isn't nearly going to have the impact that an hour of conservative activism in Wisconsin will have. We'll train you, we'll put you in a nice hotel, and we'll help you chase your 100 votes. tpaction.com/100. It's an all hands on deck effort from
Great
all
work,
four
Brett.
corners.
Everyone, check out that website, tpaction.com/100. Brett, we'll have you on again soon. Michael Knowles joins us next.
To this Real America's Voice news break, I'm Terrence Bates. There is still lots of buzz this morning over President Trump and Elon Musk's interview. The two sat down with Sean Hannity to discuss their relationship, Elon Musk's leadership of the Department of Government Efficiency, and the first few weeks of the current Trump presidency. Musk also using the opportunity to lay out his view of the pushback that he and Doge have been getting.
The
president is the elected representative of the people, so he's representing the will of the people. And if the bureaucracy is fighting the will of the people and preventing the president from implementing what the people want, then what we live in is a bureaucracy and not a democracy.
Meantime, the Department of Government Efficiency is celebrating a bit of a victory this morning after a federal judge ruled on Tuesday that Doge can continue doing its job and having access to government data systems. In her ruling, U.S. District Judge Tanya Chutkan said there are legitimate questions about Musk's authority. However, there isn't enough evidence of grave legal harm to justify a temporary restraining order. The decision resolves a lawsuit that was brought by 14 Democrat attorneys general who argue that Musk running Doge is unconstitutional because he's not nominated and confirmed by the Senate. Tuesday's ruling is the latest in challenges to Doge. Two other judges have already refused to block the effort, while a federal judge in New York ruled to temporarily block the department from having access to Treasury Department data. President Trump's pick to head up the FBI and turn the embattled law enforcement agency around is one step closer to confirmation. Kash Patel will face a vote before the full Senate after clearing a procedural vote Tuesday by a 48-45 margin. Patel is expected to win confirmation and be sworn in by the end of this week. Once confirmed, Patel is expected to be a central figure in President Trump's fight against the deep state. Patel would replace now former FBI Director Christopher Wray, who resigned last month despite still having about 3 years left on his 10-year term. That's a quick check of your headlines. I'm Terrence Bates.
Early treatment from socialism saves lives. The Charlie Kirk Show is back.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. I want to tell you about one of our partners. Then we have one of my favorite Catholics in the world joining the program. We're not going to rehash that whole thing, but if you guys want to see me beating Michael Knowles in a debate, you guys can check it out on our YouTube channel or on the podcast page. For the record, he started it. My Patriot Supply. Let's go to mypatriotsupply.com. How well do you sleep at night? Real peace of mind comes from knowing your family's prepared for tough times. My Patriot Supply's America's most trusted name in emergency preparedness is offering a limited time discount on their supersized mega 3-month emergency food kit. This isn't your typical survival food. Each kit provides over 2,500 calories daily for 90 days with delicious meals and extras, including chicken, beef, fruits, and veggies. We're talking quality meals that last up to 25 years in storage and still tastes like it's home cooked. The pandemic taught us how quickly store shelves can empty. Don't wait for the next crisis. Your mega emergency food kit includes free shipping, a disaster replacement warranty, and 24/7 US-based support. This special discount is available for this week only. Visit mypatriotsupply.com and your family's future with a $250 discount. If you order by 3 p.m., they'll ship your order within the same day. Go to mypatriotsupply.com. That is mypatriotsupply.com. Joining us now is Michael Knowles from The Michael Knowles Show. Michael, welcome to the program. We have much to discuss, but I do want to talk to you about how we both went on this program, Jubilee, otherwise known as the Woke Firing Squad. Michael, tell us all about it.
So I saw that you had done it. I know Ben had done it. You know, this show seemed to come out of nowhere. And they called me up and asked me if I would like to debate 25 LGBTQ activists. And I said, well, that sounds delightful. Why not? I haven't had enough death threats recently, so why not? And I flew out to LA. We chatted for, 2 hours or something. And what was most astounding to me was at the end of all of these debates, I don't think they raised particularly strong arguments. It was unfair in the sense that their view of human nature is not grounded in reality, so it's going to be an uphill battle in any case. But I did enjoy chatting with a lot of them. And when we got to the end of the show, there was kind of a post-game interview, and they said, well, what did you think of it? And I said, I really enjoyed the format. It was nice that I could take on as many of these people with the best arguments that they could possibly come up with, and I really enjoyed it, and I hope I persuaded some of them. But anyway, their mileage may vary. And then they interviewed them, And almost to a man, they said, Knowles is evil, he's a Nazi, he's terrible. Talking to him was the most horrific experience of my life. And I thought, why are they so angry? You know, I don't know. It seems to me, and I saw this in your episode on Jubilee too, the side that is grounded, calm, generally amiable, willing to listen to the other side, doesn't get all riled up and start screaming and calling people names, usually in a debate, that's the side that has the stronger argument.
The format is rather unusual. So just for anyone who has not seen this, again, we did this back in August. I think we were the first of this new genre. Ours got 26 million YouTube views, hundreds of millions of views online. I mean, it was like a nuclear bomb for many reasons, one of which was that one of the debatees wished harm upon me and my family. You sweet people. So, but I want to just give people a little bit of a taste. Ryan, what is the cut? There's no cuts here, Ryan. Do we have a cut that we could throw to of just the type of debate that this is? And I just want to reiterate one very important thing, that it is one person on 25. So they are able to interject at any time. They're able to come in at any time they want and raise their flag. So let's watch Michael's first, and then we'll watch some of mine. Michael at 158 with Emily in Paris.
What does transgenderism in public look like to you?
It's allowing men to be treated for the purposes of the law as women. It's men taking 900 sports trophies from women in recent years. And
they didn't take 900.
They took 900. There's a report just came out from the United Nations, actually. 890 trophies and medals across 600 women who were competitors, across 29 different sports and 400 competitions. That came out like yesterday.
And they deserved them.
It didn't happen, and they deserve them. Okay, that is the logic I hear from the pro-trans crowd. Yeah.
Thank you. They do deserve them.
It's not happening, but it's good that it is.
She actually did the meme, or he, I guess, actually did the meme. It's kind of
was that a tranny? I didn't know. You know, I got the reason I say sometimes, you know, camouflage pulls it off, but I was thinking to myself, actually, I think that's an imposter as the tranny was talking.
You know, generally speaking, you can kind of tell. There was another character during this debate, a fella goes by the name of Blossom, and he was a very large, hulking man, but he had a wig on and everything. And the notion that one would not be able to tell from the shoulders and being like 6'4" or whatever, you know, is kind of silly. But that person actually did the meme, which it's not just the LGBTQ activists, but it's the left broadly does, which is they will say such and such that you're claiming is not happening, and then you provide all of the evidence.
It's the celebration parallax, is what it is. And Michael
the celebration parallax, as Michael Anton calls it. That's right. Yeah. And they say, well, no, actually, okay. Now that I'm observing it, it's good that it's happening. And so there's something really funny about this format, which is I think that person, you know, was voted out pretty quickly after that exchange. But there was one guy in particular, really just one guy of these 25 who I thought was pretty good. He was at least engaging with the arguments on a more serious philosophical and anthropological level. I thought, oh, interesting. I could really have a conversation with this guy. And of course, that guy got voted out in like 5 seconds.
Was it Mason? I think he was in mine as well. No,
that guy Mason, I felt he was not making very good arguments in either yours or in mine. There was this other guy. He was a nice enough kid, but he barely appeared in the episode. That guy Mason, I felt he made a big mistake, which is he was rude from the beginning, and so he wasn't winning over the audience, or certainly wasn't winning over me. But he also made the big mistake, which is he started talking about something that he obviously knew nothing about. And you know this, Joe, you've done a bazillion debates in your life. You know that when you raise a point in a debate, you better have a good 3 or 4 paragraphs to back it up. If you don't, you get totally shut down, as unfortunately for him, happened to him in our exchange.
So I want to just give people a little taste from my dialogue. This is a good version of them being shocked, and I hope you guys understand. This is 1 on 25. I have to keep on repeating it. It's exhausting because they're able to think about their best argument. Now, mind you, I don't want to say professional debaters, but it's the Jubilee, they're a little tricky, because they're like, oh, you're going to be debating college kids. Okay, that's sort of true, but some of these kids are like all they do is go on TikTok and yell at people all day long. So they're a little bit more elevated. So it's like hive mind against one person. So as soon as you win one debate, another person comes in, and you win one, another person comes in. This is 156.
So I want to make a quick point.
You're right. Black Americans are in prison far greater than their percentage of the population. So Black Americans are about 13 to 14% of the population.
Yes,
about half of all prisoners are Black.
Exactly.
So Blacks commit more crimes than whites do. They commit more murders. They commit more arsons. They commit more kidnappings. For example, Blacks are 13% of the population, and they commit 58% of all the murders. That's not a war on drugs. That's a culture problem. And I mean, they just lose it. Michael, you there?
I'm there. I can't see the clip, so all I could hear you was you smack them down, and then the other person had nothing to say. I think you're totally right about the hive mind aspect here, because they're going to come in, and what they're going to try to hit you on is some statistic. And if being a conservative, I think statistics are basically bunk and not really worth bringing up all that often. But you have to bring them up because in modern culture, people think that that's what debates consist of. So you need to go in there with a slew of studies and numbers and statistics. But what's crazy about it, Charlie, is you saw this in your debate. I think you definitely saw it in my debate because we were debating really just human nature. You don't really need a dozen statistics to know that a boy can't become a girl, okay? You don't really need a dozen statistics to know that it's good to enforce the law or that babies are babies and we should protect them. You know, ultimately, a lot of this comes down to common sense, first principles of practical reason, and basic philosophical intuitions, which unfortunately elude a lot of these people. Even if they are professional debaters in some cases, they have not been trained not just in debate and rhetoric, but even in epistemology, even how to know things about anything. And so I feel it's actually, people say it's an unfair fight because it's 25 versus 1. But if you're a conservative who has any kind of grounding at all, it might be unfair in the other direction.
What did you learn more broadly about left-wing Gen Z by doing this? I mean, you do a lot of campus stuff. I do a lot of campus stuff. What I'll tell you what I learned after doing this is I know how shallow they are, but how comfortable they are in their shallow political ideology. They have intentionally not decided to deepen their understanding, and so remarkably intolerant of anyone that might have a different opinion.
All of that's true. Certainly, we've seen that happening for years. We know that the quality of education these days is a little bit weak at all the schools. However, there's another insight, a really traditional insight from our civilization and from Christianity that comes out, which is that sin darkens the intellect. Okay, when you engage in sin and vice, it actually makes you dumber than you otherwise would be. And this is something we all have to watch out for because we all sin, so you got to be careful of it. But for a grown man to show up on television or the internet or just broadly on camera with a big wig on, talking about his sexual desires and bizarre sexual practices, that is a crazy thing to do. That is humiliating for the individual, and he shouldn't do it. And the kinds of arguments that I found they were making basically came down to, hey, I really like this thing, or hey, I have emotional problems, or hey, I was really angry at my family growing up or something. And so I have a great deal of sympathy for people, but it's evidence that they've lost control of their reason. And the whole point of education is to take your appetites. We all have kind of weird appetites sometimes. It's a fallen world. To bring those under the command of your reason. So you say, no, I'm not going to eat the 5th cookie from the cookie jar. That's not going to be good. I want it in some ways, but it won't be good for me to eat that. No, I'm not going to do that kind of weird behavior that's being encouraged by our society. But unfortunately, modern education tells you the opposite. It says, hey, if it feels good, do it. If you have any appetite at all, indulge it. Forget about reason. There's no such thing as objective truth. There's no such thing as objective reality. And it leaves these people ultimately not just looking foolish in a debate against some conservative, but it leaves them very sad. I walked into that room. I had a nice time. I actually enjoyed speaking to the people, even the ones who were rude. They walked out of that room, by their own admission, angry, sad, probably some of them wishing violence upon me, openly wishing violence upon you. That's not good. That's not a good way to live. And if you're constantly furious and angry and just butting your head up against reality, it probably means that something in your ideology is a little bit wrong.
Michael Knowles did amazing. Michael, stay for another segment here. We want to play more of your encounter in Jubilee. Fun stuff. We are now part of the Jubilee Survivor Club. Rough Greens. Ever see your dog slowing down or having health issues and wonder what can I do to make them better? Well, my friend, add Rough Greens to your dog's food for 90 days and you'll see changes that will amaze you, guaranteed. Invented by naturopathic Dr. Dennis Black, Rough Greens wants to invite you to give your pup the Rough Greens 90-day challenge. In the first 30 days, you'll see shinier coats and increased energy. By day 60, your dog will have a stronger immune system, less shedding, and improved joint function, all due to live nutrients you've added to their diet. Fetch a free Jumpstart trial bag today for your dog. Go to roughgreens.com and use promo code Kirk. That is ruffgreens.com, promo code Kirk, and just cover shipping. You don't have to change your dog's food to improve your dog's health. Just add a scoop of Rough Greens. That is ruffgreens.com/KIRK. That is roughgreens.com/Kirk. The Rough Greens 90-day challenge. You'll check it out and fetch a free Jumpstart trial bag. Roughgreens.com/Kirk. That is ruffgreens.com/KIRK. Email us, freedom@charliekirk.com. If you want to debate me uninterrupted with no filter, come to the University of South Florida tomorrow. And yes, the trannies are welcome. Be right back.
The vanguard of the next great American generation. Your host, Charlie Kirk.
Okay, do you guys have student loan debt? Again, this is a great partner of ours. I think really highly of YRefi. They're big sponsors of us at Turning Point USA, and they're amazing. If you guys have a distressed student loan, listen carefully. I can't speak highly enough of their ability to handle this for you. They can help you be debt-free, and they can take control of your student loan situation with a plan that works for your monthly budget. YRefi does not care what your credit score is. YRefi is not a debt settlement company, but they work with each borrower individually, tailoring each loan, each borrower's specific situation. You will not be calling a faceless call center. YRefi does not care what your credit score is. Again, they can reduce your monthly payment and guarantees interest rates under 6%, ensuring affordability and financial relief. About $45 billion of all student loans are labeled as distressed. And by the way, you might think, oh, it's just a student thing. There's so many people at the age of 30, 40, and 50 that have distressed student loans. So that is you. Call YRefi or go to their website, YREFY.com. That is YRefi.com. You don't have to ignore that mountain of student loan statements on your kitchen table anymore. Go to YRefi.com, YRefi.com. We'll be right back, everybody. Okay, everybody, let's play some more of Mr. Knowles with the linebacker. Play cut 160.
How are you going to get people to stop being trans?
I think we're going to tell boys that they're not girls.
So we're going to tell boys that they're not girls, and they're going to listen.
Yeah, basically.
Really?
Yeah, that's what we've done for most of history.
That happened to me, and I can promise you to God that I didn't listen.
Yeah, well, because we live at a time that is affirming the transgender delusion. But if we lived at a more sensible time, probably you would have listened, and you might have had some. And I think we should just return to a more sensible kind of politics.
But how? What is yours? You're not giving a solution on how you would even be capable of doing something.
I think we kick the fellas out of the boys' bathroom. We kick the transgender teaching out of schools. We just enforce the law as it was before 2015.
Michael?
I think it's really as simple as that. Not everything has to be really complicated. And you could hear there from that interlocutor and really from a ton of the people on the Jubilee debate. They ask you a question, you give them a simple answer, and then they accuse you of not having answered the question. And it's really because they don't want that answer. But I think what's really most jarring to them, especially on this issue, is how recently all of this has taken place. A lot of them seem unaware that in the late part of Barack Obama's first term, he held the view of marriage that everyone has held for all of human history, namely that it involves a man and a woman, both of them together. They don't seem aware that until June of 2016, trans-identifying people were not permitted in the U.S. military. Of course not. It's contrary to reality. It shows that they've got some psychological problems. It's not good for military fitness. They don't seem to realize that until the 2016 election cycle, there wasn't a big blow-up fight over bathrooms and some big push from the left to send men into the girls' bathroom. They don't understand how recently this is. And I guess my question for all of them is one of the basic conservative objections to all of modern liberalism, which is, hey, if statistically everyone everywhere for all of history has thought a certain thing about human nature, isn't there a decent chance they were right? If you and like 5 of your friends think the opposite, isn't it more likely that everyone else was right? I don't know. That seems persuasive to me, maybe not to them.
One more I want to play here, which is just delicious. Let's play cut 161.
Hi.
Hello.
Blossom. She, her, hers powerhouse.
The Blossom Powerhouse. Lovely to meet you.
Yes. Go ahead. I want to know your ideology around transgenderism, something that doesn't exist. It just sounds more like conservative propaganda. So I kind of want to know a little bit more about what you're trying to communicate.
Okay, I think for all of history everywhere, people have understood the human person to have something to do with his body. So like your body has something to do with who you are. Now there is an alternative view, which is called Gnosticism. It's a view that our bodies don't really have anything to do with who we are, that the body is maybe even evil, and that our true selves have no connection to our bodies. And I see in the transgender ideology a kind of Gnosticism that says that you could look like a man, you could have a man's genetics, you could have a man's genitals, you could have a man's everything, but if you feel on some deep level that you're really a woman, then you are really a woman. And I don't think that's true, and I think that the social effects of that are really bad because it leads to the depriving women of their legitimate rights. In some cases it leads to rapes, notably in the last few years, and it also leads to women losing their sports competitions and their scholarships, and it's just disordered and false. And it also leads to more people adopting this identity, which leads to very high rates of anxiety, depression, and suicide. So it's bad for everyone, and it's not grounded in reality.
That guy was awfully intimidating.
I'm not physically the largest guy in the world, but I suppose he could have just thrown me down onto the pavement. But I felt that
that wouldn't have been ladylike, Michael.
That would not have been ladylike. It would have undercut his argument that he was a lady. And right after that clip, the first response that guy made was, he said, "Oh, you have no idea what you're talking about. You don't even understand the words you're saying." And I thought, look, man, you could disagree. I guess you could try to disagree with what I'm saying about human nature. I think it would be difficult, but you can't tell me that I haven't articulated a view here, okay? And I think for much of the modern left, it's clear enough for us who have some familiarity with history and how people have understood human nature. It's clear enough to us to say, oh, you're really denying that there's a connection between identity and the body. And then paradoxically, you're actually going in later and insisting that you mutilate the body to be more closely in line with your fantasy of how you really are or whatever. And there's a name for that. It's a Gnostic ideology. There have been many instances of it throughout history.
Yep.
But that's what's going on.
And I think
for
a
them,
profound point.
Oh, thank you. But they did not appreciate that. Blossom did not think it was a profound point. And I suspect it's because where they're coming at this is not through a critical examination of human nature. What they're coming at this from is saying, look, I want to do this. I have this hang up,
Of course.
I get it.
I don't think Blossom could spell Gnosticism. I don't think they get the first letter right. Okay? Very good, Michael Knowles. See you soon. Thank you.
Good to see you.
Second hour coming up.
You asked, and we heard you, America.
Real America's Voice is coming to iHeartMedia.
Yes, Real America's Voice is now breaking through the white noise of the mainstream media.
Just download the iHeart app, and you'll have all of us right at your fingertips.
Scan the QR code and start streaming RAV anywhere you want.
Real America's Voice, available whenever you need us.
It's never been easier to stay connected with the voices you trust.
RAV on iHeart means you can take us with you wherever you go.
This is huge. The truth on iHeart. Ready whenever you are. From Charlie Kirk to Steve Bannon, Jack Posobiec to Grant Stinchfield, you'll find all your favorite RAV hosts in one place.
You can listen on Spotify, Apple, Pandora, or Amazon. RAV is now available everywhere you get your podcasts. All you need to do is scan the QR code right now.
Download the iHeart app today and get ready for Real America's Voice.
Scan the QR code and join the RAV movement.
Back to this Real America's Voice news break. I'm Terrence Bates. There's still lots of buzz this morning over President Trump and Elon Musk's sit down. The two, you may remember, sat down with Sean Hannity to discuss their relationship. Also, Elon Musk's leadership of the Department of Government Efficiency and the first few weeks of the current Trump presidency. Musk using the opportunity to lay out his view of the pushback that he and Doge have received.
The president is the elected representative of the people, so he's representing the will of the people. And if the bureaucracy is fighting the will of the people and preventing the president from implementing what the people want, then what we live in is a bureaucracy and not a democracy.
Elon Musk's Department of Government Efficiency is celebrating a victory this morning as well after a federal judge ruled on Tuesday that Doge can continue doing its job and have access to government data systems. In her ruling, U.S. District Judge Tanya Chutkan said there are legitimate questions about Musk's authority, but there isn't enough evidence of grave legal harm to justify a temporary restraining order. The decision resolves a lawsuit brought by 14 Democrat attorneys general who argued that Musk running Doge is unconstitutional because he's not nominated and confirmed by the Senate. Tuesday's ruling is the latest in challenges to Doge, which includes 2 other judges who have refused to block the effort, while a federal judge in New York ruled to temporarily block the department from accessing Treasury Department data specifically. U.S. and Russian officials are moving forward with several goals following Tuesday's peace talks in Saudi Arabia. While the focus was to begin brokering a ceasefire and peace deal over the war between Russia and Ukraine, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky warning that his country will not recognize any peace deal that was reached without Ukrainian participation. Meantime, President Trump on record this morning criticizing Zelensky for allowing the war to get this far.
And Zelensky, I will say this, he wants to settle now. He's had enough. He shouldn't have allowed this to happen either. No. You know, if he's no angel, he shouldn't have allowed this war to happen. First of all, he's fighting a much bigger entity, okay? Much bigger.
President Trump's pick to head the FBI and turn the embattled law enforcement agency around is now one step closer to confirmation. Kash Patel will face a vote before the full Senate after clearing a procedural vote on Tuesday by a 48-45 margin. Patel expected to win confirmation and be sworn in by the end of this week. Once confirmed, he's expected to be central in the Trump administration's fight against the deep state. Patel will replace now former FBI Director Christopher Wray, who resigned last month despite still having about 3 years left on his 10-year post. Also happening today, a federal judge will consider a request by federal prosecutors to drop corruption charges against New York City Mayor Eric Adams. At issue is whether the judge will approve that request. The move comes after President Trump ordered the DOJ to pursue the dismissal so that Mayor Adams can focus on helping the Trump administration crack down on illegal immigration. Critics argue dismissing the charges at the behest of the president makes the New York mayor beholden to the Trump administration. That's a quick check of your headlines. The IRS is the largest collection agency in the world, and with April 15th fast approaching, it's more aggressive than ever. In 2025, enforcement is ramped up, and if you happen to owe back taxes or if you've got unfiled returns, well, waiting just isn't an option for you. And the longer you do wait, the worse it gets. Ignoring your tax troubles, probably one of the worst things you can do. April 15th marks another tax year that has passed you by, and getting ahead of this now is the smart move. But never, ever, ever contact the IRS on your own. Instead, let the experts at Tax Network USA handle it for you. Why, you ask? Well, it's because not all tax resolution companies are the same. Tax Network USA has a preferred direct line to the IRS, which means they know exactly which agents to deal with and which ones to avoid. With proven strategies to settle tax problems in your favor, whether you owe $10,000 or $10 million, Tax Network USA's attorneys and negotiators have already resolved over $1 billion in tax debt. Talk with one of their strategists today for free. Stop the threatening letters, stop looking over your shoulder, and protect yourself from property seizures and bank levies. Don't let the IRS control your future. Instead, call 800-905-8000 or visit tnusa.com/RAV. Remember, April 15th is right around the corner, so act now before the IRS acts first.
Why do you think other countries aren't judged for having a strict immigration policy?
I was born as a man and now I'm a woman.
What do you think the biggest threat is to the United States currently? There's a reason that a lot of the black community doesn't have a father, and it's because of systemic racism.
America is the only country where even those who hate it refuse to leave. That's how you know you live in a great country. It's time that we start talking to the next generation, not talking down to the next generation. And that's what we're doing.
Is it a crime to insult somebody in public?
Yes. Yes, it is.
And it's a crime to insult them online as well?
Yes. The fine could be even higher if you insult someone in the internet.
Why?
Because in the internet, it stays there. If we are talking here face to face, you insult me, I insult you, okay, finish. But if you in the internet, if I insult you or a politician,
that sticks around forever.
Yeah.
If somebody posts something that's not true, and then somebody else reposts it or likes it, are they committing a crime?
Yeah, in the case of reposting, it is a crime as well, because the reader can't distinguish whether you just invented this or just reposted it. That's the same for us.
It's 6:01 on a Tuesday morning, and we were with state police as they raided this apartment in northwest Germany.
Hier ist die Polizei, wir müssen bitte mal mit Ihnen reden.
Inside, 6 armed officers searched a suspect's home, then seized his laptop and cell phone. Prosecutors say those electronics may have been used to commit a crime. The crime, posting a racist cartoon online. At the exact same time across Germany, more than 50 similar raids played out. Part of what prosecutors say is a coordinated effort to curb online hate speech in Germany.
No voter on this continent went to the ballot box to open the floodgates to millions of unvetted immigrants. But you know what they did vote for? In England, they voted for Brexit, and agree or disagree, they voted for it. And more all over Europe, they're voting for political leaders who promise to put an end to out-of-control migration. Now, I happen to agree with a lot of these concerns, but you don't have to agree with me. I just think that people care about their homes, they care about their dreams, they care about their safety and their capacity to provide for themselves and their children. Now, we're at the point, of course, that the situation has gotten so bad that this December, Romania straight up canceled the results of a presidential election based on the flimsy suspicions of an intelligence agency and enormous pressure from its continental neighbors. Now, as I understand it, the argument was that Russian disinformation had infected the Romanian elections. But I'd ask my European friends to have some perspective. You can believe it's wrong for Russia to buy social media advertisements to influence your elections. We certainly do. You can condemn it on the world stage even. But if your democracy can be destroyed with a few $100,000 of digital advertising from a foreign country, then it wasn't very strong to begin with. And of all the pressing challenges that the nations represented here face,
we're playing that for a reason. JD's speech in Munich was a game changer. It was a realignment. And all eyes right now are on Germany. It's on Germany both in the long term and in the immediate. Joining us now is Marie-Therese Kaiser, member of Germany's AfD party. Ooh, scary. Marie, welcome back to the program. Tell us what is going on in your country and also the status of your criminal case where you were targeted and had to pay a fine for what exactly? Please get our audience up to speed.
Yes, we already talked about my case in your show, and I had to pay the fine. I had to pay 6,000 euros for asking a critical question on social media to the illegal immigration and the migration crisis in Germany, because politicians wanted to get refugees from Afghanistan without any background check or security check to Germany. And I asked them whether they wanted to have a welcome culture for rapists, group rapists, because statistically speaking, the Afghan refugees are proportionately more committing sexual crimes. So yeah, that was the case, and I got fined, and there's nothing new. But I had an interesting experience, because during this election campaign right now, I had a panel discussion at a school, and I got asked by a student about my conviction for sedition. And what I didn't know was that the State Security Service was in the audience and secretly recording my statement. And then they reported it to the public prosecutor's office to initiate an investigation against me again, just because I told the student why I got convicted in the past. So yeah, that's the situation in Germany. JD Vance is all the way right.
I mean, I hope everyone understands Germany is not a free society, does not embrace freedom of speech, which brings us to the immediate election this Sunday. You are a member of the AfD party, which has come under major sanctions and major investigations by your own government. What is happening this Sunday, and what are the stakes of your upcoming election?
Yes, that's right. I think there is a lack of political will from the other parties to really initiate political change, because the perpetrators are not deported. They do not even receive harsh punishments. Instead, authorities are dealing with prosecution of opinion crimes and alleged hate speech. So it's really ridiculous. And they are also trying to ban and persecute us as AfD, as the largest opposition to the prevailing politics and the second strongest political force in the country, we have to say. So millions of voters support our positions. And I'm really curious for the election results on Sunday.
Yeah. So what are the major issues that are going to be in contention for this upcoming federal election?
Yeah, I think the migration and refugee crisis is the top issue in these elections, because more and more people are realizing the dramatic conditions, not only in the bigger cities, but also in the villages on the countryside. And I mean, we had 3 major terror attacks, which occurred the last months during the election campaign. Speaking of Magdeburg, Aschaffenburg, and also Munich. And in addition to that, we also had hundreds of knife crimes. So it's obvious that the great replacement is happening, and it's the sad reality that everyone is really facing right now on the streets.
It is a true crisis happening, and yet your party gets smeared. We have 1 minute remaining in the segment as a Nazi party and the worst possible things. Educate our American audience of the smears that your party has to receive.
Yes, I mean, there is really a lot. They say that we're national socialists, we're right extremists, but all that is not true. And as I said before, they really try to ban us. I think they are scared. They are really scared because we're so strong right now, and we get a lot of voters. So let's just be optimistic. And I think what I really wanted to say is that it's now the time to vote for your life. And we only have one chance to make Germany great again and make Europe great again.
Absolutely. Marie, please stay right there. We're going to keep you through the segment right now. Germany has a choice of whether it wants to keep on committing suicide or if it wants to be a serious country. Let's go to Patriot Mobile. Patriot Mobile is great. I just had dinner last night with Glenn Story, who is the CEO of Patriot Mobile. Really great. It's patriotmobile.com/Charlie. That is patriotmobile.com/Charlie. Do you know that Patriot Mobile is one of the few companies out there that will use a cell phone company that will donate to conservative causes? If you guys are not using Patriot Mobile, then you are participating in part of the problem. The difference is every dollar you spend with Patriot Mobile supports the First and Second Amendment. Right now, go to patriotmobile.com/Charlie. That is patriotmobile.com/Charlie and get a free month of service with promo code Charlie. Switch to Patriot Mobile today and defend freedom with every call and text you make. Visit patriotmobile.com/Charlie or call 972-PATRIOT. That is patriotmobile.com/Charlie. Keep your number, keep your phone, or upgrade. Go to patriotmobile.com/Charlie. That is patriotmobile.com/Charlie. There is a movement sweeping through the West for us to reclaim our countries, to reclaim our homes. We'll be right back. Okay, everybody, welcome back. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. We continue with Marie-Therese Kaiser from the AfD party in Germany. So let me ask you a question, Marie. If I, as a visitor, or let's just say someone who is native to Germany, were to go out in public and criticize mass migration, if they were to say that mass migration makes your cities dirtier, if it increases rapes and crime, what could happen to that individual?
You could get sentenced. You could get into real trouble. Like people could start attacking you. It's really dangerous. We truly don't have free speech anymore.
Was there and I'm not trying to get you in trouble here because they're probably monitoring this and, they'd love an excuse to come after you. So be very careful. So I understand the sensitivities here, but help me understand, though, that what decisions were made that resulted in the erosion of freedom of speech in Germany?
I think that the political parties in charge right now, they made some new laws and also made stronger laws to just go after people who participate in free speech, and especially online, because we have a new authority who is just looking what people are writing online. So that's also a problem. It's not only on the streets and in public, it's also online.
Let's watch this video here of 60 Minutes just to refresh our audience. Let's play cut 2, please.
Is it a crime to insult somebody in public?
Yes.
Yes,
it is.
And it's a crime to insult them online as well?
Yes.
The fine could be even higher if you insult someone in the internet.
Why?
Because in internet, it stays there. If we are talking here face to face, you insult me, I insult you, okay, finish. But if you in the internet, if I insult you or a politician,
that sticks around forever.
Yeah.
If somebody posts something that's not true, and then somebody else reposts it or likes it, are they committing a crime?
Yeah, in the case of reposting, it is a crime as well, because the reader can't distinguish whether you just invented this or just reposted it. That's the same for us.
Is this correct, what is being described here?
Yes, right. It is.
It's beyond shocking and speechless for our American audience to see this. And it feels as if Germany is becoming totalitarian at the very least. Can you explain, and we'll do this with the break coming back, there's this concept, cordon sanitaire, that I'm butchering the pronunciation, that I want you to try to explain to our audience. So basically, your party is not allowed to have a voice in government no matter how well you do. And I want you to educate our audience on that in just a second. Everybody, email us, freedom@charliekirk.com. This is powerful stuff. We're subsidizing this. So what you are seeing is because of American taxpayer dollars, we are paying money for this. Why are we putting up with this? Why are we continually spending hundreds of billions of dollars so that people like Marie have to be fined and potentially imprisoned and spied on by the National Security Service of Germany? It's outrageous. Email us, freedom@charliekirk.com. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody. Email us, freedom@charliekirk.com. Okay, I want to play this piece of tape here. This is CBS, who joined the German police to conduct a raid on a citizen for posting a meme. This is where they're heading, everybody. Raiding a home for posting a meme online. Now, America would never do anything. Oh, wait, actually, yeah, we do. We have Douglas Mackey, who's facing federal prison for the same thing. I have a feeling that's all going to get figured out and fixed. Let's play cut 4.
It's 6:01 on a Tuesday morning, and we were with state police as they raided this apartment in northwest Germany.
Hier ist die Polizei, wir müssen bitte mal mit ihm reden.
Inside, 6 armed officers searched a suspect's home, then seized his laptop and cell phone. Prosecutors say those electronics may have been used to commit a crime. The crime, posting a racist cartoon online. At the exact same time across Germany, more than 50 similar raids played out. Part of what prosecutors say is a coordinated effort to curb online hate speech in Germany.
I mean, there's very little, Marie, that gets me speechless. This is breathtaking.
Yes, it is, definitely. And it really scares me, it frightens me, because, everyone could be next. You never know when they come for you. So, you just have to be really careful.
So help me understand then. It looks as if your polling is going very well, but is it true that no matter how well your party does, you're not allowed to have a voice in government? What is the truth behind this?
Yeah, I think what you're referring to is the so-called firewall, which the Christ Democrats are sticking to. They try to entice their voters with empty promises, and they just copy the content from our election program. And Friedrich Merz, he's also a candidate for the chancellor. He has his so-called 5-point plan in migration and the refugee crisis, but it's nothing more than a reformulated version of our remigration concept. And I mean, there are a lot of similarities with the Christ Democrats, but the CDU is not willing to talk to us in order to find compromises. They only want to maintain their power and don't aim for real political change. So they are already openly announcing that coalitions with the Greens or also the Social Democrats are certainly conceivable.
Marie, how can people support, and what would you, if this does not go well on Sunday, what does the future of Germany look like for you?
I mean, it will get worse if we get not in charge, but still I'm optimistic and I want the people to stay optimistic. So if we don't make it this time, we make it in 2029, and then we get Alice Weidel as chancellor. So I just want everyone to go and vote, because your voice matters, it counts. So please go vote.
Marie, thank you so much. And yes, vote AFD for the sanity of the West. And I'll be visiting Berlin in May. I'm giving a speech there with Dr. Jordan Peterson. And during our speech, we're actually going to say all the things that are verboten, see if they'll arrest us. They might arrest 2 Americans on stage, but we'll see if I think the American government will have our back. God bless you. Talk to you soon. It's just, this is sick and scary stuff, everybody. Where that you could be criminalized for posting a meme online. And you could tell Marie there has to be very guarded, has to be very careful, because they might raid her home. Secret police, meme police, brought to you by the German government. And meanwhile, this is exactly what J.D. Vance was going to Munich. He threw it down. J.D. Vance drew a line in the sand and said, we're not going to keep on subsidizing this. We're not going to keep on allowing this to happen? This is the strange death of Europe, as Douglas Murray has talked about for quite some time. Totalitarianism mixed with mass Middle Eastern Mohammedan migration. I think the German story, a little bit different than the French and the English story. The English story is just a sad husk of its former self. The German story, though, because they're very productive, industrious people. I mean, the Germans work their tail off. They're incredibly precise. They're great engineers. They got some great companies. Is all one word: guilt. What happens when you have a lot of guilt and you don't have Christianity? You embrace left-wing politics. You need Christianity or some form of a belief in God to be able to deal with your guilt. Otherwise, you go find radical left-wing politics. Christ breaks you from your shame and your guilt. Left-wing politics does not. Be right back.
Bates here with your Real America's Voice News Break. Thanks so much for being here with us. U.S. and Russian officials are moving forward with several goals following Tuesday's peace talks in Saudi Arabia. While the focus was to begin brokering a ceasefire and peace deal over the war between Russia and Ukraine, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky warning that his country will not recognize any peace deal that's reached without Ukrainian participation. In the meantime, President Trump is on the record this morning criticizing Zelensky for allowing the war to get this far.
And Zelensky, I will say this, he wants to settle now. He's had enough. He shouldn't have allowed this to happen either. You know, if he's no angel, he shouldn't have allowed this war to happen. First of all, he's fighting a much bigger entity, okay? Much bigger.
Meantime, Secretary of State Marco Rubio says his delegation reached an agreement with the Russians on Tuesday to restore embassy staffing in both Washington, D.C. as well as in Moscow. The two sides also agreed to promote economic cooperation as they work together to find common ground on Ukraine. Happening today, a federal judge will consider a request by federal prosecutors to drop corruption charges against New York City Mayor Eric Adams. At issue is whether the judge will approve that request. The move comes after President Trump ordered the DOJ to pursue the dismissal so that Mayor Adams can focus on helping the Trump administration crack down on illegal immigration in the New York City area. Critics argue that dismissing the charges at the behest of the president makes the New York mayor beholden to the Trump administration. They also say the case reflects political interference in the Justice Department. 64-year-old Eric Adams was charged with taking bribes and campaign donations from Turkish nationals who were seeking to influence him. He pleaded not guilty. Elon Musk's Department of Government Efficiency celebrating a bit of a victory after a federal judge ruled on Tuesday that Doge can continue doing its job and have access to government data systems. In her ruling, the U.S. District Judge said that there are legitimate questions about Musk's authority, but there isn't enough evidence of grave legal harm to justify a temporary restraining order. That's a quick check of your headlines.
Leftists hate him. Nobody ignores him. It's the Charlie Kirk
Okay,
Show.
I want to talk about the Herzog Foundation, and then one of my all-time favorite people joins the program, an all-American patriot. This guy is a rock star. Can't say enough good stuff about Lee Zeldin, who joins us in a second. As the school year kicks off, are you rethinking your kid's educational path, wondering if their current school truly supports your family's values? Let the Herzog Foundation serve as the ultimate guide to exploring new educational options. They are the trusted source on American K-12 Christian education. Whether you're eyeing Christian schools or diving into homeschooling, visit readlion.com now to access these must-read articles and sign up for daily and weekly newsletters. That is readlion.com, readlion.com. So check it out right now. If you're looking for valuable news insights, The Lion, the Herzog Foundation's award-winning publication, is essential reading. So go to readlion.com and equip yourself with the knowledge you need for a successful school year. That is readlion.com, and portions of the Charlie Kirk Show are brought to you in part by the Herzog Foundation. Joining us now is the legendary Lee Zeldin, who is the head of the EPA. First, Lee, I got to tell you, congratulations. That's an amazing post. Very important job. Congratulations, my friend.
Thanks a lot, Charlie. It's great to be with you.
So just kind of give us a perspective first and foremost, then I want to get into the gold bars. What is your vision for the EPA from a conservative pro-growth perspective?
Our Powering the Great American Comeback initiative focuses on 5 pillars. Number one, as President Trump talks about, we need to be focused on pursuing clean air, land, and water for all Americans. That's pillar number one, first and foremost. But there are several other pillars that the American public voted for last November that we take close to heart. One is unleashing energy dominance, permitting reform, making America the AI capital of the world, bringing back American auto jobs. President Trump talks about ushering in a new golden age, a golden era of success, and that's something that we want to do our part. So this past Friday, President Trump at the Oval Office signed an executive order announcing his National Energy Dominance Council. I was there with Secretary Wright, Secretary Burgum, Secretary Duffy, and others. President Trump doesn't want to spend just 4 years trying to get all of these goals accomplished. He wants to get this stuff done in a matter of weeks and months. So with that level of urgency, we're all in to do our part here at EPA.
Let's play cut 134. This got some headlines. Let's play cut 134.
Hi, this is EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin. One of my very top priorities at EPA is to be an excellent steward of your hard-earned tax dollars. There will be zero tolerance of any waste and abuse. An extremely disturbing video circulated 2 months ago featuring a Biden EPA political appointee talking about how they were tossing gold bars off the Titanic, rushing to get billions of your tax dollars out the door before Inauguration Day. Shockingly, roughly 20 billion of your tax dollars were parked at an outside financial institution by the Biden EPA. And it was purposefully designed to obligate all of the money in a rush job with reduced oversight.
So some people actually thought it was gold bars for the record. However, it's very, very good branding there. What did you learn about this?
There's been so many developments just over the course of the last few days since that video came out. I'll give you an example of one. Just earlier today, I was reading the grant agreement. On page 1 of a grant agreement, it was saying that the grant for $2 billion of funds. On page 6 of that grant agreement, it says that the grantee has 90 days to complete a training called, you won't believe this, Charlie, it's called How to Develop a Budget. So 21 days to get out over $2 billion, 90 days to complete training on how to develop a budget. There is so much to this. I've read now the financial agent agreement, the account control agreements, the legal reviews. They were amending account control agreements just days before Inauguration Day. So that video where that Biden EPA political appointee was talking about throwing gold bars off the Titanic, they actually were, not to what is just a few 100,000 or a few million. We're talking about tens of billions of dollars, tens of billions of tax dollars. I've been working with the Justice Department, the Treasury Department, and others. We want to make sure that there's full accountability and oversight established here. There's zero tolerance for waste and abuse in the Trump administration.
Absolutely. Can you explain the nexus between left-wing NGOs and government money?
So the way that this was designed, once Congress appropriated tens of billions of dollars here to pass through the EPA, 8 entities as primary recipients would receive all $20 billion as a pass-through. And then once that money was passed through those 8 primary recipients, they would go to a bunch of subgrantees. And in many respects, those subgrantees were also pass-throughs. And these were NGOs that were very well connected and in some respects extremely newly set up organizations where they have never handled anywhere close to this level of money, to the point where you have to work into the grant agreement training on how to develop a budget. So this is something that shouldn't have been set up from the get-go. The entire scheme is something that's designed for waste and abuse. And get this, Charlie, once the money passes through those 8 primary recipients and moves on to those subgrantees, EPA isn't even a party to the account control agreement. EPA deliberately had stuff worded into the financial agent agreement and the original account control agreement to tie its hand behind its back. And the dates of this stuff is wild. The financial agent agreement, September 18th. The account control agreement is November 1st. The legal review on all of this is done on Election Day, November 5th. And as I pointed out earlier, they were still amending these things January 13th, just a few days before the inauguration. Last I'll say is this, if you don't mind. Up front, the $20 billion was given out. It wasn't like they gave out some tranche of money and then over the course of time, the grantee's coming back to the government and the government is signing off based on past performances and accountability and proposals for the future. The government gave out the $20 billion in the onset and said, here you go.
It's unbelievable. Talk also about the return to work push. How many EPA staff are there and how many were going into the office before?
So the total amount of the EPA, the numbers were over 15,000. And one of the things that I asked when I first came in, it was 3 weeks ago today, I wanted to know what the numbers looked like as far as attendance inside of headquarters over the course of the last year or so. So since January of 2024, the average attendance rate on Mondays and Fridays was about 5 to 8%. The most that the EPA headquarters had on any single day, like the record attendance, was that there was one day where attendance hit 37%. President Trump came in, he signed an executive order. It's time to come back to work. And I believe that it's important for productivity, for collaboration. It's important for us to do everything in our power to make the American public proud. We're seeing it right now with EPA doing such a great job in California, completing a phase 1 hazardous material removal. President Trump gave us 30 days to get it done. We're going to hit that. We have over 1,500 workers on the ground. EPA is in Western North Carolina. We're in East Palestine, Ohio. We're in Maui and Flint. And now, after the flooding that just took place in Kentucky, we just received a FEMA mission assignment to help with that removal, and we are on it. So we have a lot of important work here at EPA. We want to make the American public proud. We can't all do it from home.
I could not agree more. So the premise of the EPA should be to develop and to explore the liquid gold, as President Trump would say. How do we balance that with while being environmentally conscious, also having an expedited agenda to have the most energy dominant country on the planet?
Great point. President Trump, in that executive order that he signed on Friday, created this National Energy Dominance Council where we had multiple agencies all standing there represented by myself, Secretaries Wright and Burgum and Duffy, and other members of the cabinet there to announce this collaboration, this partnership. President Trump spoke about Constitution Pipeline, which was stopped by New York, utilizing an EPA rule, which needs to get looked at because this was a really important project. And as President Trump pointed out, can get done at this point in less than a year. So President Trump wants to greenlight it. We need to ensure that we are not holding back that level of progress and that we are in touch with American innovation, that we understand that over the course of the last couple decades, emissions have gone down here in the U.S., that we provide these forms of energy cleaner than so many other countries all around the world. And America sits on all of these important resources that we will tap into in a way that is better for the environment than so many other places around the world. So if you care about the environment, we shouldn't be relying on all of these countries elsewhere. Let's do it here at home. And not only will we be doing a better job in protecting the environment, it's important for our national security, it's important for our economy, and we'll be delivering on what the American public demanded last November 5th.
Finally, 1 minute remaining, Lee. President Trump wrote an executive order saying we need to have water standards, flow pertaining to sinks, showers, toilets, and washing machines. I can't stand these low flow showers. What's going on, Lee?
This is something that President Trump he didn't waste any time on, and he wants EPA and the Department of Energy to work together. So at EPA, there are voluntary standards created through something called the Water Sense program, which we have already started working on overhauling. It could start as voluntary, but when government starts partnering with the private sector and these different companies start adopting these federal Biden era standards, then all of a sudden the implementation with the product that American consumers are out there purchasing ends up being adapted to what the Biden EPA had set out. So President Trump wants us to look at the standards, which is what we're doing. He wants us to overhaul them, which we are. And there are rules that the Department of Energy that are looking to overhaul. Secretary Wright has already gotten his people cranking on all of that. So we're not wasting any time. President Trump said this is a top priority for him because it's an important priority for you, the American people. And for us, Secretary Wright at DOE and for myself at EPA, we're all in to do our part.
Congratulations, Mr. Administrator. You're doing a great job. You're welcome anytime. Keep up the great work. Thank you, man.
Charlie.
ReliefFactor.com, 100% drug-free Relief Factor, knee pain, back pain, joint pain, elbow pain. Take a look at it right now at ReliefFactor.com. That is the 100% drug-free Relief Factor. When you hear the term living better, what do you think about? More money, a bigger house, maybe a yacht? Well, what about how you feel physically? How you wake up each day or how you sleep, what activities you can and cannot do? When you feel good, life is good. So if pain is affecting your life, see how Relief Factor can help. Relief Factor is a daily supplement developed by doctors. It doesn't just mask pain temporarily, helps reduce or even eliminate pain. In fact, the longer you take it, the more effective it is. So give their 3-week quick start a try. It's only $19.95 for less than $1 a day. So go to ReliefFactor.com. It just takes a phone call. Call 1-800-4RELIEF. That is 1-800-4RELIEF wherever you're hurting. In 3 weeks or less, Relief Factor can give you a chance to rediscover the true meaning of living better again. Visit ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4RELIEF. That is 1-800-4RELIEF. Email us freedom@charliekirk.com. We'll be right back.
American made. And darn proud of it. The Charlie Kirk Show.
Okay, everybody, private student loan debt in America totals about $300 billion. About $45 billion of that is labeled as distressed. Why refinances distressed or defaulted private student loans that others will not touch. They provide you with a custom loan payment based on your ability to pay. That is whyrefi.com, YREFY.com. Just call them at 888-YREFI34 or log on to YREFI.com. Do you have a co-borrower? YREFI can get them released from the loan. You can give mom or dad a break. If you can even skip a payment every 6 months, up to 12 times without a penalty. Can you imagine being debt-free and not living under this burden anymore? The first step is to contact YREFI. If your private student loan debt is keeping you up at night and ruining your life, it doesn't have to. Just call YREFI. I think very highly YREFI. We're working with them on a lot of stuff. They're helping sponsor our campus tour. We're all in with them. That is YREFY.com. Over $30 billion in private student loan debt. If you guys have student loan debt and in distressed fashion, call YREFY.com. That is YREFI.com. Welcome back, everybody. Email us, freedom@charliekirk.com. I do want to tell you guys about, was it Patriot Mobile last hour that I skimmed over? Yeah, Patriot Mobile. While we may have won this election, the fight to restore our great nation is only beginning. Now is the time to take a declarative stand, and Patriot Mobile is leading the charge. As America's only Christian conservative wireless provider, Patriot Mobile offers a way to vote with your wallet without compromising on quality or convenience. With Patriot Mobile, you'll get outstanding nationwide coverage because they operate on all three major networks. But the difference is every dollar you spend supports the First and Second Amendments, the sanctity of life, our veterans, and first responders. Right now, go to patriotmobile.com/Charlie or call 972-PATRIOT. That is patriotmobile.com/Charlie. Again, you mobile today, switch to Patriot Mobile today and defend freedom, patriotmobile.com/Charlie. The left is in the wilderness. This is a completely different terrain than it was in 2017. It is completely different. And Elon Musk and Donald Trump are teaming up in an incredibly powerful way. This is a part of the Elon Musk-Sean Hannity interview, and I'm going to lead towards the culmination of what this means materially. Is the country becoming more right-wing, or is it becoming more left-wing? What do the numbers actually show? But first, let's play cut 60.
They call it like Trump derangement syndrome, and I don't, you don't realize how real this is until you can't reason with people. So I was at a friend's birthday party in LA, just a birthday dinner, and it was like a nice, quiet dinner, and everyone was behaving normally. And I happened to mention, this is before the election, like a month or two before, I happened to mention the president's name, and it was like they got shot with a dart in the jugular that contained like methamphetamine and rabies. Okay, and they're like, wow. I'm like, what is wrong, guys? You can't have a normal conversation, and it's like they become completely irrational.
And we can all relate. We all have people like this, and the Trump derangement syndrome, it continues. It's long haulers TDS. It's long TDS. It's got a long track record. And President Donald Trump and his team of changemakers, J.D. Vance, Marco Rubio, Scott Bessent, they're delivering every single day. They're delivering for the American people. They are disruptors of the highest order. And how are the Democrats reacting? Well, this is Bernie Sanders saying Elon Musk is helping fund right-wing extremists all over the world. They are so disorganized. They don't know which target to hit. They can't even remember all the things Trump is doing. Play cut 109.
Do you feel that you have oversight when it comes to what Elon Musk is doing?
Look, what we're seeing right now, Caitlin, is a very dangerous moment. I'm laughing here, but it is not funny. This country is moving very rapidly under Trump into an authoritarian form of society. Elon Musk is clearly running the show, the wealthiest person in the world, who has enormous conflicts of interests, who is helping to fund right-wing extremist organizations all over the world, who is looking forward to get massive tax breaks from Congress. He's running the show.
So they're yammering a lot on TV, a lot of clamoring, a lot of chatter. What does this mean? Well, this is the most important piece of tape we're going to play today. The electorate has been remade. The work that we are doing in the grassroots at Turning Point Action, the work that we are resuming tomorrow on college campuses, the country's becoming profoundly more right-wing. The way that people get news, the news is now something that you talk about happened. Oh, did you see that clip of that person or that? You don't actually watch the news as much anymore. It's like little snippets of seeing little eventful moments, and that's it. It's no longer monetizable the way it once was. It's white noise. But Donald Trump has remade the electorate. Play cut 111.
Donald Trump and the Republican Party has changed the electorate. What do I mean by that? Well, let's take a look at party identification, Democrats versus Republicans. You go back to 2017, 5 points more of the electorate was Democrats than Republicans. You go to 2021 when Joe Biden was starting out, look at that, 6 points more of the electorate was Democrats than Republicans. But look at what's happened in February of 2025. Look at this. Republicans, there are more Republicans in the electorate than there are Democrats. Republican +2. So Donald Trump and the Republican Republicans have remade the electorate. They've turned some people over from being Democrats or independents to become Republicans. New folks have entered the electorate who are more Republican leaning. And so when you combine that with the fact that Republicans are really, really behind Donald Trump, all of a sudden you get a winning recipe whereby you break the normal rules of politics and give Donald Trump that positive net approval rating.
There are more Republicans than Democrats in this country, and we're only going to keep going. The foot is on the gas, full speed ahead, full acceleration, maximum aggression. Email us freedom@charliekirk.com. I'll see you guys in Tampa tomorrow for the beginning of our campus tour. See you then.
You asked, and we heard you, America.
Real America's Voice is coming to iHeartMedia.
Yes, Real America's Voice is now breaking through the white noise of the mainstream media.
Just download the iHeart app, and you'll have all of us right at your fingertips.
Scan the QR code and start streaming RAV anywhere you want.
Real America's Voice, available whenever you need us.
It's never been easier to stay connected with the voices you trust.
RAV on iHeart means you can take us with you wherever you go.
This is huge. The truth on iHeart. Ready whenever you are. From Charlie Kirk to Steve Bannon, Jack Posobiec to Grant Stinchfield, you'll find all your favorite RAV hosts in one place.
You can listen on Spotify, Apple, Pandora, or Amazon. RAV is now available everywhere you get your podcasts. All you need to do is scan the QR code right now.
Download the iHeart app today and get ready for Real America's Voice.
Scan the QR code and join the RAV movement.
What happens when the fourth turning meets fifth generation warfare?
A commentator, international social media sensation, and former Navy intelligence veteran.
This is Human Events with your host, Jack Posobiec.
Christ is Look at what's happened in February of 2025. Look at this. Republicans, there are more Republicans in the electorate than there are Democrats. Republican +2. So Donald Trump and the Republicans have remade the electorate.
Well, I guess we must be over the target or doing something right. You know, if like they wouldn't be complaining so much if we weren't doing something useful, I think. If the will of the president is not implemented, and the president is representative of the people, that means the will of the people is not being implemented.
We haven't had elections in Ukraine. Well, we have martial law, essentially martial law in Ukraine, where the leader in Ukraine, I mean, I hate to say it, but he's down at 4% approval rating, and where a country has been blown to smithereens.
If someone wants to replace me right now, I would say it won't happen right now. As we are talking about 4%, we have seen this disinformation. We understand it's coming from Russia. So unfortunately, President Trump, who we respect a lot as a leader of the nation that we really respect, the American nation, who supported us all the time, unfortunately, he lives in this disinformation space.
President Trump has slammed Ukraine's President Zelensky as a dictator without elections. In the past few minutes, he has posted this on his Truth Social platform. He says that President Zelensky refuses to have elections. He then calls President Zelensky a dictator without elections. Zelensky better move fast, or he is not going to have a country left.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard today's edition of Human Events Daily. Today is February 19th, 2025, Anno Domini, and I don't know if we got a crowd shot at all here, guys, but we have an incredible crowd. We're live at the CPAC pre-show, which is the Force Multiplier Academy from Stephen K. Bannon's War Room. Thank you to everyone for being out here today. Way to go, posse. The posse is holding strong. We got Tyler Boyer here from Turning Point Action, the COO.
What's up, guys?
And we got Kevin Posobiec here. Kevin was the co-host of Human Events.
How y'all doing, posse?
And Kevin was the guest host as well last week when I was overseas in a little country called Ukraine. And I was meeting a president by the name of Volodymyr Zelensky, who, I don't know if anyone's seen this, but in just the last couple hours, Volodymyr Zelensky has come out and accused President Trump on the heels of his peace talks, the historic peace talks with Trump, the United States, Russia, Marco Rubio, Sergei Lavrov holding this down. Zelensky responds after not being invited to the meeting, responds and says that Trump is Kremlin disinformation. Trump said, "Oh yeah, you're a dictator. You won't hold elections because you're scared of your own people." This is getting hot and heavy very quickly, but all of it comes on the heels of the meeting that Secretary Bessent held in Ukraine, in Kiev, when he presented him with this economic deal for rare earth minerals. And there was a little bit more to it than just rare earths, but this was a huge part of the deal. And Zelensky, he refused when Bessent was there, and I was honored and just incredibly honored to be there to tell that story for all of you. The President Trump and his administration, Caroline Leavitt, radical transparency that they're offering. They're bringing social media people in. They're bringing new media to be able to show directly what's happening, because there are no closed doors anymore in this administration. But he reneged on the deal. He reneged on the deal. Then he says, I'll talk about it with J.D. Vance in Munich. Reneges on the deal then as well. And that's what led to President Trump offering that scathing Truth Social just a few hours ago. So lock in, ladies and gentlemen. We are here. We're at the CPAC National Harbor Gaylord National Summit, the Force Multiplier Academy, Human Events Daily. We'll be right back.
to the Second American Revolution.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are here, Force Multiplier Academy, Human Events Daily. I want to also thank everyone, and special thanks, Charlie Kirk audience. We are here for his third hour on the Salem Radio Network. So let's give it up for Salem and Charlie Kirk, everyone. Look, I want to, by the way, and folks, you got to go and support our advertisers, go support our sponsors, because there's so many companies out there these days in the woke economy that hate us, that hate our values, that hate America, that hate our children in many cases. Go and support those companies that are willing to stand with us in this fight. One of those companies is called Silent. Look, we know that AI is out there. It's in the news every day. We know that Apple is integrating it into their technology. And at the end of the day, you don't know what signal is coming out of your phone and is connecting with other devices that are out there. Do you have a Silent right there? Is that the Faraday bag? She's got the Faraday bag right there. She's 10 steps ahead of me. I'm doing the ad read, and she's in the front row. She's like, I got my Faraday bag right here. She's all ready to go. I didn't realize when you're with the posse's always 10 steps ahead. The posse's ahead of the ad. So congrats to her. Look, that's exactly what we're talking about. These are Faraday bags. Look, when they went after the J6ers, what did they do? They used geofencing. They used the targeting from your phone that was in there. Then if they're holding rallies, if they're holding other events, that's how they get these things. The companies are selling your data. What can you do to fight back? She gets it. The posse understands this. You go to slnt.com/POSO, slnt.com/POSO. You can get a Faraday bag. You can get a Faraday pack for your phone. They even have Faraday pants now. I've heard they have Faraday trousers that you can put your phone in your pocket and then boom, no signals are coming out. Isn't that great? I want to get a pair. Kevin's going to rock a pair of those pretty soon here. Kev likes the skin tight one. He likes the really, really tight ones. Right, Kev?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, that's right. So slnt.com/POSO, slnt.com/POSO.
Jack, I've had a Silent bag for years.
Have you really?
Incredible. Backpack. I use it everywhere I go.
The backpacks look really cool too, actually.
They're super cool.
I had one, and my producer Russ saw it on the desk, and he was like, "Is that from Silent?" I was like, "Yoink!" I haven't seen it back.
Incredible.
No, he's grabbed
It's
it.
great at the airport too when you're going through scanners and everything else.
So because can the scanner see it? So if you want to have fun with TSA, that's slnt.com/POSO. Look, we got to talk about this. Now, Tyler, everybody knows Tyler Boyer from Turning Point and Action and the great work they do and the Precinct Project and Low Prop Voters, but most people don't know this about Tyler. I know it because we're friends. Tyler spent 2 years living in the Donbass as a Christian missionary. Did you guys know that about Tyler? Yes, he did. Yes, he did. So Tyler, you have a unique understanding of all of this situation because you were there, you were on the ground.
Yep.
What is your read on how this war is ending and how it's going to shape out? We see the tit for tat between Zelensky and Trump, but what's the perspective from a guy who's been there on the ground?
Yeah, look, I have friends that are on both sides of the Don Basin region, and
this is where it all started. This is where the whole thing kicked off.
I actually lived in the town that's closest on the Ukrainian border in Russia, a little town called Shakhty, which is a bunch of defunct mines. And there's a lot of, there's a lot of really poor people on both sides. And, I have friends that are in Ukraine, and I have friends that are in Russia, and both want nothing more than for President Trump to take control of this entire thing.
They want peace. They want peace.
Every
Ukraine want peace.
The number one question I get, and it's from our Ukrainians on the Ukrainian side, before the election was, is President Trump going to get elected? We really need him because we need this thing to be over. And that is the story that you don't hear from the mainstream media at all, is there are so many Ukrainians that exist on the, relatively, and I wouldn't even call them pro-Russia. What I would call them is outside forces coming in and trying to ignite something that really shouldn't exist. And that's really the biggest takeaway right now from those people is that they're sick and tired of it. They feel like political pawns in the greater globalist scheme that exists, and it's got to end. And the president, we're very lucky that it's all thanks to these good people that were out working their tails off this last election with us, because if it wasn't for President Trump being president right now, we would be probably in full-scale war, I think, under a crazy Kamala Harris. So.
Sorry, John Bolton. Sorry, Mike Pence. Sorry, Lindsey Graham. World War III was canceled.
By the way, did everyone see this week online John Bolton and all these other people hosting these events? They're more angry than they've ever been, and you have to ask the reason why.
The mustache is fully activated, folks. The mustache is fully activated.
The reason they're so angry is because of this, because they know that this is coming to a close, and that's a very healthy thing. You got to tell everybody about what some of the things that you saw this last week.
Well, look, it was. I keep saying this. It was an honor and a responsibility to have been invited first by Secretary Hegseth, then by Secretary Bessent to accompany this trip, this peace delegation to Ukraine, with the idea being an economic deal between the United States and Ukraine that would at least solidify the relationship. But also from President Trump's perspective is how can the United States start to make back some of this money, these hundreds of billions of dollars that the United States taxpayer has been sending to Ukraine. And at first Zelensky had talked publicly about signing the deal. So Bessent comes over there and we get over. And it was just me and one other reporter from Fox News. And I have to say that it really shows, and I mentioned this before, just the radical commitment to transparency that this White House has. They're bringing in new media. They say, go on the train, film this, film that. And so we've actually got, and we've posted it up now, a special edition. We call it The Night Train to Kiev. It's a special episode. So get out your phones, go and subscribe to Human Events Daily, or go to the Rumble page, Human Events Daily. We've got all the videos up there so you can see what it was like. We had full Secret Service protection, the whole 9 yards. But, Kevin, you and I 3 years ago, right after the war started, you and I also went on a night train, but we didn't exactly in Ukraine, but we didn't exactly have all the guns and guards and bazookas and everything back then, did we?
No, we didn't. We didn't have the guns and bazookas, but on our side. But they were certainly on the train, that's for sure. And we were on our way to Odessa. And that was an amazing time. That was when we sent over the first $40 billion. Now what is it, upwards of $350 billion?
According to President Trump, yes.
According to President Trump. So I think it's a great idea to get the rare earth minerals deal through. Absolutely. So I don't know why Zelensky is pulling back from that just yet.
Well, Kev, when we were there, we went all the way down to Odessa. That we then traveled by car into Mykolaiv. At the time, had seen some fighting. It was actually the day we were there. Thank God, but there were no strikes that day. The very next day, the Mykolaiv shipyards were hit. But Kevin, when we got closer and closer to the fighting, I remember we saw people looting. We saw people who were just kind of walking around with their heads down a little bit. I mean, did those seem like people who wanted to be in the middle of a war?
Absolutely not. And I give credit to what Tyler was saying, because it sounds exactly like what we saw. People just didn't want to have the war on either side, really. We saw soldiers at the checkpoints, and that was about it. Everyday people were just moseying along, trying to get by another day. They didn't want war.
Look, the United States, Americans have this incredible blessing of two giant oceans right next to us. But if you're from Eastern Europe, like my wife is, she's here, there's Tanya Tay right in the front row. If you're from there, or Polish like my family, or been there like Tyler, it's a little bit different when World War comes to you, and comes to your home, and comes to your neighborhood, and comes to your children's school. And that's why for them, this isn't some academic exercise. And God bless President Trump for being a president who actually stands for peace in this world. God bless President Trump for actually doing what he said. And he understands that, look, there may not be no money in this for the United States. There may not be any stake in this for us. But you know what? He says, I don't care, because I want the killing to stop. I want the soldiers to stop coming home. It in body bags to their mothers. He does not want World War III, and that's what we all fought so hard for in 2024. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to this Real America's Voice news break. I'm Terrence Bates. There is still lots of buzz this morning over President Trump and Elon Musk's interview. The two sat down with Sean Hannity to discuss their relationship, Elon Musk's leadership of the Department of Government Efficiency, and the first few weeks of the current Trump presidency. Musk also using the opportunity to lay out his view of the pushback that he and Doge have been getting.
The president is the elected representative of the people, so he's representing the will of the people. And if the bureaucracy is fighting the will of the people and preventing the president from implementing what the people want, then what we live in is a bureaucracy and not a democracy.
Meantime, the Department of Government Efficiency is celebrating a bit of a victory this morning after a federal judge ruled on Tuesday that Doge can continue doing its job and having access to government data systems. In her ruling, U.S. District Judge Tanya Chutkan said there are legitimate questions about Musk's authority. However, there isn't enough evidence of grave legal harm to justify a temporary restraining order. The decision resolves a lawsuit that was brought by 14 Democrat attorneys general who argue that Musk running Doge is unconstitutional because he's not nominated and confirmed by the Senate. Tuesday's ruling is the latest in challenges to Doge. Two other judges have already refused to block the effort, while a federal judge in New York ruled to temporarily block the department from having access to Treasury Department data. President Trump's pick to head up the FBI and turn the embattled law enforcement agency around is one step closer to confirmation. Kash Patel will face a vote before the full Senate after clearing a procedural vote Tuesday by a 48-45 margin. Patel is expected to win confirmation and be sworn in by the end of this week. Once confirmed, Patel is expected to be a central figure in President Trump's fight against the deep state. Patel would replace now former FBI Director Christopher Wray, who resigned last month despite still having about 3 years left on his 10-year term. That's a quick check of your headlines. I'm Terrence Bates.
Today, they talk about influencers. These are influencers, and they're friends of mine. Jack Posobiec. Where's Jack? Jack, who's done a great job.
All right, folks, we're back. Human Events Daily Force Multiplier Academy here, Gaylord National, Washington, D.C. We got the posse. We got the third hour of the Charlie Kirk Network, Salem News, and we've also got Cliff Maloney joining us from the PHA.
Posse?
Cliff with the hat on of the greatest football team in America, by the way.
Let's go. Go Birds.
Let's go. Go Birds. Tyler's up here sandwiched between Eagles fans.
I gotta watch my back at all times here.
It's all right. It's all right. You can roll with us. Tyler,
He's a different bird.
He's a different kind of bird, right? Yeah, the Cardinal. So
nobody hates a Cardinals fan, all right?
That's true. No. So Tyler, look, you're out because you're going around. Everybody knows. Look, this is the Force Multiplier Academy. Tell us the great and best practices that Turning Point Action learned and how it was that you were so instrumental in driving out low-prop voters and young voters.
Well, and I'm so excited because we'll be talking with Steve a lot more a little bit later here at this event on this in depth. But, Cliff and I are sitting up here because we've been fighting this battle, as you know, and many of you know, for the last basically 4 years of saying everything at the national Republican apparatus level is messed up. It's messed up big time, right? And there's so many things that we can point to, starting with the way, the turtle spends money in Alaska to help defend Murkowski, to the way that the entire apparatus targets voters, which is like basically 30 years old. And where we're at today is that you have two sides. Election integrity is your defensive side of the ball, football, and get out the vote is your offensive side. And so that's where ballot chasing comes in. That's where we talk about we have to target the right voters. We have to look at the right voters. And that starts with our own base, right? This last election, we won in Pennsylvania, in Arizona, every single key target state because of this issue. We told people, hey, stop focusing on trying to win over the unwinnable independent and focus on the people who love the president that just sometimes don't always vote. Those are low propensity voters, and that is the difference maker. You look back at this election, you say, why did we win? All of the data shows we won because we got low propensity voters, low propensity neighbors out to vote. The people who love us, the people who love President Trump, and you can win basically every election that way.
Wait, but I was told, but Karl Rove told me that you need 50 plus 1, and you have to go for those independent, moderates, and you can't go too hard on the issues. But what you're saying is there's actually another way to get there.
And here's the secret, and I'll let Cliff chime in here. Every consultant in America loves this moderate independent because they are so obscure they can spend more money and take more money from each candidate in order to try to win that person over. It's the biggest sham in American politics. And I'll say this again, the biggest sham in American politics is what I call the Chamber of Consultants working against the American people.
Yeah, and let me just explain that, because when I first got into this, I said,
ladies and gentlemen, Cliff Maloney from the PA Chase over here.
Thank you, Jack. When I first got into this, I couldn't understand why Democrats had volunteers and paid door knockers, and Republicans had volunteers Period. Now, volunteers are great. A lot of people here, blood, sweat, and tears, they're out there. I'm not saying that we shouldn't respect, grow, and build the volunteer army. But why are the left allowed to do the community organizing and we're not? And so Tyler talks a lot about, yes, we made this change to figure out who to target and to correctly turn out, because there were millions of people in America. They were going to vote for Trump, but they weren't going to vote. And to get us to think about that, I couldn't understand, why was this chamber of consultants, why weren't they making these changes that needed to happen? Folks, it's the money. When you drill down, and the consultants hate me, they hate Tyler, they hate the Poso brothers, because we don't care, we're going to speak the truth. If you're a consultant and you've got a $5 million budget, you want all that to go to TV. Why? Because you make your 15 to 20% cut. We don't make more money when we knock on more doors. We just win the damn elections. That's what we should be doing.
And Jack, that's probably the most critical part, is we're still in this battle. So this is the hard part for everyone to understand. And we'll talk more at length how we won and get into specific data so you can see that. And I want to do that with Steve.
And Tyler, right before, because we got a quick break here, where can people go to just get up to speed a little bit? Do you have a site? Do you have the app? Is that where they should go to?
Well, I'll say this. We're still in the battle, Jack. So we got to go to tpaction.com, get involved, tpaction.com. We have a massive, earth-shattering election happening right now in Wisconsin. Wisconsin and Pennsylvania both have Supreme Court races. Wisconsin, if the Supreme Court race goes the other direction, we're in big trouble. So tpaction.com/100. You can commit to volunteer and help out. You can do this from anywhere in the country.
tpaction.com. Let's give it up for Tyler Boyer, Turning Point.
Bates here with your Real America's Voice news break. Thanks so much for being here with us. U.S. and Russian officials are moving forward with several goals following Tuesday's peace talks in Saudi Arabia. While the focus was to begin brokering a ceasefire and peace deal over the war between Russia and Ukraine, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky warning that his country will not recognize any peace deal that's reached without Ukrainian participation. In the meantime, President Trump is on the record this morning criticizing Zelensky for allowing the war to get this far.
And Zelensky, I will say this, he wants to settle now. He's had enough. He shouldn't have allowed this to happen either. No. You know, if he's no angel, he shouldn't have allowed this war to happen. First of all, he's fighting a much bigger entity, okay? Much bigger.
Meantime, Secretary of State Marco Rubio says his delegation reached an agreement with the Russians on Tuesday to restore embassy staffing in both Washington, D.C. as well as in Moscow. The two sides also agreed to promote economic cooperation as they work together to find common ground on Ukraine. Happening today, a federal judge will consider a request by federal prosecutors to drop corruption charges against New York City Mayor Eric Adams. At issue is whether the judge will approve that request. The move comes after President Trump ordered the DOJ to pursue the dismissal so that Mayor Adams can focus on helping the Trump administration crack down on illegal immigration in the New York City area. Critics argue that dismissing the charges at the behest of the president makes the New York mayor beholden to the Trump administration. They also say the case reflects political interference in the Justice Department. 64-year-old Eric Adams was charged with taking bribes and campaign donations from Turkish nationals who were seeking to influence him. He pleaded not guilty. Elon Musk's Department of Government Efficiency celebrating a bit of a victory after a federal judge ruled on Tuesday that Doge can continue doing its job and have access to government data systems. In her ruling, the U.S. District Judge said that there are legitimate questions about Musk's authority, but there isn't enough evidence of grave legal harm to justify a temporary restraining order. That's a quick check of your headline.
And Jack, where's Jack? Where's Jack? Where is he? Jack, I want to see you. Great job, Jack. Thank you. What a job you do. You know, we have an incredible thing. We're always talking about the fake news and the bad, but we have guys, and these are the guys that should be getting Pulitzers.
All right, folks, we are back. Jack Posobiec, we are live. Human Events Daily, the Force Multiplier Academy, National Harbor, Washington, D.C. Third hour of the Charlie Kirk Show on the Salem Radio Network. And joining us for this segment, ladies and gentlemen, we have the one, the only, the beautiful and lovely Tanya Tate Posobiec. Hi, sweetheart.
Hi, so glad to be here.
Now, look, Tanya will tell you, by the way, that people think that I've got a tough schedule. They say you're in Ukraine, you're in Munich, you're flying all around, you're in West Palm Beach, you're in Palm Beach, you're at Mar-a-Lago, all the rest of it. How do you do it? How do you deal with the jet lag? The way that I deal with it is with Blackout Coffee. And you've got to go blackoutcoffee.com/Poso, blackoutcoffee.com/Poso. Sweetheart, tell them, can I even keep that stuff in the house?
Well, when you were gone, I had to be on Blackout Coffee to deal with 2 wild boys at home.
But she's dealing with the 2 boys. They keep her busy. They're running around.
But yes, Poso runs on Black Coffee.
It's Blackout Coffee. And then the other issue that I got to deal with is that when I come home, because they have the cold brew now that you can get in the ready-made cans, and this joker, Kevin, will go and drink all of my cold brew.
Every flavor.
And I come, all the flavors, even though he loves the blueberry. You love the blueberry, don't you?
It's a good one. It's a good one. Yep. All the iced coffees are mine.
And he comes in and he drinks all of it. So that's one of our other sponsors here on the program. Go and support them. Blackoutcoffee.com. Blackoutcoffee.com/Poso. Promo code POSO gets you the 20% off. But Cliff, I wanted to go in, and because Tyler was just here and he was talking about, this is the Force Multiplier Academy, so we are here, we got to teach people how to get to work. What is the PHAs doing next? Because look, well, hold on a second. We won Pennsylvania. Eagles win the Super Bowl. Trump's in office. You're just kicking your heels up and hanging out, right? You're hanging up the Spurs, or are you getting to work? What are you doing?
No, we're getting back at it. But Kevin, I knew I loved you. The official coffee of the PHAs was blueberry coffee, so I didn't know that we're back.
That's the connection.
Yeah, we're finally figuring out the wavelengths. So here's the drill. We got two options in PA. One, we sit out the next year, and we come back in 2026 and try to beat Josh Shapiro for governor. We try to take back the state house, pad our numbers in the state senate. Well, that's option one. We're not sitting out a year.
And we got some surprises in store for little Joshy.
So option two is we do what Shapiro does, which is Josh Shapiro right now, let me say this into the camera, Josh Shapiro, our governor, has 100 full-time staff that started in January of this year. So we don't really have an option. If we sit out for a year and then we start a year behind, trying to beat him is going to be very difficult. So at the PA Chase, we have relaunched for 2025. We are claiming that we're going to go out and knock another 500,000 doors in the off year. And here's the thing I'm going to say on your show, Poso. We are aiming to elect 1,000 judge of elections. And why am I trying to do that? Because these judge of elections, if they win this year, they will oversee the 2026 election, 2027, 2028, and 2029. We win PA, we make it the red wall so that Democrats can never win nationally again.
This is key. This is key. You got to turn the blue wall into our red wall. And if you think that you can take a year off, if you think you can look, people want to sit there and complain, oh, George Soros this, George Soros this. You know what else? Those guys don't stop. They don't stop working. They don't stop building out infrastructure. They don't stop knocking on doors. They don't stop working their lists, and they're continually updating their lists, updating their infrastructure. That's what it means to be a force multiplier. That's what it means to go out there and be engaged. It's not just Pennsylvania, although I do like to say that PA is the play and Pennsylvania, the Keystone State, is the key. But it's Pennsylvania, it's Michigan, it's Wisconsin. It's everywhere, really. It's everywhere. This is something that you can do all over the place. Kevin, talk a little bit about what it was like working with the PHAs, working with this numbskull.
Well, they both brought up that it was just volunteers at first, but listen, I came in around, early October, late September, and Cliff and the boys brought me in out near Pittsburgh. They put me up in an Airbnb. They gave me rides wherever I needed to go. They set me up with the app as well for any kind of door knocking in each area, each book, and they gave me food, somewhere to sleep. And they paid me too. So that's something different this time around. Going back to the funding, and shout out to Turning Point USA, the Chase 100. They wanted to send me out to Arizona for like a month and help door knock out there. So it's much more than just like end of the day, like part-time gig. Right?
Yeah, and Kev, the thing that I tell a lot of people, when you're doing the work that we're doing, right, we ask for $175 to sponsor somebody for a full day. There's no cut of that that's going to me or some consultant. 100% of that is going towards us providing what Kevin just said, which is the Airbnbs, the gas cards, paying the actual ballot chasers. But that's why the War Room Posse, I got to thank Steve Bannon, I got to thank Jack, Charlie, everybody at Real America's Voice, because you guys funded all that. Right, we went out and raised $3 million. The consulting class was not going to give me access to money. Right? These people that control it, that's theirs. That's their cut. That's how they make their money. But when I go on Steve's show, and I go on all these shows on Real America's Voice, and we would put out the call for action, it would come in 25, 100, 500 hours at a time. But that's how we raised the $3 million to go out and take Trump getting 20% of the mail-in against Biden to 34.5% against Harris. That's how we pulled it off. The grassroots in this room.
And that's what it comes down to, folks. Say again? Oh, throw out the website. Throw out the website.
Shameless plug. Thank you. PAChase.com. PA is short for Pennsylvania.
He's like, ma'am, I've never seen you before in my life.
We need her at every event. PAChase.com. $175 is a full-day sponsorship of a ballot chaser on the ground. We'd be honored to have you partner with us.
And I love that, what Kevin was saying. It's full spectrum. So if someone's coming in from out of state, now you do try to hire people that are local, but sometimes, look, you get the forces where you can get them from. Tyler understands this. You got to deploy them in strategic locations. That's why it's got to be full spectrum. That's why I love this. You got the car. You got a place for them to stay. You got a little trouble with your Airbnb at one point. I remember they got kicked out of the Airbnb.
That's
we had 10 Airbnbs throughout Pennsylvania. We had 3 congressional districts we targeted, PA 7, PA 8, and PA 10. PA 10 was Scott Perry. It was our top target to defend him, former Freedom Caucus chair, one of the best there is. And then we took out 2 Democrats, which is awesome now because, we got the House by how many seats? And then we won McCormick's race by what, 15,000 votes out of 7 million.
Oh, they tried to claw that back.
But what happened was we had 10 Airbnbs.
Do you guys understand? Just let me stop for a second. Do you understand that the Pennsylvania Senate race and Dave McCormick, us flipping that seat, that's the reason that Pete Hegseth is the Secretary of Defense right now. That's the reason that Tulsi Gabbard is the DNI. That's the reason that Bobby Kennedy is your Secretary of Health and Human Services. And that's the reason that tomorrow afternoon, Kash Patel will be becoming your Director of the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
Let's go.
So understand this. Understand, if it had been only 52 votes, you lose Murkowski, you lose Collins, boom, now you lose Curtis, you lose McConnell, the math don't work. The math don't work if you don't have Pennsylvania. So it's because of the hard scrabble work of the posse that gave us that McCormick seat, and President Trump, of course, pushing everybody over the finish line. We won that seat because of the PA chase and because of the work of a couple of folks in Pennsylvania going down there to understand that's why you have the cabinet that President Trump won. So understand, it might seem like a little thing. Hey, I'm just making a few phone calls. Hey, I'm throwing a few bucks here and there. But it really pays dividends. And I'm telling you, when these first 100 days are done, you will see your work pay off. Mark my words. Yeah, it's everything. The Senate was everything.
Look, it was a blessing going back to my home state and being able to pull off the program. I got to thank Scott Pressler, got to thank Turning Point. There were tons of these organizations that everybody showed up and did what the left does, which is you come together, you figure out what you're assigned to. We didn't register voters, okay, at Citizens Alliance. We just did the PHAs. We just went to Republican doors where they had a ballot and said, hey, Bobby, I know you got a ballot there. We're all out here. We're excited about Trump. Can you commit to sending it back? But the reason, Jack, you let me have a platform, I got to thank Stephen K. Bannon and everybody else, because when things would get tough, we could go to the media. Okay, we didn't have this years ago. I didn't have an army, a posse I could go to and share, look, this is what they're doing to us. Philadelphia, the owner realized we were helping Donald Trump, canceled our entire Airbnb in Philadelphia, and said, get out, you've got 3 hours, and threw them out on the street. We had a nunnery, a convent. I got to watch, Jack might get offended here. Up in Erie, PA, there were 42 Democrats registered at the same address. 1 Republican. Why were we there? We wanted the Republican vote. So we went and targeted it. The staff there said, oh, nobody lives here. This is a convent. All the residencies are temporary. So we went public with it. And you would have thought that we were Adolf Hitler. CNN had my face black. Oh, these election deniers, it's fake voter fraud. But guess what? We took a lot of hits for that. That 1 Republican voted. That's all I care about. Face the noise, face the fire, and keep pushing forward.
We got a lot of look, and I'll say this, and Kevin and I will say this as the resident Catholics in here, Stephen K. Bannon as well, that when we make America great again, that includes getting the rot out of the Catholic Church. And as a Catholic, it's my job, it's our job that we got to hold their feet to the fire first, because we got to clean up our own house before we take care of anything else. Am I right, Kev?
Yeah, send in Doge. Let's go.
Well, send in Doge. And of course, our prayers go out to Francis there, and I see that, he's not doing too well. He's got double bronchitis, pneumonia. Kev, you were saying he had issues before?
Yeah, he had a piece of his lung taken out when he was a young man. So it's just a recurring disease now. I think he's been in the hospital, 5 days? 6
Since
days
Valentine's Day. Yeah, since Valentine's Day. So look, that's what we're talking about, folks. we're from Pennsylvania. We're going to clean up Pennsylvania. We're Catholics. We're going to clean up the Catholics. Cliff, tell everybody what the website is again, because people have got to get involved.
Yeah, we'd love to have you get involved. And heck, if you want to come out and chase ballots with you, we won't stop you. We're back out as of yesterday. PAchase.com. Appreciate you guys. Appreciate Human Events Daily.
He's back in the field already, folks. He's back in the field already. That's what it means to be a force multiplier. That's what we're here about today. Thank you so much. We've got one more segment coming up after this. Tanya Tay, I know she's been dying to speak. We're going to let her speak. She's chomping at the bit. Let me get up there. Let me get to the mic. We're going to hold her up. All right, folks, so we're here. We're at the Gaylord National. Who's ready for CPAC to kick off tomorrow, folks? Who's ready for that? Who's ready for the biggest victory? But I'll tell you, it's not just enough to rest on our laurels to say, oh, we've got the 47th President of the United States speaking, because I hear that as of this morning, we just got word that the 48th President of the United States, J.D. Vance, is also going to be speaking. Oh no, what do we think, folks? Should J.D. Vance run for president? I'm hearing some yeses. I'm hearing some yeses. And I got to tell you though, I'm wondering. One of the interesting kind of things in the cabinet right now, people are saying is who's J.D. Vance going to be running against? Has the primary for 2028 already begun? I don't know. If you have any questions on that or any comments, 1776.
When I'm working long hours, I'm always listening to...
All right, now I promised this, ladies and gentlemen, here at the Force Multiplier Academy. I promised it, ladies and gentlemen, the lovely and talented Tanya Tay Posobiec joins us here, Human Events Daily Live, because she's been talking, and you were just with Nicole Shanahan last night at Mar-a-Lago. Nicole Shanahan, who had been the running mate of our current Secretary of Health and Human Services, the great Bobby Kennedy. Because folks, let me ask you a question. Do we have any Maha supporters in the crowd right now? So Tanya, you've been telling me for so many years that when you came to the U.S., the food just didn't taste quite right, and you couldn't quite understand why everybody was sick and everybody was so medicated at the same time. Tell me, why is it that you have become so vocal on the Maha issue?
Well, I grew up overseas, so I had a different kind of food, different kind of routine. So when I first got to US, many times people would ask me what was the hardest part of being, an immigrant. Was it the language? Was it the cultural barrier? And I was like, honestly, it was the food. For the first year, I would have my stomach hurt just randomly, and I was like, wow. I never had an issue with it. I don't even know if I ever mentioned it to you, but I was trying to figure it out. Is it because of the stress? Is it because of the time change? I was trying to look for all those random reasons. And then eventually it got to me that just the food was so different from what I'm used to. And then just going to the grocery store, looking at the same strawberries and blueberries, I would buy them and they just wouldn't taste the same. It's hard to describe the taste. It just wasn't the same. It didn't taste like the same berry I was used to growing up. So that really got me to thinking about the food industry, and I would start reading a little bit. But the biggest shift, I think, happened when we had our boys. And then that's when it really got to me that the food that I'm buying every single day is the food that I'm feeding to my husband, to my kids, and how do I make the healthiest, the best choices for them every day.
Well, and you had a tweet that went really viral, and then this was just, I was like doing something else, I come back, I'm like, wow, Tanya's going viral, because you had this great tweet that said, Maha isn't just about Bobby Kennedy and the investigations, but by the way, we love Bobby Kennedy's investigations, don't we, folks? We're going to investigate SSRIs, we're going to investigate vaccines, we're going to investigate the rise in autism, and where are all the retirees with autism? Why do they not exist? We are going to find out what is causing the rise and the mercury and all the rest of it. We are going to find that out. But you had a tweet that went viral as well, because you were talking about how Maha isn't just something at the national level, that it could be on the personal level as well. So since this is the Force Multiplier Academy, I don't know, maybe we can do a little Maha Academy as well. Tell me, what is your concept of Maha Daily?
So while we're all sitting and waiting for RFK Jr. to make some major changes in our country, we can start making better choices for ourselves, for our health, right now, today. And some of the things that I try to invite in my daily routine, something I'm teaching my boys, let's say we just had a lunch, and you walk to a beautiful table set up, and I looked at all the delicious macaroons, and guess what? I only picked the chocolate ones. Guess what?
Because you love chocolate.
No, because chocolate doesn't have the color. It doesn't have the
Because
additive.
chocolate
Is already a natural color in itself. It doesn't have the red dye, the purple dye, and all of that. So here, in a simple example, you're making a choice for yourself. You might still want to have a dessert. Being maha doesn't mean you completely cut everything out of your diet, because you need your carbohydrates, you need your, good fats and stuff.
Tell them about the app that you use before you even get to the table.
One of the wonderful apps that I try to suggest to all my Maha moms is the Yuka app. It's free to use, free app, and it's not YUKA. So it's not a US-based app, which also a great plus, and it's not affiliated with any of the major brands. That was a good telling fact for me, because I don't want a big company paying somebody who created an app to promote a special
stuff
food.
before you put it in your basket.
It tells you about the
what's
additives.
Great is our kids love it too. I want to say thank you to everybody for being here. Thank you to the beautiful and lovely Tanya Tay. Let's get a round of applause for Tanya Tay, the Maha moms, the Maha dads, everyone who's out here, the Pulse Multiplier Academy.
You asked, and we heard you, America.
Real America's Voice is coming to iHeartMedia.
Yes, Real America's Voice is now breaking through the white noise of the mainstream media.
Just download the iHeart app, and you'll have all of us right at your fingertips.
Welcome to America's Voice Live. Our Real America's Voice team is going places others won't.
We need to take cover that was incoming into Israeli territory.
To show you what they don't want you to see.
It's still a disaster. What's the latest?
They call these street releases. You've got hundreds of people being dropped off. It's getting worse.
We're the nation's fastest growing news program for a reason.
Real journalism. They're all marching down to the White House.
Sounds to me, Ben, like they won't be happy until Israel doesn't exist.
Real American news.
America is under chemical warfare attack. Fentanyl is the weapon.
Thank you for everything you're doing.
I appreciate you guys very, very much.
This is America's Voice Live with Steve Gruber.
Welcome to America's Voice Live. I'm Steve Gruber. Today is Wednesday, the 19th of February. Let's get to the day's top stories. As always, thank you for spending part of your day here with Real America's Voice. President Trump is facing a lawsuit from the Conference of Catholic Bishops for his decision to stop funding the invasion of illegal aliens. I'll explain coming up in a moment. Also, Elon Musk and Doge are attempting to clean up the IRS by requesting documents of taxpayers and reducing the size of federal workforce. And then later, the University of Michigan's nursing school is getting rid of its DEI initiatives and completely wiping it from the website. But it wasn't easy. We'll explain that. All of that and more coming up on America's Voice Live. Now, the Democrats continue to be completely tone deaf. I mean, completely tone deaf on the success President Trump through his first month in office, and specifically the work being done by Elon Musk and Doge, and all the waste that's being found in just the first few weeks. They continue to complain about it. And these are astonishing numbers that should have all Americans angry, and yet Democrats, they just don't seem to get it. Like I said, they're politically tone deaf. For some, they want to attack the president and Elon Musk and call it a coup. Try to paint it as something bad, that they're cutting waste, abuse, and of course, something that will kill people. You're baby killers if you cut these funding strings from the federal government. But the new administration is not going to be deterred by crazy claims, insults, and smear jobs. No, they're on the job. They're working for you, the American people, the American taxpayer. And with that in mind, President Trump yesterday at Mar-a-Lago signed a couple of executive orders, but then he went through a mind-blowing list of wasteful spending while taking questions once again from the press. He does this almost every day. I mean, this is so refreshing. Isn't it, though? Isn't this such a change from where you were just a few weeks ago when Joe Biden couldn't answer a single question about a single topic ever? President Trump is calm, collected, on point, on his game. And unlike the last guy, he is competent and coherent. And it gives me great confidence that this president will continue to be successful, do the job he was elected to do. And with his agenda being delivered, his popularity will continue to remain very strong or even rise. It could soar from here. And there are so many unbelievable expenditures that you could go through. You could go through this stuff for days. But we're going to start here in Mar-a-Lago with the president, starting through a very long list. Here he is.
Where's the money being spent, right? Let's go into that for just a second. $520 million for a consultant on the environment. It's called Environmental, Social, and Governance. Investments in Africa and mobilize private sector resources. $520 million. Somebody got $520 million for an environmental, sounds like an environmental study. That's the most, I've always been one that paid a lot of money for my environmental studies, but I paid like $50,000, not $520 million. $520 million for ESG. $25 million to promote biodiversity, conservation, and promote licit livelihoods by developing socially responsible behavior in the country of Colombia. Well, it's nice, $25 million to go into Colombia for something that nobody ever heard of.
And he was just getting started. This is what I like about Donald Trump. He will come out and take questions every day. He started with this list. But generally, he doesn't need a prompter. He doesn't need a notebook. He doesn't need cheat sheets. He doesn't need somebody around him telling him what to say. He will come out. He'll take all comers. Because he is in command of the facts. He's in command of what's going on. He is in command of his agenda. He just stands out there by himself, and he does it, like I said, almost every day. And isn't that a complete change from where we were? Now, $520 million. Think about this for a second. For consulting on ESG in Africa. $520 million as a consultant. What that means is somebody took basically $520 million and put it in their pocket. They didn't buy anything. They didn't create anything. They didn't put water wells in Africa. They didn't hand over bags of corn, rice, or wheat. No, they were consulting. And they were consulting the American taxpayer to get big, fat checks. I'd like to know the consulting firm and what was really accomplished, because I'm going to guess nothing. I'm going to guess nothing was accomplished. And I think that I would be right. It's simple. We just want to know where our tax dollars are going. It's pretty simple stuff here, kids. We just want to know who's spending our money on what and for what reason. And couldn't we use some consulting here at home? I mean, why would you be opposed to this, Democrats? Why would you be opposed to saving money, to be responsible with the money that's given to you by the working men and women of this nation? There's no reason for it. Tone deaf is being polite. Here's more.
$40 million to improve the social and economic inclusion of sedentary migrants. $40 million. $42 million for Johns Hopkins, great place, to research and drive social and behavior change in Uganda. $42 million. What about us? What about social change in our country? $70 million for a center at Purdue to research university-sourced, evidence-based solutions to developmental challenges. I mean, these are massive numbers on things that nobody ever heard about. $10 million for Mozambique voluntary medical male circumcisions. $10 million for circumcisions in another country. $9.7 million for UC Berkeley to develop a cohort of Cambodian youth with enterprise-driven skills. In other words, let's teach them something about enterprise. What about our people?
Now, I don't know about you, but spending $10 million to have men in Mozambique circumcised, not on my list of things to do. How about you? It's not in my top 10. It's not in my top 25. It's not in my top 100. But I really like the other thing you mentioned, $40 million to study sedentary migrants. I can explain this for a lot less money. They're sedentary. Why? Well, gee, they show up in America. They go to some luxury hotel in New York City. So they've got a place to stay. They get fed 3-4 times a day. They've got entertainment and big screen TVs in their rooms. Oh, and they get spending money along with their smartphone that's also given to them. Why wouldn't they sit on the couch? You can send me the $40 million. I'll explain it to you. Pretty simple stuff. And like President Trump said, these are things that none of us have ever heard about, and why would we? What about us? What about us and our people? And the list goes on.
$2.3 million for strengthening independent voices in Cambodia. $32 million to the Prague Civil Society Center, which is a very liberal group of people. Wonder how much of that money came back to the people that approved it. $14 million for improving public procurement in Serbia. $486 million to the Consortium for Elections and Political Process Strengthening, including $22 million for inclusive and participatory political process in Moldova, and $21 million for voter turnout in India. Well, why are we giving $21 million to India? They got a lot of money. They're one of the highest taxing countries in the world in terms of us. We can hardly get in there because their tariffs are so high. I have a lot of respect for India. I have a lot of respect for the Prime Minister. He just left, as you know, 2 days ago. But we're giving $21 million for voter turnout. It's voter turnout in India.
You can hear it. It's voter turnout. I mean, he's like, are you kidding me? I'm the same way. What was it? $486 million to Moldova. If you walk down the streets of the United States and asked 100 people to find Moldova on the map, you'd be hard-pressed to find one. I can find it because it's south of Ukraine, and it shares a border with Ukraine, but you probably didn't know that. Maybe you did. But $486 million to help them with election integrity and $22 million for voter turnout in India? Really? This is where we're spending your money and mine? How are people not outraged by all of this? How are they not just incensed by what they're hearing? This list is so unimaginably wrong. We're in a country that has $37 trillion of debt. Our deficit every year is $2 trillion. We're wrapping up $1 trillion or something like that every 100 days, at least when Joe Biden was in the office or out to ice cream or whatever it was he was doing. This is a fool's errand on every level, and it's to every corner of the globe. Thank God for President Trump. Here's more of his list. Listen.
$20 million for fiscal federalism in Nepal. Listen to these numbers. This is all fraud. $19 million for biodiversity conservation in Nepal. $1.5 million for voter confidence. We want to give them confidence in Liberia. $14 million for social cohesion in Mali.
Yeah, we need social cohesion in Mali. Nepal, $20 million. And he said it there. This is all fraud. Do you really think if we send $20 million to Nepal that anybody gets it? Do you think if you send $520 million for ESG consulting in Africa that anybody in Africa gets any benefit out of that at all? Of course not. But somebody's getting rich. Somebody's fat and happy, really fat and really happy. His remarks at Mar-a-Lago were remarkable again, picking apart all this wasteful spending while Democrats scream, we're killing children. We're cutting off USAID. You're damn right we are. And until we figure out where all this money is going, we're going to keep that money shut off. This whole willy-nilly throw money out the window and hope that it does something good, that's over. $4.7 trillion, as you know, we don't even know where it went. It didn't have any designation on it. $4.7 trillion, no idea. President Trump concludes his speech by saying this. Listen.
$2.5 million for inclusive democracies in South Africa. $47 million for improving learning outcomes in Asia. Asia's doing very well. They're doing a lot better than we do in the schools, aren't they? $2 million to develop sustainable recycling models to increase socioeconomic cohesion among marginalized communities in Kosovo and Escali and in Egypt. We're talking about hundreds of billions of dollars. I could, by the way, I could read this all day long. I could go on all day long, and you'll see hundreds of billions of dollars.
May I ask you a question? Are you worried about the marginalized communities in Kosovo or Egypt? Again, doesn't make my top 10. And honestly, my friends, this is just the tip of the iceberg. Literally the tip of the iceberg. Wait until they crack into Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, the Department of Defense. And speaking of Social Security, what about all these names that are on the list? 150 years old and older, millions of them. And now it's not clear if they're collecting Social Security, but obviously this is a big concern, and he touched on that real quickly. Listen.
From 120 years old, people that are 120 years old up to 129, 3,472,000 people. Wow. You know, that can't possibly be, because the record is like, I think it's one person, a woman, lived to 127, but they have 3,472. Okay, but now we're going really in. People from 130 years old to 139-year-old, 3,936,000. Wow. I wonder if people are getting paid with all this. I mean, are these checks, and that's what we're checking right now. People from 100.
And you got to know. I don't know. He doesn't know. We don't know how many of these checks are going out. But here's my guess. Here's my hunch. Here's what I think you're going to find out. These checks aren't just being dispersed across the continental United States. No. These checks are being dispersed globally. You watch. You mark my words. These checks are being dispersed globally. And they know it. This is insanity. By any definition, this is insanity. So from here, we have to clean up our acts. I don't know what Democrats are worried about, but I'll tell you what I'm worried about. The future of this country, for my kids and grandkids, where all of this money is being squandered, $4.7 trillion with no destination listed, and we don't know where it went. $520 million for ESG consulting in Africa, and that entire list we just went through. It is time to clean up our fiscal house, and thank God Donald Trump and Elon Musk are here doing the job that needs to be done. It is years overdue, and I want to say thank you to both of them and all of the people working to protect you and me, the American taxpayer. All right, coming up after the break, President Trump is being targeted by the U.S. Conference of Catholic Bishops. Oh, yeah, they want to get paid, too. They're at the pay window complaining, where's our check? It's up next on AVL. Start cutting back spending like we were talking about here for the first part of the program, people start to go crazy. I'm not kidding you. They get very upset. The U.S. Conference of Catholic Bishops has now filed a lawsuit against the Trump administration claiming that a suspension of refugee funding is illegal. Of course. The bishops say the move threatens long-standing programs designed to support refugee resettlement across this nation. The lawsuit filed in the District of Columbia accuses the government of failing to deliver nearly $65 million in grants for refugees in their transition needs. The bishops say this funding halt has resulted in severe financial strain, even forcing layoffs among charity workers. With over 6,700 refugees still in the 90-day transition pipeline, they say the bishops warn that this disruption could cause irreparable harm to both their mission and their reputation. And in response, Vice President Vance criticized the bishops for their reliance solely on federal money and their involvement in the invasion of this country. Joining me now to discuss this is the CEO of Promise Keepers and Pastor Shane Whittings. Pastor, thank you for being here. Look, it's no surprise to anybody. This has been a business plan for Catholic charities, Lutheran charities, Bethany Christian Services, and the list goes on, because they get paid $200, $300, $400 per day per person that they keep, somewhere. And so this has been a business plan. They've been cashing in on this deal for a long time. I just read about a Jewish center in San Diego. They closed their doors this week because not a single illegal alien has showed up at their facility since Donald Trump took office. Yes, a lot of these people are going to close. What is your first take on all of this?
Well, I think, you follow the money and you'll find out what's really going on. And that's exactly what Doge is doing. They're shutting down anywhere that it doesn't make sense where our money's going. You just had the clip of Trump reading off all of the different things, the gay opera and somewhere overseas, and it's absurd. And when it comes to the Catholic Church, the thing that they're trying to do is appeal to people's emotion by saying, this is the loving thing to do, to take in the foreigner. There was a quote, Bishop Mark Seitz was on CBS a few weeks ago, and he says it's impossible to show justice without mercy, and that we are violating the dignity and the rights of immigrants. Well, the fact is that if you're an illegal alien and you're not a citizen of this country, you don't have any rights. And God's word will never violate his own word. So we can't promote lawlessness by saying that it's okay if you break one law, which is to come in illegally. That promotes lawlessness. And God has a lot to say about that in Matthew 7, in Revelation to the corrupt church. We need to be a country of law and order, and I'm grateful that we have an administration that feels the same way.
I feel the same way. And look, as we've talked about here, Catholic Social Services, Lutheran Social Services, Bethany Christian Services, those are the three that come to mind in my area that I've seen them. And it is a business plan. They've been cashing in on the backs of the American taxpayer while filling neighborhoods with people that don't speak the language, don't care to assimilate, and too often, commit crimes that are horrendous. We've seen it all. And that's not to say that all the people that come here are in that category, sure. Pastor. I'm not saying that.
Of course not.
People deserve to come here. But we have a process. And I would just ask that the people that want to come to America follow the process. Is that really too much to ask?
I don't think so at all. And when you look at the numbers, we're talking about the USCCB getting mad over 10,000 people that they helped last year. I believe it was 10,000 out of the 60,000 that applied for refugee status or asylum status. When 750,000 to 1 million people come into the United States every single year legally. So we're talking about 10,000 out of 1 million people who come here legally. It's not like President Trump is saying, shut the borders down, no one's coming in. Even in COVID years, we had 750,000 people coming in legally. So there is a process. And let me tell you why I don't buy what they're saying of, we're not caring for the foreigner. Well, it's in line with what Vice President Vance said. There's an order. I care for my family first, and then I care for my neighbor, and then I care for the outsider. Why aren't they lobbying for all of this money to go towards the victims of Maui, LA, and North Carolina, and all these other disasters? You want $65 million to help 10,000 refugees. Well, how many American citizens could we help with $65 million? But instead, no, they get a check for $700. Again, I appreciate this administration. They ran a campaign on America First, and that's what we're seeing. And anyone pushing against that, especially the Catholic Church, that should cause your ears to perk up a little bit.
It absolutely should, and we should address these things one step at a time. And look, the intention is not to put Catholic Social Services out of business, but it is to put our financial house in order, and that is a respectable pursuit, Pastor, and I appreciate you being here. I gave the last word on this. Look, being godly, being a Christian does not mean being a doormat. That's my right. Take. I'll give you the last word.
Yeah, the Pope said something interesting. He was chastising the administration for, quote, valuing force over dignity. And that's a false premise, fallacy, because we're not, someone's dignity is not up for grabs when we're talking about them being illegal or not. The actions that you commit don't speak to your identity or your inherent value. No one is saying these aren't valuable people. What we're saying is when you're in the country illegally, you have committed a crime and you need to be deported. There's a right way to come in, and what we have seen is this slippery slope of, well, we'll allow the illegal in, and then we'll stop prosecuting for shoplifting. I was a cop for 5 years. I saw this slippery slope happen. No more shoplifting prosecutions, no more theft third degree, no more simple battery. It just keeps climbing. And so for us to be restored to a nation that is respected and safe for the American people, we have to crack down on law and order, which means nothing, no illegal crime can be overlooked, including crossing the southern border.
I completely agree with you. Pastor Shane Winnings from Promise Keepers, thank you for taking the time today.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. All right, up after the break, Doge is attempting to clean up the IRS, and the left, as you know, was not too happy about that either. Of course not. What did you expect? We'll be right back. Elon Musk's Doge is seeking access to the IRS's taxpayer data system. The IRS, which holds sensitive data on millions of Americans' tax returns, social security numbers, and banking details, has become the latest target of Doge's efforts to downsize the federal government and workforce. The agency's initiatives aim to eliminate what Doge considers waste, fraud, and abuse within the government. Joining now to discuss this is the president of the National Taxpayers Union, Pete Sepp. Pete, nice to see you again. Look, I can see why this is sensitive to some. It's fair. But this is the guy that created PayPal. He has full access. I believe that the precursor to Doge was called the United States Digital Service, created by Barack Obama, by the way, not by the current administration, which is why it's so problematic for the Democrats. It's an existing agency that's been there for a dozen years, fully funded and approved, by the way, by Congress. So if they want to look, I'm pretty sure they're going to go look. Pete, what do you think?
Yeah, I think they need to. After all, we gave the IRS a D grade for their modernization efforts in a recent report. I was called to Congress last week to testify about our findings. The IRS operates some of the oldest computer systems in the entire federal government, more than 60 years old. That's about as old as I am. I can't imagine the kinds of computer languages that they still have to program in. And look, if Democrats have a problem with the access that Doge wants to this data, they can solve that problem rather than complaining about it. There are Doge caucuses in the House and Senate that have lawmakers who also happen to be sitting on the tax writing committees. They can broker a meeting with Doge and say, look, how do we protect the confidentiality of this information to everyone's satisfaction? Instead, they would rather complain on TV about it.
Yeah, I agree. They're trying to win in the court of public opinion. It's going miserably, by the way. The polling is pretty strong in favor of Elon Musk and Doge, in favor of Donald Trump and cutting the spending. Look, so far about $100 billion, according to the debt clock, has been cut by this Doge department. And they're just getting started. They've been at it a month or less. I mean, if you can save $100 billion a month, you can get to $1 trillion in a year. Maybe you can't keep up that pace, but look, I'd like them to try, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I absolutely would. We have a long way to go in bringing the federal budget back under control. Between 2019 and 2025, federal spending increased more than 70%. We have got to slow down that kind of spending. We will be bankrupt sooner than we think.
Yeah, well, when we look at this whole thing about Social Security, right, and we take a look at all the spending, and I don't know if there are people that are 150 years of age getting checks and so forth, but the fact that it's there, the fact that that's even on the books in any fashion has to raise red flags. And you mentioned it here a minute ago, Pete, and I want to go back to this. You walk into any DMV in most states, you walk into a federal government office, and you look at the computers they're working on. These are things that have been rolled right out of the museum. I mean, how is it that we have all of this money, $37 trillion in debt, and we don't have the best, most modern equipment? They don't have an Apple, MacBook Pro, or whatever they might need. They don't have any of this. How is that possible that they're using antiquated systems trying to figure out how to run maybe the biggest government in the world?
Yeah, instead of buying what are called commercial off-the-shelf technologies, they insist on what they call enterprise solutions. Well, enterprise solutions is code for a whole lot of money for something that doesn't work very well. That's what government and technology interacting has often meant for poor, unfortunate taxpayers. We have got to change that. The Government Accountability Office, Congress's own investigative arm, has about 200 unimplemented recommendations for the Treasury Department, ranging from modernization to improving payment systems, on and on and on. And Democrats in Congress are complaining, well, we're not being consulted. Well, it's their investigative agency, Congress's investigator, saying there are 200 unimplemented recommendations for saving taxpayers money and being more efficient. Why aren't they focusing on those?
Why are they not protecting the men and women that work every day and pay their taxes and expect not a lot in return, but they don't expect to get, beat up? Here's one last thing I want to ask you about before you go, Pete. Elon Musk has floated this idea of a Doge dividend. I like that idea. Look, I floated the idea years ago on my program of a permanent fund like Alaska has. Alaska has a permanent fund. Every person in Alaska this year got about $1,800. Every man, woman, and child is part of their profit sharing, if you will. Donald Trump invested that $5 trillion, I'm told, or is in the process thereof, to create a wealth fund for America. But in the short term, if they save $100 billion or $200 billion or $300 billion, wouldn't it be nice to send a check back to the taxpayers? A little thank you note for, hey, we got a little bit over our skis here, but we're trying to reel it back in, and thank you for your patience. Here's $100, here's $200, whatever it might be. Wouldn't that be nice?
Yeah, absolutely. So we need to turn the tables on the special interests who spend millions of dollars on lobbying to get billions of our money back. If we motivate all taxpayers to keep an eye on government spending and say, hey, if we save money in Washington, D.C., I can have a share of that. I think that would dramatically shift the power back to the people who pay government's bills.
Yeah, I agree. Pete, I think we should. Take care of the guys that are working so hard and the women that are working so hard and everything that they're doing, right? Anyhow, Pete Sepp, National Taxpayer Union President, greatly appreciate you, Pete. Thank you.
My pleasure.
All right. After the break, the University of Michigan is starting to get in line with President Trump's DEI measures, but it took a little longer than expected. We'll talk about it next. The University of Michigan School of Nursing removed a page on its website based on diversity, equity, and inclusion following President Trump's crackdown of DEI. Michigan School of Nursing is among several institutions that have removed DEI references in response to President Trump's executive order, Similarly, Northeastern University and the University of Notre Dame have also taken down DEI-related web pages in recent weeks. Here with me to discuss this from Campus Reform is their correspondent, student at Fordham University, Michael Duke. Michael, nice to see you again. The problem with Michigan here, and I know because I'm not too far, I'm kind of in the shadow of Ann Arbor where I'm sitting. They tried to play games. They tried to rename the DEI department. They tried to change the titles of the people that work there and keeping the same people there. Same thing happened at Michigan State University. So I think we've got to be careful here before we take their word for it at all these different places, because I think they are willing to play games and then shell game and move things around and say, oh yeah, everything's fixed, when they might be trying to continue down the same path. Would you agree with that?
I absolutely would agree. Specifically with the University of Michigan School of Nursing, they've rebranded diversity, equity, and inclusion as a community center page on their website. The links on their website still go to all the old DEI pages. Officials there who were former DEI officials, their titles have only just dropped the term DEI. They still have all the old titles that they held onto when they were DEI officers. But even further than that as well, they are still fully upholding their DEI 2.0 plan, despite the fact that DEI itself leads to racism, hostility, and bias on campuses. This is a direct issue that leads to administrators ultimately having to take the blame for these things because they're defying a direct order from President Trump and the law.
And this is also a good way to get your funding cut. Look, I don't think that the Trump administration will find much humor in these kinds of games. They won't see the fun in it. And I believe that they will be very direct when it comes to whether it's this policy or other policies, and people try to play games with DEI programs or men and women's sports. They're not going to allow federal funding to go through, and it will be stopped. So how far do you think the University of Michigan or any of these other universities or institutions of higher learning are willing to go to defend an agenda that's no longer fundable?
Well, at the Leadership Institute's Campus Reform, we've reported it that a Salem State University DEI official is not only doubling down on DEI, but she's also informed students, faculty, and members of the community in mass emails that she sent that they're also going to be doubling down on other far-left ideologies of indoctrination in the classroom, ranging all the way from transgender ideologies to just supporting illegal immigration. These officials are openly defying the law, and it's wrong. And it's happening at so many state schools and federally funded schools, private schools as well for that matter, across the country, whether that be Michigan State University, the University of Tennessee, or Utah Valley State University.
Well, I think that it's time that they got the message that this is not going to be tolerated. It's pretty clear that Donald Trump and his administration are serious about cleaning up these things. I hope that everybody else gets the memo. Michael, I'll give you the last word.
I would say that DEI is an ultimate waste of tax, or an ultimate waste of money. At the University of Michigan in particular, since 2016, they have spent $250 million on DEI, with $63.7 million ultimately going to hiring initiatives. These initiatives of DEI, these programs of DEI on campus, they drive the cost of tuition higher for students, even after tuition has been raised higher and higher over the last few years. And this is something that affects students not only with tuition, but it also makes it harder to go to college at the same time, because you're facing radical indoctrination at every single turn. It's contributing to the problem of how many students are seeing college and asking the question of whether or not it's worth it. And I fully applaud President Trump for holding administrators and professors who seek to indoctrinate students accountable.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. How many kids want to go to school to get indoctrinated and handed a bill and all this other nonsense? Michael, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Have you seen the news from economists forecasting a possible depression, not a recession, but a depression by 2030? We're in a perfect storm as Social Security and Medicare hit a break point, with the largest generation hitting retirement. A smaller workforce means a smaller tax base. Pair that with our growing national debt and rising costs of living, and look, we've got a big problem. So what are you doing now to protect your family for the future? Gold is at a safe haven. Hard economic times, Birch Gold makes it easy to diversify a portion of your savings into physical gold. Birch Gold will help you transition an existing IRA or 401k into an IRA in gold, and it doesn't cost you a penny out of pocket. Protect your future today. Text America to 989898 and get your free information kit on gold and a copy of the ultimate guide for gold in the Trump era with a foreword by Donald Trump Jr. There's no obligation, only information. Birch Gold has earned the trust of countless Americans looking to safeguard their savings. You can count on them too. Text America to the number 989898. Do that today and you're on your way to having some options. Now, don't go anywhere. More America's Voice Live right around the corner. Welcome back to America's Voice Live. Thank you for being here today. Let's face it, none of us are getting any younger, not even me. And staying healthy is more important than it's ever been. Millions of Americans are always looking for ways to feel better, get in shape, and improve their overall health and well-being. And today, we have a special guest. Dr. Holly Lucille is here on behalf of Pure Health Research, and she's going to talk about some great health supplements that could increase your chances of success with your health and your New Year's resolutions if you're still in the game, so you can look and feel your best. And as a viewer of our show, they have an extra special deal for you as well. Doctor, thank you for being here.
Always my pleasure. You know, I was actually busy texting America to 989898. So I'm done with that. I'm back with you. But, you know, you're talking
I appreciate that.
Yeah, I mean, okay, so gold. But you know what's really expensive as we age is getting sick. I think the best health insurance ever is prevention is the cure. It's staying well. And I think that leads us into this segment, which is Pure Health Research. They do have a really special deal for all of your viewers. You go to their websites, 35% off everything for the next 48 hours. But I love their commitment to quality. I've been a consultant in the natural product industry for many decades. Two. So that's not many. 2 decades. And
2 decades. That's a long time. And I want to touch on something you just said there, Doctor, which is we spend a lot of time in America working on cures, but prevention is worth an ounce of prevention worth a pound of cure, right? That's the old adage. It's been true for my entire life. If we took better care on the front end, we wouldn't need as much on the back end. Is that right?
That's correct. Prevention is the cure. And I also think from a financial perspective, like you were talking about, I mean, sometimes I think the joke was, okay, organic vegetables perhaps, or what have you, or, good quality supplements are expensive. Well, have you ever priced chemotherapy lately? I just want to, that was, yeah. and it's true. I've seen people go down this rabbit hole, unfortunately, where we could prevent some of these. And, the other thing, too, is that chronic illnesses, and we talked about this last time, they're, out of all of the things that we know and of all of the advancements in medicine, they are on the rise in our country, and that is not okay. So we want to turn this back. And I think, coming from a more natural perspective, having premium natural ingredients in Pure Health Research's formulas that are vast. They've got over 40 SKUs, and that just means products that you can check out on purehealthresearch.com. And when you do, you can see that each and every ingredient where they've chosen to formulate a product for a particular condition has a study behind it. So there's science. So we're following the science. It's natural, it's effective, it's safe.
And you've got great supplements this company does. You've been involved in this industry for 20 years. What are some of the most popular supplements that are available, and why?
Yeah, so Liver Health Formula, fan favorite. I mean, I would say, way over 2 million bottles sold. Our liver does so much for our body, and I think that keeping it healthy, and this is like the astrological year of the snake, and the biggest message, I mean, not to get into this, but is take care of your liver. Liver is so important. That has been the message from the new moon and the full moon. It's like, this is the year that we actually focus on our health. It's very important. Also, fluid retention, lymph. When we do a detox, lymph has a huge part to get rid of the things that we want to get out of our bodies, right? Because we're exposed to food additives, we're exposed to our poor soil, our environment, our air, our poor water quality at times. And so lymph support, or so the lymph system support, another one. And then also, in the pandemic, we realized that only 12% of Americans were metabolically healthy. What does that mean? Their glucose is out of control. They've got insulin resistance. And so another amazing bestseller is their blood sugar formula. So those three are on top of my list.
Now, those are really important things to have. And I want you to go back and explain the liver function. I mean, people realize if you have a beer or you have that liver's involved there, if you have some toxins, but it is a wide function and a wide list of functions for the liver that is critical to your health and well-being. It includes your skin, the way you metabolize the things that you eat and drink. I mean, it's involved with all of these processes, right?
Yeah, 500 different functions a day. I mean, and so the Liver Health Formula, so over 100 million Americans have non-alcoholic fatty liver disease, right? So, and we're talking about children as well. So this means that, of course, alcohol is a pretty big assault on your liver, but we've got other things going on, and sugar is number one. And so this fat builds around not only organ itself, but those specialized hepatocytes. And it's not good because, yes, it can affect how you look and feel. If you've got stubborn weight gain, the liver is where you need to go. And so this formula can and could help reduce those fat deposits in the liver, ignite that metabolism to trim all of that fat off, and also flushing out those harmful toxins, which unfortunately, in this day and age, it's just every day we're exposed to them.
Yeah, too much of it. Now, if you're interested right now in any of the formulas Dr. Holly has mentioned, head over to purehealthresearch.com where you can find more information about the 45 products they have, and you can try them risk-free. And for the next 48 hours, you'll save 35% in your order with the coupon code VOICE. It's 35% off. It's only for a short period of time, and you're protected by their 365-day money-back guarantee, so you risk nothing by giving them a try. But again, this incredible 35% discount is only for the next 48 hours, so shop and save now before it's too late. Doctor, greatly appreciate you being here.
See you next time, bud. Thank you.
All right. Again, it's purehealthresearch.com. Save 35% right now. purehealthresearch.com. We'll be back with the America's Voice question of the day, which, by the way, is this. What do you think about the Catholic bishops suing President Trump for guaranteed income? We'll be back. question is, what makes America wonderful? We do it every day in the hope of putting a smile on your face and to remind you just how great this country really is. And I know you believe it because, well, you're here. So here we go. After contributing tens of millions of dollars, Michael Jordan is marking the launch of another essential community health center, the 4th Michael Jordan Family Medical Clinic in North Carolina. The newest facility is the second open in Jordan's hometown of Wilmington, established in partnership with Novant Health, set to officially welcome patients on February 19th. That is today. The clinic aims to enhance primary care access for everyone, including those who are uninsured or underinsured. Michael Jordan and Novant Health first introduced this clinic model in Charlotte back in 2019, opening 2 strategically located facilities to help eliminate barriers to health care, such as transportation challenges, for example. For many Charlotte patients, visiting a Michael Jordan Family Medical Clinic was their first ever primary care experience, providing not just medical support, but also a sense of hope. Building on this success, Jordan's $10 million donation to the Novant Health Foundations enabled the expansion of 2 additional clinics in Wilmington. In addition to the clinic's primary care team, a community health worker will assist patients with community resources, and both Wilmington offices also support the work of Novant Health's community care cruiser to serve individuals across the region further. What a great thing, and that's why America is wonderful, people like Michael Jordan. All right, your question of the day. What do you think about the Catholic bishops suing President Trump for guaranteed income? Jeffrey Durr writes, where is the separation of church and state crowd when you need them? Well, that's a fair question. Debbie Rutledge Jones writes, why do we care about the Catholic bishops? They are men, mostly corrupt, and don't care about the people. We don't subsidize Baptist pastors or Presbyterian. What makes the Catholics so special? I don't know. You should ask them. David Hawk, which proves churches and businesses should pay federal and state taxes like any other business. Well, I'm just going to go ahead and disagree with you there, David. It has nothing to do with that. But I appreciate the input. Trish Hicks, God asks us to tithe, but these bishops want us to be forced to tithe through our taxes for something we don't want. Or are they seeking a golden cash cow to worship? I don't know. Patricia Cantulas, they have plenty of money. About time they started using it. Patricia, thank you for that. Greatly appreciate you being here. I greatly appreciate you all being here today and answering the question of the day. We'll have more tomorrow. Of course, tomorrow I'll be at CPAC in Washington, D.C., Greater D.C., actually, and talking about the great CPAC get-together this year live. We'll be there with special coverage, so don't miss that. And don't miss us tomorrow morning here on the Steve Brewer Show to kick off your Real America's Voice broadcasting at 6 a.m. I'll see you tomorrow.
You asked, and we heard you, America.
Real America's Voice is coming to iHeartMedia.
Yes, Real America's Voice is now breaking through the white noise of the mainstream media.
Just download the iHeart app, and you'll have all of us right at your fingertips.
Scan the QR code and start streaming RAV anywhere you want.
Real America's Voice, available whenever you need us.
It's never been easier to stay connected with the voices you trust.
Rav on iHeart means you can take us with you wherever you go.
This is huge. The Truth on iHeart. Ready whenever you are. From Charlie Kirk to Steve Bannon, Jack Posobiec to Grant Stinchfield, you'll find all your favorite Rav hosts in one place.
You can listen on Spotify, Apple, Pandora, or Amazon. Rav is now available everywhere you get your podcasts. All you need to do is scan the QR code right now.
Download the iHeart app today and get ready for Real America's Voice.
Scan the QR code and join the Rav movement.
Coming up on Special Report, President Trump calls out Vladimir Zelensky for duping the United States into sending billions to Ukraine.
And Elon Musk and Doge are uncovering hundreds of millions of dollars of waste, fraud, and abuse, which could lead to reimbursements for every American.
And one man is trying to stop the fentanyl epidemic with a new at-home fentanyl test. All of this and more right now on Special Report. Thank you for tuning in to this hour of Special Report. I'm Emily Finn alongside Bo Davidson. Breaking news today. Two small planes have collided in midair at Arizona's Mariana Regional Airport, just northwest of Tucson. As of the latest reports, at least 2 people are dead. First responders are still at the scene, and we'll have updates as more is revealed. And President Trump is slamming Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky, saying the U.S. was duped to send billions of dollars to Ukraine to help them fight their war against Russia. In a post on Truth Social, Trump called Zelensky a dictator without elections and claimed he played Joe Biden like a fiddle while the senseless war continues on.
Well, for reaction on all this, we want to bring in Rav's very own Ben Bergquam, the host of Law and Border. Ben, great to see you.
Yeah, great to see you both.
Well, Ben, I know that you're right there in CPAC and there's a big week ahead. But Ben, first of all, we know that President Trump has had a phone call with Russian President Putin and peace negotiations have indeed begun. What can you tell us about that call and those talks thus far?
Well, it's interesting you bring that up. So we were here with Jack Posobiec. He was actually over there in Ukraine in that meeting with Zelensky. And, this really what this is the difference between a president from a position that comes from a position of strength versus what Joe Biden was. And I think it's even more than that. It wasn't that Joe Biden was even from a position of weakness. When we get to the bottom of this, we're watching what Doge is doing. We're watching what Elon Musk is doing through Doge. But when we get to the bottom of the corruption, the true corruption that's been going on in our country for decades, Joe Biden is just going to be a drop in the bucket. His whole family, the crime family, what we found on his son Hunter Biden's laptop, all of that points to massive, massive corruption. And what happened in Ukraine, the amount of money, the billions of dollars that were sent to Ukraine are just a part of that corruption. And so President Trump is not messing around. And I think I think Vladimir Zelensky is getting a dose of reality. And it's not going to end well ultimately for him or his country if he doesn't realize this war has to end. People are sick of it. The people of Ukraine are sick of it. The people of Russia are sick of it. It never should have happened to begin with. But ultimately, I think the root on all of this is corruption, both within their governments and our own government. And until that gets uncovered and disclosed, we're going to be kind of fiddling around the edges. But that's the key to me, is getting to the root of the corruption, where all that money went, why it went there, and whose pockets it went back into in the United States.
Yeah, absolutely, Ben. Without a doubt, there needs to be an end to all of this suffering. We also know that you've been closely covering all of the efforts from the Trump administration to crack down on immigration right here, at our southern border. You recently had a firsthand experience chasing down illegals with BORSTAR, which is Border Patrol Search, Trauma, and Rescue. Let's take a look at that experience.
Yeah, that's definitely a dump spot. So they'll come down here, dump some of their clothes, change clothes, and think that Border Patrol won't recognize them when they show up on the trail. And then sometimes they'll actually try to walk in down the trail like they're locals just up here for a hike. It's funny because they're so obvious, I don't know who they'd fool, but... Are they running too?
Yes, bro, they're with them. They were all together.
So just speaking about the clothes that were left on the trail there, we got a group of 3 illegals coming down here. They were trying to blend in walking down the trail. Looks like we got 2 more females walking up the trail, pretending like they're just out for a hike. Anthony spooked them and they started running. And now they're trying to run back up. I just sent the coordinates to our Border Patrol contacts. So you can see them going up the hill right there as we speak, trying to run away right here on the trail to Mount Cristo Rey. These guys look like they're trying to get over to another spot. I think we should go up this way, Anthony, and cut them off. Let's go check it out.
The women are going back up the other way. Yes, sir. Okay, you got it. You're welcome.
On the main trail, dropping that way. We got 2 guys. One was in all black. Yeah. He's cutting across. Yeah, it's in the wash. And there's another in all black up and over. There he is.
Hold on, stay down. There's no one chasing. Lay down. We'll start moving soon. If he goes left, it's perfect. We're gonna follow his trail once we get down. Roger. He's not that far. As soon as he cuts around, because if he saw us, he would have jumped that mountain. Yeah. Right when we his other guy, I think the guide, is up on top. I think I see him right there. Ready? I'll follow your lead. Alright.
Hey, if he ain't bleeding, he ain't working.
You know what, dude? It might be better to cut this.
Top of the hill. Black. Right here. Is that?
Okay.
Black. He's right here.
Where?
Yeah. Top side. Yeah. 100%. Can we stay low? You go high.
They're going after more. You want to get it?
Roger. Where's he from? You coming up to pick these guys up? Here. What were you doing up here?
Walking.
Why off the trail? Why'd you run from these guys?
I don't know.
You just ran? Is that normal?
No, it's normal.
Were you coming to pick up?
Monday?
Were you coming to pick up illegals? ¿Cómo se dice en español? We got one more, guys. There's at least one more in all black up on the range.
Other guys with them?
Yeah, one of the guys, he says he's a USC, but the other guy all in black is still up on this range.
Okay.
He ran, this guy says he's a US citizen, but ran when they came after him, so.
Well, you don't say.
Yeah. I think he was coming up to pick him up, honestly.
Dude, so he saw.
Yeah, he stopped.
So my
I saw them go up ahead.
The same ones?
Yeah.
Those my same guys?
Yeah, they cut off and came up here and got this guy.
So he saw them.
Yeah, he stopped, and then you came right up on him. I got you on that.
Well, Ben, this was some pretty riveting footage. I mean, I was sitting here like huffing and puffing, kind of like you were, just kind of like vicariously living through you. What was it like to essentially be embed yourself into Borstar and experience all of this firsthand?
Well, it's intense. There's no question about it. I mean, these guys are on the front lines of the battle to save this country. One thing, it was an honor because for 4 years we were blacked out. Joe Biden wouldn't allow us to communicate with Border Patrol. We weren't allowed to communicate with ICE. And now because of the work we've done on Law and Border and Real America's Voice has done to expose Joe Biden and really help win the election for President Trump, we are invited into the inside to show what's really happening. This is what these guys go through every single day. They are out there battling. You don't know who these guys are. You don't know if that guy is going to be a drug trafficker. You don't know if he's a good guy, a bad guy. I mean, he's a bad guy because he's there illegally, but you don't know what their motives are. There's terrorists coming across there. So these guys are out there putting their lives on the line. And for me, it's just an honor to be out there with them. Physically, it's exhausting. I mean, I was dead at the end of that. We ran about, 15 miles that day, up and down mountains. It was just wild. But it's an honor to be out there. And it's really, to me, it's what separates Real America's Voice News from every other network out there is we're actually going to go out there and show you what's really happening on the front lines in this battle to save our country.
Yeah, without a doubt. And Ben, I think it's admirable what you're doing. And are you noticing a difference, at least in the amount of people that are coming over? I know you saw kind of two guys there, but are we seeing a decrease already just from you physically what you saw?
An incredible decrease. So we went from 11,000 contacts per day down to around 200 to 300 per day. In this sector alone, in El Paso sector, they were having 200 or 2,500 contacts per day with illegals down to around under 100. So it's an incredible number, but it shows you the cartel is still active. So they're not stopping.
It is active.
That's why we still have to stay out there.
We're up against the break. Thank you so
guys.
much for that work and that footage. Thanks, Ben. We'll be right back.
election, the fight to restore our great nation is only beginning. Now is the time to take a stand, and Patriot Mobile is leading the charge. As America's only Christian conservative wireless provider, Patriot Mobile offers a way to vote with your wallet without compromising on quality or convenience. Patriot Mobile isn't just about providing exceptional cell phone service, it's a call to action to defend our rights and freedoms. With Patriot Mobile, you'll get outstanding nationwide coverage because they operate on all 3 major networks.
If you have cell phone service today, you can get cell phone service with Patriot Mobile with a coverage guarantee. But the difference is every dollar you spend supports the First and Second Amendments, the sanctity of life, and our veterans and first responders. And switching is easy. Keep your number, keep your phone, or upgrade. Their 100% U.S.-based customer support team will help you find the perfect plan. Right now, go to patriotmobile.com/RAV or call 972-PATRIOT and get a free month of service with promo code RAV. Switch to Patriot Mobile today and defend freedom with every call and text you make. Visit patriotmobile.com/RAV or call 972-PATRIOT.
Welcome back to Special Reports. New polling data reveals President Trump's policies are winning the voters. The survey found crackdowns on immigration, abolishing DEI policies, and Doge's efforts to reduce government waste have been some of the president's most popular issues so far. In addition, 42% of black men now say they approve of the job that Trump is doing, showing how the political realignment from last November appears to be accelerating.
We want to welcome to the show for discussion Chris Lane, the Director of Client Strategy at Signal Polling Firm. Chris, welcome to Special Report.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Let's break down these numbers that you've analyzed for us. Let's start with this finding from your poll about black men that Emily just mentioned. What does this tell us about how African-American communities are changing their political views? Does the Democratic Party no longer have their boots on their neck like they did at one time?
I mean, if you're the Democratic Party, you have a serious problem on your hands, because in these swing states for a long, long time, the only reason you were competitive is because you were winning Black and Hispanic men by a huge margin. And now those margins are as small as we've ever seen them. And as you mentioned, 42% of black men now have a favorable image of President Trump. That is 3x what we saw 4 years ago. This is a huge, huge shift in a very short period of time.
Yeah, and Chris, your poll finds that Trump not only has the highest approval rating since you began surveying Americans, there also is all-time high optimism about the direction of the country. What do you think Trump has been doing specifically? I know he's been doing a whole lot, but what specifically has contributed to this newfound positivity?
Yeah, the fact of the matter is President Trump has better polling numbers today than at any point in the last decade. A majority of Americans support what he's done at the border. A majority of Americans support what Doge is up to. And for the very first time, Trump's unfavorables are below 50%, and we haven't seen that. His approval rating actually has a higher percentage of people who approve the job he's doing than disapprove the job he's doing, a feat Joe Biden never even sniffed for the better part of 4 years.
Well, Chris, leading up to the November presidential election, inflation and border security were top issues at the front of the minds of the American people. Has that changed at all now that Trump has officially been back in office?
Yeah, we reached a point last year that not just amongst Republicans, among all voters, immigration had almost become the number one issue overall. We've now seen that drop nearly 20 points as a top priority. It's because people are less and less concerned that this is a major problem because of what President Trump has done in the first 40 days. If there's one thing we really need to focus on as the biggest win for President Trump, it's absolutely the border and the way he's alleviating people's concerns over, just a short period of time. And I'm curious what fills that vacuum. Right now, it's inflation in the economy, as it has been for a very long time. But I think you're going to see new issues emerge as President Trump addresses some of these major concerns that people have.
Chris, your poll found a declining favorable image for congressional Democrats. Do you think this could potentially contribute to a red wave once the midterm elections come around?
Well, historically, 2 years into a presidency, the party that holds the White House usually has a very difficult time. But what we're seeing right now is Republicans' numbers are better than we expected them to be, and Democrats can't get out of their own way. They seem to just fight President Trump for the sake of fighting President Trump, and they end up being on the losing side of this issue time and time again. Their finger on the pulse is remarkably bad in a way that frankly stuns me.
Chris, let me ask you a little bit about Doge, because we did talk about it earlier. What are your poll numbers showing about the favorability of what Elon Musk and Doge are doing? Because I'm seeing at least that the mainstream media, leftist media, liberals in general, their new target is Elon Musk and Doge. That's where they feel like they're putting their eggs in that basket. But what are Americans seeing? Because what I see is they're uncovering all this waste, fraud, and abuse. They're going, oh my God, I can't believe this is happening. I would think that would be an overwhelming supportive measure from Americans to support this new measure. What does your polling find?
Yeah, it's an interesting dynamic because Elon Musk himself, his image is dropping and dropping and dropping, and it's precisely because the media attacks him 24 hours a day, a very similar thing that we saw with President Trump for the better part of a decade. But the more interesting part is that Doge itself and the idea of going after wasteful spending, the majority of the country supports. And it's just yet another example where the mainstream media is completely out of touch with the American people. They, of course, support protecting American taxpayer funds, and the quicker they realize that, the better off they're going to be. But they're just more concerned about attacking Elon Musk, attacking President Trump, and it's, again, just in complete lack of lockstep with where the American people are at.
Yeah, we certainly covered a lot of ground in this conversation. Before we let you go, I do want to talk about tariffs. When it comes to China, there's 50% support from Americans for Trump's actions to charge extra on goods coming into the U.S. But when that same idea is applied to Mexico, there's only 43% support. And Canada's even worse, only 39% support. Break this all down for us.
Yeah, well, I think people view the difference between, pushing back on China and pushing back on who has been historical allies for the American people. I think President Trump is using this more as a negotiation tactic than anything. And I think he's willing to lose the short-term battle in order to win the long-time war. And it will be interesting to watch those numbers track with how that progresses over the next few months.
And Chris, what are your final thoughts on birthright citizenship? What's the support for that you find in your polling? Is that increasing?
President Trump has been on the right side of a lot of this with the American people. On this one, that numbers just don't support it at the same rate, particularly among swing voters. Swing voters are almost 2-to-1 opposing President Trump's plan on this. So I'm curious if he will continue with this, or he may take a step back and move in another direction. So
this is a hill he may not want to die on. You're saying he might have to give this one up.
Yeah, and that's where I give President Trump a lot of credit. Yeah, he's not afraid to pivot. That's something that I expect him to do over the next few months, but we'll see, what issues become important and what fall off.
Well, he's been batting 1,000 on so many others, so we'll see what happens with this one. Chris, thanks so much for joining us and giving us your expert polling data. Thank you, Chris.
Thanks, guys.
And coming up, Jonathan Gilliam joins the show to show how Doge's strategy can be used in every single agency to increase efficiency. We'll be right back in a moment. Stay with us. cloudy day there in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. Well, the IRS is the largest collection agency in the world, and with April 15th fast approaching, it's more aggressive than ever. In 2025, enforcement has ramped up, folks. And if you owe back taxes or have unfiled returns, waiting is not an option. The longer you do, the worse it will get. Ignoring your tax troubles is the worst thing you can do. April 15th marks another tax year that has passed you by. Getting ahead of this now is the smart move, but never, absolutely never contact the IRS alone. Instead, let the experts at Tax Network USA handle that for you.
Why? Because not all tax resolution companies are the same. Tax Network USA has a preferred direct line to the IRS, meaning they know exactly which agents to deal with and which to avoid. With proven strategies to settle tax problems in your favor, whether you owe $10,000 or $10 million, Tax Network USA's attorneys and negotiators have already resolved over $1 billion in tax debt. Talk with one of their strategists today. It's free. Stop the threatening letters, stop looking over your shoulder, and protect yourself from property seizures and bank levies. Don't let the IRS control your future. Call 1-800-905-8000 or visit tnusa.com/RAV. April 15th is just around the corner. Act now before the IRS acts first.
And welcome back to Special Report. Well, it's no secret that Elon Musk and company are putting the word do in Doge, but perhaps it's more apropos to use the word don't, because Doge is transparently showing us what not to do with our money, uncovering hundreds of millions of dollars in waste, fraud, and abuse.
The government auditing we are seeing right now is unprecedented and perhaps a great example of what can and should be done across the board. Jonathan Gilliam is a former Navy SEAL and FBI special agent, and he is here to shed some light on this matter. Welcome to the show, Jonathan.
Good to be with you.
Jonathan, Doge is on a tear right now, uncovering rampant waste, fraud, and abuse. Much, of course, to the dismay of liberals who would use these agencies as a sort of piggy bank. I mean, after all, why do you need money to grow on trees when you have USAID for that, right? Well, outside of the revelations of Doge, what lessons, Jonathan, can be learned about its strategy and its process?
Well, first of all, I think we should just combine fraud, waste, and abuse into criminal behavior. That's what we're criminal actions. We should just reduce it to that, because it's really just fraud. What we mostly see is fraud, and that the abuse and the waste, those things are done intentionally, not unintentionally. So, but I think the system that Doge is using, the way that they're auditing the financial part of this, is the same way. It's the same system you can use to audit, for instance, tactics in the DoD. Have we won a war since World War II? No, we haven't. So what do we do then to find out better tactics? Well, let's use the Doge system to audit what tactics work and what don't, and why those tactics are being used that don't work. Why do we fight forever wars? Why do we get rid of dictators and then stop and not eliminate the enemy? And I think we could go through law enforcement. We could look at how they do investigations. We could look at all these things. Of course, the experts that are being utilized to do the audit would have to be real experts in those areas. But the system in which Doge is going about and systematically looking at these things, I think it could be easily put to the different aspects of the mission statements of each one of these agencies, and you could literally decimate the incompetency and rebuild each one of these into real fighting machines and real investigating machines, and get rid of and identify and get rid of where the criminal behavior, where the ideological behavior exists, where all these things that veer off from the mission statement exist.
Absolutely. And it's just such a large task to be doing this at the federal level. You know, we had a state senator on recently who said he wanted to implement a statewide Doge to do the very same thing at the state level. Shouldn't all states adopt some sort of Doge-like apparatus to do a full audit of wasteful spending?
Sure. And here's what's really interesting about this is, I mean, look, Doge is something we've never seen before in the history of this country, and in a lot of ways the world. But why is it that that's the case? Well, it's because the people who are in charge typically are only interested in making their power larger and their pocketbooks larger as well. And they're not interested in transparency, because that's not how they gained power. So I think with Trump, what you're seeing is a guy who, and a leader, a true leader, who is looking at these things and showing the country and the citizenry where the power is supposed to exist, that this is the reality of what's occurring, and these are the people who have profited from it. And I think if the states wanted to have a Doge system, well, they should, but they shouldn't just try to do it. They should get in touch with Doge and learn how they're doing it specifically so they could go do it effectively, because this system that they're using now is perhaps one of the fastest and best audit systems we've ever seen.
Yeah, it's an incredible primer for, I think, what states can follow. But I think you're right, Jonathan. They should actually learn from those that are doing it right now and not muck it up. It's been reported that Elon Musk is considering this notion of sending $5,000 checks to each American, which would come directly from the savings from Doge discoveries of waste and fraud. What is your reaction to that idea? I think many Americans could use an extra $5K laying around that isn't going to, I don't know, circumcisions in Mozambique. What do you think, Jonathan?
Well, I think, first of all, if it doesn't take away from us eliminating our debt, the nation's debt, then I think that would be, if it's there, give it back to the taxpayer. If it's already there and the taxes have already been paid and we can somehow use that to push the debt down, I wouldn't mind seeing that. If Social Security is really just about out of money and we could take that money and invest it and build the Social Security pot back up, that would be great. But if they give it back, if they can't use it in that way and they want to give it back, I would see a usefulness in that, as opposed to giving it, like you just said, to buy condoms in one country or teach somebody how to accept transgender in their country. I mean, these are ridiculous things that actually occurred with our taxpayer monies. And I would rather see it go back to the taxpayers than and not go to the state governments, back to the taxpayer where they can use those things right now.
Jonathan, I also want to get your thoughts on Senator Chuck Schumer being photographed with a known CCP operative. This was for a lantern festival in New York, and Chuck Schumer seems to have had these photo ops multiple times. What are your thoughts on this?
So I worked Asian organized crime in the FBI in New York. And so this doesn't surprise me with Chuck Schumer, because he has relationships with all these different communities, because that's where he goes and gets his votes from. But I think there's deeper issues with Chuck Schumer and communist countries. And I think some of these things I can't go into, but things that I was made aware of when I was in the FBI that had to do with certain cases. Chuck Schumer has been observed in many different cases in close proximity. This is nothing new, not just with China, but Russia as well. And I think somebody needs to look into his connections a lot deeper, along with people like Swalwell, who was having an extramarital affair with a Chinese spy. How did that just go away? I mean, all these individuals that have these connections, if I go into any government agency, and especially like when the FBI, I have a full background check, and then every year I have to show all of my finances, my bank accounts, everything, any investments, so they can have that and look for signs of deception, because we've seen in the past that spies have shown the deception in that ways. Politicians don't rise to any of these levels of overwatch. Why is that? Why is that? Why aren't the very people who hold the power the ones who are watched the most by our law enforcement? That makes no sense to me.
Yeah, Jonathan, you're giving me this idea now, based on this whole entire conversation, that we should have a Doge-like audit of Congress, finding out what their finances are. I mean, look, we've just, this is the tip of the iceberg, but how amazing would that be if we could actually look into who's benefiting and from what? It's like what Musk was saying about people that were enriching themselves in these government positions. How is that happening? I think these are questions we have to be asking now at a very visceral level.
And also get rid of them, fire them. A politician should be fired if they break the law. And if they're doing something like that, they should just be fired, not impeached. They should be gone.
Absolutely. Jonathan, we do believe that a full floor vote on Kash Patel is imminent any day now. Do you think that he'll get confirmed? And if so, will he begin a Doge-like strategy in the FBI right away?
I think he will get confirmed. If he doesn't, it'll be because certain people weren't in the Republican side were not showing exactly how they felt about Kash Patel. I don't know. It's hard to tell right now, but I do believe he's going to get confirmed. And I think once he gets in there, he needs to do what we were talking about before. He needs to audit the system of standards first and foremost. When affirmative action happened under Clinton, that's when DEI really started in this country. It didn't start with Biden. It didn't start with Obama. It started with Clinton. And it was just called something different. And when that occurred, standards went down, and then the careerists came in, and between the careerists and the DEI hires, those people that were promoted had lower standards. So if Kash Patel comes in, raises all those standards, females have to do pull-ups, you have to have a physical fitness, no drugs ever. You have to meet qualifications that are rigid. If he does that, then you know the recruits coming in are going to be the proper ones. And the people that are already in there, most of them would never be able to meet the physical fitness requirements alone, let alone the other things. The other thing he could do real quick is that he could look at and audit who these people are that are at the top. And if they lean in an ideological position like all left, then you know there's been a systematic push. Then he goes after that system, and that will get rid of those people.
Yeah, absolutely. Jonathan, we so appreciate you sharing your insight with us today. Thanks for being on the show.
You got it. Thank you.
Now, coming up, the left's latest commentary on President Trump and Elon Musk is making Republicans laugh. You won't want to miss this. Coming up after the break. Stay with us.
Welcome back to Special Report. There is so much going on in the news that certain shows and actors feel that they must comment on it. And it's their comments that truly make most of America laugh because they are so far left and out of touch. Here to discuss the latest antics of the left is conservative Ant, Anthony Raimondi. Ant, thanks for being on the show again.
Hey guys, thanks for having me again.
So, Ann, let's start out here talking about Tom Hanks. He's always been a good actor, yet he refuses to stay in his own lane. He appeared on Saturday Night Live as a MAGA supporter who wouldn't shake a black man's hand. How out of touch is that? We were just talking about how black men now have record-breaking support for President Trump. Why does the left continue this racist rhetoric?
You know, I don't know, because I feel like this is a major reason why people voted against the left in this last election because Hollywood was so out of touch. Look, we saw Hollywood, we saw the Biden-Harris campaign throw all this money into Hollywood to do all these different commercials, and it didn't really work. It fell on deaf ears. So it's interesting to me because I've never met a Trump supporter that is like how he described it. Usually when I go to Trump rallies, they're so diverse with so many different colors and sexual orientations and backgrounds. So it's so funny to me. It really is.
Well, Woody Harrelson hosted Saturday Night Live 1 year ago, and he had an interesting take on Big Pharma. Take a look at this.
The biggest drug cartels in the world get together and buy up all the media and all the politicians and force all the people in the world to stay locked in their homes. And people can only come out if they take the cartel's drugs and keep taking them over and over. I threw the script away. I mean, who is going to believe that crazy idea, being forced to do drugs?
Aunt Woody has referred to himself as a liberal and a conservative, saying, I'm not blue or red, I'm purple. I got no leanings either way. You think this is the way that actors and singers should behave by not taking a side, or do you appreciate it when someone does, as long as it's, let's say, well-researched and well thought out?
No, I think that it's great when they don't take a side because, listen, you're entertaining both sides, right? So we go to watch movies to get away from any of this kind of stuff. I respect them more if they're like, listen, I agree with both sides on certain issues. I'd rather not talk about it. I respect that a lot more. I am not basing my vote. I mean, that's me. I'm not basing my vote based on what some actor says. So I think it's smart to just kind of stay in the middle.
So let's go over to the Trump supporting show, The View, more like the Trump haters club. The things they report are often one-sided. Now, they are blaming Trump for the Delta airline crash in Toronto. How on earth are they putting these pieces together?
I have no look. Trump can cure the most contagious disease in the world. He can do anything, and it's his fault. It's always his fault. These ladies, it's really hard to stomach these ladies because they are so radical. I think there's one host on the panel who actually said the other day, what do you want me to do? Said this to Whoopi. What do you want me to do? I'm trying to agree and then disagree about things, but it doesn't seem like we can have a conversation. And that's the problem here. Most of these women, there's nothing that you can say, that Trump can say, that we can say, that's going to change their bias towards Donald Trump. I don't even think the plane crash was here. It was in Canada. So I don't know. Maybe that would be Trudeau's fault.
That's a good point. That's a good point. Now, let's focus on the real news that's actually happening in the U.S. President Trump and Elon Musk, they sat down for an interview with Sean Hannity on Fox last night, and they covered the topic of the Democrats not wanting Elon and his team to audit the Treasury, Social Security, other departments. Why are the Democrats going crazy over this? I mean, is it just an admission that they have something to hide?
The only reason why you would be mad about this is if you did have something to hide. It's just, I don't know what the left is protesting exactly. If anything, this should be the thing that unites us as Americans, because they're literally showing everyone where this wasted money is going. And don't forget, these politicians are getting paid, and then their net worth is in the millions. So they're getting paid, what is it, $100,000 a year, whatever the number is. I don't have that in front of me. But then their net worth is in the millions. So tell me what's wrong here. I think that Americans should unite on this, because this is something that's pretty interesting. And I don't know, guys. I can't wrap my mind around what. I don't even think these people know what they're protesting outside at this point. It's insane.
I think they don't like that it's coming from two strong males, alpha males, who are straight and white. I think that's part of it.
Yeah.
They aesthetically, they cannot handle that. And they're trying to bring up the tyranny of the patriarchy and all that bull crap again. I think that's part of it, Anthony. That's just my theory.
It's a very good theory. Look, I think that if we as Americans are able to be audited if you don't pay your taxes for quite some time, then I think as Americans, we should be able to audit every single department in our government.
Amen to that.
Yeah, I think very well said. All right, Anthony, thank you so much for being on the show today.
Thanks, guys. Thank you.
Coming up, as the fentanyl epidemic continues, one man has created an instant test strip that could save countless lives. JC Shepard joins us when we
is a new day in America and a new administration in Washington, D.C. There's a lot of excitement and optimism about the future, but the reality is there's a lot of work to do, especially when it comes to fixing our broken healthcare system. And the truth is that the forces that are responsible for breaking our healthcare system aren't going to simply just go away. The challenges our system faces won't disappear overnight. So now more than ever, you need to be prepared, and that's where the Wellness Company comes in. Their doctors are medical professionals that you can trust, and their line of prescription medical kits are the gold standard when it comes to keeping you safe and healthy.
Whether it is the medical emergency kit, the contagion kit, the first aid kit, or the travel kit, these prescription kits contain an assortment of life-saving medications and guidebooks to assist in the proper use of these medications. From the flu to strep throat, from COVID to the bird flu, from a trip to the beach to a trip overseas, the Wellness Company has a prescription kit designed to keep you and your family safe. Make America Healthy Again starts at home. Do your part and protect the health of you and your family. Go to www.twc.health/voice today and order. Again, that's twc.health/voice and use the promo code VOICE to save 10% off your order.
Well, welcome back to Special Report. A harrowing statistic that I'm sure that you have heard is that fentanyl is the #1 killer of Americans aged 18 to 49. But it's also the fastest growing killer of children under the age of 14. Just a few specks of this white substance can be lethal.
JC Shepard is the founder of the Fentanyl test, the first FDA-approved ClearWave dip card test for over-the-counter use and the world's only harm reduction test strip. He has a fascinating story and mission, and he joins our show now. Welcome to the Special Report, JC.
Thank you so much for having me. I really appreciate it.
Well, JC, I'm really fascinated by this testing strip that you have created because it seems that you can use it to test any surface or substance for fentanyl down to a single grain. And it can be used by anyone, anywhere, anytime. How did you come up with this strip? And do you think perhaps you have revolutionized the way that we can test and save lives?
Well, thank you so much for that. But I believe we do. We actually did because, I mean, when you come down to science and things, it's really hard. I mean, we had, in the last 4 hours, we talked to 2 states' AGs about this and their opioid crisis teams. And when you come down to science, those people understand. But really what it comes down to, guys, is if you're a drug user and you are going to want to test your, substance for fentanyl, you are not going to destroy your substance. You need your drug. So we wanted to come up with something first and foremost that has no dilution whatsoever, because I mean, what they're doing right now with the tests that they've been using, they're full dilution. You have to submerge your cocaine, your methamphetamines, your heroin, whatever you're utilizing. You have to actually submerge that entirely in water and then utilize whatever strip that you're using and test it that way. We wanted to come up with something because of my background in healthcare IT, and I saw what was happening with everybody being under the age of 25 and under. About 85% of those coming in for emergency work and unfortunately deaths were due to fentanyl poisoning. So we wanted to come up with something to where it did not require any dilution whatsoever. And the 1 nanogram is very significant here because 2 nanograms of this substance can kill you. So that's really what we came up with this based on the fact that we wanted to make sure that people will actually use something and that, it will find something to a level that will not even make you sick, to be honest.
Well, the test can also be used for urine samples and in only 5 minutes as opposed to 60-day toxicology test, which means that criminals with fentanyl in their system can be brought to justice. Why is this aspect of your test so important?
Well, to be quite honest with you, so we designed the urine aspect for parole and probation officers because right now, most jurisdictions are not utilizing this test. So there's a big difference, guys, and I know you understand this being on RAV, but there is a difference between a poisoning and an overdose. A true overdose is a person that is actually seeking to use fentanyl, and we find that almost 87% of parole and probationees are utilizing fentanyl because they're not being tested for it. And the reason why is it's a major tax payer. We're talking $750 to $1,500 per test to send to a lab. So we wanted to create something where probation officers and parole officers could use something that could be administered by them, that first and foremost, the FDA clearance and the CLIA waiver to where it's actually certified. And, it comes down to the fact that it's even over the counter, so it's that easy to use. But we wanted to make something to where even a deterrent when people know, I mean, addicts and the people that deliver the substances are the most creative people on earth. So when it comes down to it, even when these addicts know they can move their heroin addiction and opiate addictions to something to stay out of prison and utilize fentanyl, we figured that might really clear up most of the overdoses because it's even knowing that exists now and you can go back to prison because there's a fentanyl test, it will stop people from overdosing.
That's a good point. Well, JC, I'm a new parent, so when I learned that the stat is that fentanyl is killing so many kids under 14, how would you use this strip for, let's say, realistic purposes rather than the paranoia of, okay, now I have to test my kid's lunchbox or the train rail or any surface or substance for that matter? It's a tremendous tool that you have, but how do you use it in a sensible way?
Well, that's a really great question because, to be honest with you, a lot of this comes down to parental awareness and just talking to your kids and relating to them because, I've never been a person that really defied my parents, but, I know my parents, even though they're the greatest parents on earth, they tried a substance before. They did something when they were young and, having fun and just following, I guess, the crowd, if you will. But now you can't do that. We have 13-year-olds trying a pill for the first time that are not surviving. So it really comes down to the parents first and foremost saying, hey, listen, if you are going to do something or if you have peer pressure at a party, take this strip out, utilize it, test whatever you're about to do. It's not going to ruin the substance. You don't have to put anything in water whatsoever. Just touch the stick to this, put the buffer liquid on the stick and say, hey, this is okay to use. Because it's really, it's such, well, there's many shames about this whole situation, but kids, truly, we're losing 22 adolescents a week right now to this substance. And that's really the way it has to go. It's school assemblies. I mean, people really need to speak about the awareness of this. And parents, you almost hate to say that, I hate to see people's deaths politicized and how fentanyl is politicized, but it did spread at least somewhat awareness to where parents now know about it and they can talk to their kids about it, but they can also go to their CVS, their Walmart, whatever is on their street right now and get these tests and say, hey, listen, utilize this. You'll still be cool doing it and you'll save everybody.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, saving lives should be the priority. JC, your group, Lost Voices of Fentanyl, was recently suspended from Facebook for apparent misinformation about drugs. I thought that Mark Zuckerberg was supposed to be lifting censorship, not increasing it. What exactly is happening here, and what is your message to Zuckerberg?
Well, so Lost Voices, they're a partner of ours. They're absolutely fantastic. They have 37,000 people in their group, and this is why it's so unfortunate, because probably almost every single one of those 37,000 people lost a son or a daughter or a family member, and it's still growing. So it's very important for them to have this group. And let's be honest here, this is a 501c3 registered charity. So for them to shut down this group because they're saying they're promoting drugs, it blows my mind. But yeah, you hit it on the head. I mean, I know very much about censorship because I'm also the owner of Wimkin Social Media, and we were shut down tried to be shut down by everybody, but the app stores, just because we allowed free speech. But when it comes down to this, I mean, they're a registered charity, and they're talking about saving other people's lives, spreading awareness. And to have that shut down, again, I think it's the fourth time in 4 months that they've done this. No warning, nothing whatsoever. They just say you're promoting drugs.
JC, I know that you've met with a number of the top people in the Trump administration about the fentanyl crisis, and with new HHS Secretary RFK Jr., do you think that we may see mass-scale changes in policy and strategy when it comes to tackling this epidemic?
I do. I was fortunate enough to meet with Bobby right after the inauguration on January 21st, and it was a private meeting, and he offered to write every single governor a letter stating, hey, listen, I mean, the man is a recovering addict himself. I think he's almost 30 years sober, so he understands intricately why these are so important, because, addicts will actually use these tests. What they have right now, I want Doge to audit. I want to say, why are they spending money on Canadian tests that we're talking about $500 million collectively that they're spending on tests that people don't use? I mean, even police officers don't want to use these because they have to throw everything in water to see if there's even something illegal in the substance. But an addict is not going to do that. They need their substance. So fundamentally, yes, I believe that we have the best person in there that's actually going to do this and help. And if they actually do implement the plan that we discussed, we will cut down fentanyl deaths by 50%, especially poisonings, within 18 months.
Wow, that is remarkable. Now, for parents, what are some things to look for if you worry that your child or loved one might be dabbling with recreational drugs, which could, of course, lead to their death if they are laced with fentanyl?
Fentanyl it's so potent that if they actually do try that, especially as a child, they're probably not going to be coherent. They're going to be completely out of sorts. They're going to be sick. Let's be honest. They're going to be completely someone that, as a parent, you would not recognize. I have a 4 and 8-year-old, and, literally you have 11, 12, 13-year-olds trying a pill at this point in time. So you have to look out for, first and foremost, look at the friends. I mean, look at what's happening there. Look at the parents, too, of the friends. I mean, you really have to kind of select who your children are speaking to nowadays and who they're, hanging around. It's horrible to say and think about, but this is a true epidemic that can't be ignored. And that one time you do ignore it could cost, your child their life. So it really comes down to the fact that with fentanyl, there's not much to look for because it's so potent and so quickly it could hurt somebody. But, the same thing with, if it's leading into things like marijuana, drinking even, the slurring of the words, the eyes, the slow mobility, those things will happen. But with fentanyl, it's unfortunately probably going to end up in an emergency room.
Yeah. Well, JC, thank you so much for being on Special Report. I know the fentanyl test is going to make a huge difference here in the United States. Best of luck to you.
Thank you guys so much. Really appreciate it.
And thank you to our viewers. Be sure to check out Special Report along with all of our RAV shows now on iHeart Podcast.
And we want to hear from all of you on Getter, so if you haven't joined, go check out the app. And if you're already there, reach out and let us know what you think of Special Report. We'll see you next week. Now stay tuned for War Room.
You asked, and we heard you, America.
Real America's Voice is coming to iHeartMedia.
Yes, Real America's Voice is now breaking through the white noise of the mainstream media.
Just download the iHeart app and you'll have all of us right at your fingertips.
Scan the QR code and start streaming RAV anywhere you want.
Real America's Voice, available whenever you need us.
It's never been easier to stay connected with the voices you trust.
RAV on iHeart means you can take us with you wherever you go.
This is huge. The truth on iHeart. Ready whenever you are. From Charlie Kirk to Steve Bannon, Jack Posobiec to Grant Stinchfield, you'll find all your favorite RAV hosts in one place.
You can listen on Spotify, Apple, Pandora, or Amazon. RAV is now available everywhere you get your podcasts. All you need to do is scan the QR code right now.
Download the iHeart app today and get ready for Real America's Voice.
Scan the QR code and join the RAV movement.
This is the primal scream of a dying regime. Pray for our enemies, because we're going medieval on these people. You're not got a free shot on all these networks lying about the people. The people have had a belly full of it. I know you don't like hearing that. I know you try to do everything in the world to stop that, but you're not going to stop it. It's going to happen.
And where do people like that go to share the big lie? MAGA media. I wish in my soul, I wish that any of these people had a conscience.
Ask yourself, what is my task and what is my purpose? If that answer is to save my country, this country will be saved.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Welcome to the War Room. There you go. It's obviously not Stephen K. Bannon. It's Natalie Winters. I will be hosting just for a little bit. I think Steve will be joining us probably around 5:45. I always hesitate to give an exact time because, as you know, in the War Room, as guests who have come on the show, you know, you get, you're going to come on at 5:15 and then you're waiting for 30 minutes. But that's the joy, the bliss of the War Room. We're unscripted, we're unplanned, we're unprompted. But thank you so much for joining us here. I'm already getting flashbacks to when I had to fill in for Steve in prison. Thank God he will not be going back. I'm honored to be joined on stage. I know you guys are used to a Natalie Winters rant. Okay, I guess I have a better microphone now. But I feel insecure being on stage with these two brilliant men, so I'm going to let them do the majority of the talking. I know you guys want to get into the ever-exciting topic of World War III, but until we get into that, we'll tease you guys just a little bit. I want to go back to something that we were talking about earlier this morning, which is all things USAID and color revolution. Because what we hear, the sort of, strapline defense coming from MSNBC, from Democrats, establishment Republicans, is the idea that if we destroy USAID or have it subsumed by the State Department, that America's soft power abroad is going to absolutely dissipate, and that we're going to have no ability to counter the Chinese Communist Party. Because I'm sure you guys know our elites are very intent on countering the Chinese Communist Party. So I'll start with you, Brian Kennedy, of the Claremont Institute, all those wonderful things. Your thoughts on that sort of critique?
Yeah, it's the kind of thing the CIA would say in order to justify more spending. I think one of the main things about USAID and everything they've been doing is they've done this for you've heard this phrase before, the greater good. We're doing this for the greater good. And so we've spent money all over the world for the greater good, and we've projected American power, but we haven't really made friends or allies of these people. We've used this to corrupt the world, I think, in so many ways. And I think that's really the danger of what the government's been doing all these years. And I think one of the main things that Musk has gotten to is that there is so much money. When you hear about condoms going to Mozambique, and it's our tax dollars doing that.
Hang on, I was told by a reporter in the White House that because the condoms were going to Mozambique and not Gaza, that the American people should support it. Do you guys agree with that? Okay, I didn't think so. I didn't think so. But continue.
Right. Yeah, no. I think that's just the point, though. Why are our tax dollars doing that? I will say, Frank Gaffney and Frank's one of my heroes. And Steve's not here, so I get to say whatever I want to until you try to wrestle me to stop me. we're living in this very precarious time where government is spending a lot of money, and Frank and I were arguing earlier this week about how much money we're spending on defense. And President Trump had this proposal with the Chinese and the Russians that if we cut 50% of our defense budget, they'll cut 50% of their budgets. And Frank called me, and it was moral outrage and about the whole thing. And I thought, this is Trump's genius, that he's going to cut 50% out of our defense budget, and it's going to be, condoms to Mozambique, or, transgender surgeries in the military and all this wasteful spending. We're going to cut 50% out of our budget that goes in those kind of crazy things. And the Russians and the Chinese would have to cut 50% out of their budget, and it would be actual programs they're using to build, nuclear weapons or tanks or airplanes, what have you. And so I think one healthy byproduct of finding out where the money goes is what can our priorities, or what should our priorities really be? Should they be these silly programs around the world, or should it be what does it take to defend the United States?
And I know you guys might have a little bit of a debate over World War III, but I'm curious if you agree with Brian's assessment of the concept of United States American soft power abroad. I think it's sort of I would say, false projection, the idea that we are actively competing with the CCP in any meaningful way, shape, or form on the world stage currently, or at least under Joe Biden.
Well, I just have to say, if I can,
it's the CCP.
Comment. Natalie was overheard off mic as we came up saying, "I want some exciting guests."
That was not a neg of
rather
you.
Disappointed. Let me try to make AID as exciting as one can.
I have high standards. Okay.
Look. This has been a quintessential example of slush funds being abused by Democrats for their social engineering projects. And the dead giveaway, which Natalie now, our White House correspondent, let's hear it for the White House correspondent in War Room. Yay! As Natalie can appreciate, it appears that about half of the people in the room she works with now were on the USAID payroll, for God's sake. Now, it starts with the fact that last time I checked was a program designed to pay for foreign activities. And we can argue about the value of them and, the merits of the way they did it, in particular under the Biden years. And I would just stipulate it was waste, fraud, and abuse stem to stern. I happen to believe that there are some places where you could usefully use foreign assistance, but I'm not convinced that they were doing much of it on those guys' watch. And as a result, they've given the whole thing a bad name. But what is absolutely unacceptable and should be criminal and should be prosecuted, something that Natalie is rather big on, as you know, is the fact that they were plowing some of this money into propagandizing the American people. That is unbelievable. And I don't think we've gotten an indication of the full measure of how bad it was. Which brings me to another exciting topic, which is what we're doing with our defense spending. Now, Brian and I did have a little bit of a debate. My piece of the debate was mostly, I personally don't believe that there is 50% of the defense budget that is in condoms going to Mozambique or transgender surgery. In fact, one of the things that I said to Brian that I'm hopeful of is if Elon Musk and his team do, as Steve has constantly now been exhorting them to do, to go into Virginia. Have you heard about this? Go into Virginia, just like in, the Civil War. if they do, and they actually can bring the kinds of techniques and technologies to bear that they've used handsomely on USAID and a number of other outfits, maybe they will find what has been eluding us to this point, which are line items dedicated to waste, fraud, and abuse. And if they do, we should strike them for sure. And they might find other programs that they think are not meritorious or at least not as high a priority as they should be. And we should have a debate about that. But I would like to suggest, ladies and gentlemen, and this is a point on which Brian and I agree, that as we are in a war, we ought to think very carefully about either taking the money out or being perceived as taking the money out rather than spending it more wisely. And I just want to do a shout out to a really exciting person who unfortunately is not up here on the stage, but she's right over there, Dr. Karen Sigemund, one of the War Room favorites, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm going to steal one of her lines because she's always stealing my damn lines. Karen has a wonderful analogy. You all are familiar with this question about if a tree falls in the forest, did anybody hear it if they weren't there, right? Did it actually make a sound since nobody was there to hear it? Or something like that. Anyway, the point is, she said, if there is a war underway and nobody is paying attention, can you still lose it? And the answer, of course, is yes, you can. And we're testing the proposition right now. And one of the things, and I see the great Steve Bannon is in the house, for which I will always be personally grateful, and I suspect the rest of you feel the same way, is he has helped people like our Committee on the Present Danger, China, and countless others, elevating these sorts of issues that the American people have to know about. Have to know that when we're deciding about defense expenditures or what they should be or how much they should be, we're having it in the context of the fact that we have mortal enemies, starting with the Chinese Communist Party, who are emboldened by what they see us doing. And if they are emboldened, they will press forward, I'm afraid, from what I believe Natalie has done heroic work to describe, the unrestricted warfare they've engaged in against us for 30-some years. The People's War that they announced publicly that they had declared against us back in May of 2019. And yes, the shooting war that they have been preparing for inexorably, and which could be upon us at any time. And last point, which is really exciting, is we have barely had a conversation in this country about the fact that the Defense Department of the United States had better be structured, equipped, trained, and prepared to contend with something that I submit to you they are not any of those things right now. And that is dealing with multiple divisions of Chinese People's Liberation Army personnel in America right now. How exciting is that, ladies and gentlemen? We need to work it. Thank you.
You guys definitely were wonderful guests. I will give you that. I think I hear Stephen K. Bannon is back, so I assume he'll be taking over in B Block. I know we are getting ready at some point, too, for President Trump to speak down in Miami, which we will be tossing to live, not just for you guys, but for the audience at home as well. But before we jump to break, I think you guys are so correct, right? The idea of waste, fraud, and abuse. But I think that's almost too euphemistic, right? It's weaponization of government against the American people. Speaking of the Pentagon, it was was less than a week after Russia invaded Ukraine that they launched the Influence and Perception Management Office coming out of the Pentagon, which was responsible for weaponizing propaganda, not just internationally, but domestically. Here at home, I think we got to send Doge right to that agency. And I'd been looking, too, at the mis- and disinformation grants coming out of all the various agencies. And I remember there were about 1,000 of them, a little over 1,000. And if you itemize them from when they were started, 98.6 of them began after President Trump was elected and sworn in. If there's not a more telling statistic, the idea that misinformation is and always has been an astroturfed campaign to come after this movement and silence the actual truth, people like you guys, what you were just talking about, then I don't know what other evidence you could point to. 98.6% of grants dedicated to combating misinformation starting after President Trump was sworn in. And 85.7% of them happened under Joe Biden. Right? We will be back. I think Stephen K. Bannon will assume his rightful role as host. And I think you guys made the cut. You'll get to stay on. We will be right back after this short break.
Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Thank you. Welcome back to the War Room. Have we had, has Derek Harvey, or is Derek Harvey, Colonel Harvey speak? Where's Colonel Harvey? Where's Derek Harvey? Oh, well, we had Colonel Harvey here to talk about the deep state. Have we had the debate? You got your mic there? You have, okay, fine, hang on. We're here in the War Room for the force multiplier event. I want to tell the audience, President Trump is at Doral. I think we're going to be going to Doral to pick up President Trump's comments momentarily. Can we do it? This is the same crowd that was here at 8:30 this morning, right? These are the workers. I'm just kidding. We had a tremendous. I want to thank Real America's Voice, Parker and Rob Sig. Of course, Harry, our producer. Harry goes everywhere with us. Cameron, our content producer, the producer of the War Room. Harry's from Real America's Voice. So, and they can set this thing up amazingly late last night. Bolsonaro. I stepped next door because Ed Warder's here, and the point I wanted to make next door was that we're at war. They indicted President Bolsonaro yesterday with a coup d'etat for contesting a stolen election, right? 40 years in prison. And you know why? Because he's winning in the polls on the rematch. Just like they had the South Korean, they've had a coup there by the Chinese Communist Party. President Yoon is they've had a coup there. They want to put him in prison. President Trump from the J6 committee, when they gave the information over to Jack Smith's indictments, it was 350 years in prison for President Trump. They wanted to imprison President Trump. And just remember the work you did to guarantee and to make sure he had that victory in November is that they were going to give a superseding indictment the next day on President Trump. That's that whole report. To expedite President Trump on conspiracy charges, insurrection charges. They wanted, their number one objective was for Donald J. Trump, the man you're going to see in a minute from Doral, that's the President of the United States, to die in a federal prison. To die in a federal prison. These people are at war with us. This is why right now, the first 30 days have been amazing. Have you looked at their long faces on MSNBC? Do you think they like what we're doing to them? Do they think they like what we're doing to the administrative state or to the deep state? No. And they still have immense power. They have immense resources. They have immense cunning. And because they're the children of Satan, right? They're demonic. Purely, if you didn't think they were demonic, if you're just a regular, everyday American, look at what they did to the country in 4 years. Look at what they turned to the schools. Look at this radical transgender ideology. It's not just men and girls sports. Look at the radical nature of everything they attempt to do. This is why it's providential that they stole the election. Because then you can see, average Americans who don't pay, the low information voters who don't pay a lot of attention can say, that is not my country. That is not the United States of America. And I don't know about all this stuff, but I want Trump. And that's why they back Trump. And that's why Trump got 39% of African American men. Right? It's a new day that's dawned here. In Starr County, Texas, is 97% Hispanic. It's hard scrabble. It's tough to make a living down there. Hillary Clinton won it by 60%. Trump won it this time by 16%. Hispanic citizens, Hispanic Americans are coming our way. You know why? They see these people they're naturally socially conservative. All we have to do is reach out to them on the economics. We reach out to them on the economics. We've built a coalition. You add the Make America Healthy Again. You add those red-pilled mothers from the shutdown. This is a coalition bigger than 1932. And people say, well, it's so diverse, Steve. You got all these oligarchs, you got these crypto bros. I said, Roosevelt had, KKK guys in the South. He had the Harvard faculty. He had Wall Street operators. He had ranchers out west. And they ruled the country for 50 years. They kept a coalition together. That's what President Trump's doing, and we're not gonna love it all. We're not gonna love it all. But we're gonna love enough of it to keep driving forward and to make it better and better and better and better. Steve, I got Gaffney and Brian up here, two of the smartest guys I know. President Trump I mean, he has totally flipped the geostrategic nature of the country on its head. He's talking a naval strategy from the Panama Canal to Greenland to Arctic, right? Block off the Soviet submarine, the Russian submarines coming down through Greenland. Go to the third island chain, the first island chain in the Pacific, that vast desert of the Pacific. You have hermetically sealed the United States. You add in an Iron Dome, boom. It is the Monroe Doctrine 2.0. It's what James Monroe and our founders always thought of. America as an island of sanity and safety, and then we can pick and choose where we go throughout the world. President Trump then sits there and goes, guess what? We have an opportunity to beat our swords into plowshares. Of course, Frank Gaffney has a stroke, right? He's calling me, what is Trump talking about? I got to debate. Give me somebody to debate. We'll do that in a second. We'll get one more point. But my point is, Trump is totally changing that dynamic. Look, in Riyadh, what do? All of a sudden, we make that deal with the Russians and flip them against the Chinese Communist Party. All of a sudden, you don't have the burning problems on the Eurasian landmass. Yes, I understand. We can't trust the KGB. This is going to take years to do. But his thinking is next level. Now, I still don't totally understand the condos in Gaza, but hey, Trump's rolling, baby. I tell people, just go with it, right? I don't know, just go with it. He's been right on so many things, who knows? Been talking about Greenland forever. Frank Gaffney, why are you apoplectic? When President Trump says, I'm going to cut the defense budget, I'm going to cut the defense budget by 50% because I am going to make a deal with Putin and we're going to beat our swords into plowshares. I think as the Old Testament tells us, right? Swords into plowshares. Did it work out in the Old Testament like that? I don't think so. I think the swords won. But I like the thought. Why do you have conniptions, sir?
The simple reason is this. I spent almost all of my professional life working against addled-minded arms control. And the idea you're going to get into one process, as they call it, with the Russians and the Chinese, where they're going to actually agree to cut their military by half, ain't going to happen. But what could begin happening, and I've seen it again and again and again, is it immediately starts constricting us. So I've got a better idea. And it's one you've talked about a lot on the program. And our Committee on the Present Danger China has been all about. How about this? How about we cut the bad guys' defense expenditures, but not ours? Could we do that? Well, not through an arms control process, that's for sure. But how about we just stop underwriting the enemy? How about we stop giving your money to the bad guys to build weapons to kill us? We can do that today. The president could make it happen.
Brian Kennedy, rebuttal.
Not so much a rebuttal. Not so much a rebuttal as to amplify something the president said, which I think is the most important point he's made on national security. He talks about an Iron Dome because you know about the Iron Dome that's in Israel. He wants to make sure we're defended from ballistic missile attack from Russia, China, and Iran. Today, right now, if Russia, China, or Iran launched a nuclear ballistic missile at us, we could not stop it. Washington could be decapitated. They might evacuate Washington. They might evacuate the leaders, our political betters, to some special spot. But all of us would be dead. President Trump knows that you need a national missile defense. You have a window to get it right. It's a very short window to get it right. But I guarantee you this, the Russians and the Chinese do not take him seriously until that missile defense can be built. You look at some of his top theorists and strategists that he's put in the Defense Department, some of them are very good people, but not all of them are for a national missile defense, to be clear. He is great. Finally, we have a president who is going to get this done in a very short period of time. We get that done, we can do peace deals all throughout the world. If we don't do that, no superpower will take us seriously, period.
Okay, great. We're not going to go drought yet. We're going to take a short commercial break here in a second. We have two honored guests. Spencer Morrison is the new Peter Navarro. It's about reshoring and about tariffs. President Trump, he doesn't think of them as tariffs. He thinks it's a geoeconomic rethinking of this country in the economic model. I believe President Trump one day sees at least a third of revenue come from external revenue, right? Not just on the backs of the American companies, American entrepreneurs, and American citizens. It's radical. Spencer has forgotten more about tariffs than just about anybody ever has understood, and he understands the simple fact it's not a tax, and it's not a tax on consumers, which are trying to scaremonger. And Colonel Derek Harvey's still here. Colonel Harvey is one of the leaders in President Trump's White House the first time to make sure he kept us out of trouble. An absolute hero. He is an expert on the deep state. So we're going to get back of both of it. Take a short commercial break. Let's hear it for this crowd. You guys are amazing. 9 hours and you're still going. Short break. Back at National Harbor Gaylord Hotel. CPAC. Next.
Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Yeah. No, we're going to have a party, and somebody in the audience goes, "Is that at Raheem's restaurant?" Because this is what Raheem's become. He's like a restaurateur now. Raheem, love you, brother. Colonel Derek Harvey joins us. Colonel Harvey, I've had the honor of knowing this individual for about 10 years. One of the greatest patriots I've ever met. A man that's put on the line many times for his country in uniform in the Army. particularly in the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, and really put it on the line in the White House. If people had listened to Colonel Harvey, President Trump would have never been impeached the first time. Colonel Harvey, his guys had it that wired, and because why? They know the deep state. Colonel, we're pressed for time, but if you give us, I know you're fighting this, if you give us 5, 6, 7 minutes on the deep state and President Trump's effort and his team that are set up to try to take it down, sir.
Okay, thanks, Steve. Really appreciate it. And shout out to everyone here who's on team with President Trump. And one thing I like about what President Trump is doing is he is coming in bold, taking action, and moving fast, keeping the enemy off guard. And I'll use the term the enemy because the deep state, call it what you will, the administrative state, the bureaucrats, they are overwhelmingly aligned with the movement of the leftist Democrats. That's what we find in there. And when we first went in Trump 45, they were very bold on the other side about what they were doing. They were leaking classified information.
Hang on, Dad, 1 second. We just had the president's coming in live from Doral. Let's cut to that on the two screens.
Good.
We're going to come back to Derek Harvey on his discussion of the deep state here in a moment. Let's go ahead and throw it up on the screens.
Detroit down to Houston and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say that I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free, and I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me, and I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free, and I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me, and I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA.
Thank you very much. What a great group this is. You have to see outside. It's going wild outside with a lot of love for all of us, I guess. But thank you, Richard, for the introduction, and thank you to all for such a warm welcome. It's great to be back in beautiful Miami, where I've actually built a lot of great buildings with the Desert family and some others. We've had tremendous success in Miami. We have Trump Towers and Sunny Isles Beach. It's 4 beautiful buildings right on the ocean. The Trump Grande, put the little E in the end for a little, class it up a little bit. Trump Grande, and the 700-acre Doral. It's a tremendous country club, and it's actually the most successful country club in the U.S., where I was just given approval to build 1,500 units, and I couldn't care less about building units. When you're president, who the hell wants to build units? I've been building units all my life. I don't want to build units, but they gave us permission to do it. But today is a tremendous honor. Become the first American president to address the Future Investment Initiative Institute. That's the first one. That's it's always known. And I want to thank Mayor of Miami, Francis Suarez, for being here. Thank you very much, Francis, wherever you may be. Hi, Francis. And thank you for the endorsement when I ran. I was very appreciative. Along with the mayor of Miami Beach, Stephen Miner. Stephen, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Stephen. Thank you very much. And numerous American business leaders, some of the biggest business leaders actually anywhere in the world, and many distinguished guests from the Middle East, and in particular the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, a special place with special leaders. and including FII Institute Chairman and Governor of the Public Investment Fund, which is a seriously big fund. Yasser, I see you there. Stand up, Yasser. Everyone knows Yasser. Thank you. Great guy, great person. And Finance Minister Mohammed, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Good to see you again. That's pretty good. Finance Minister of that part of the world, that's not bad. Other parts of the world, not so good, but that one is good. And many other senior government leaders. I also want to recognize the kingdom's ambassador to the United States, Her Royal Highness Princess Rima. Ooh, very popular. Very popular. Wow, that's very nice. Sitting next to Elon. Wow, you couldn't do better than that, huh? As well as my own special envoy to the Middle East, who's really done a fantastic job, Steve Witkoff. Thank you, Steve. He's been busy. And Michael Waltz is here. Where is Michael? Michael's been so busy. They've been going back and forth and back. And a woman who is just voted the most powerful woman anywhere in the world. No, I'm going to go with Princess Rima, but she was voted the most powerful woman anywhere in the world, Susie Wiles. Thank you. Thank you. Most powerful woman. That's pretty good. We have to talk to you about that, Susie. That's pretty good. And also, we all know Jared Kushner, a very special guy. Thank you, Jared. Thank you, Jared. And Elon Musk. He's been making a little news lately, hasn't he, though? Very positive news. Stand up, Elon. He's a great guy. We did a little show last night. I heard they got very good ratings, too, by the way. We did. Hannity. Sean Hannity was fantastic, a fantastic man, a fantastic guy, and he did a show, and it was great being on the show with you last night. I come today with a simple message for business leaders from all across the nation and all around the world. If you want to build the future, push boundaries, unleash breakthroughs, transform industries, and make a fortune, because you want to make a fortune. Most of you have already made a fortune. I don't want to say that. There's no better place on earth than the current and future United States of America under a certain president named Donald J. Trump. I think that you're going to do very well. They're saying that November 5th, Election Day, 2024 will go down as one of the most important days in the history of our country. They said in 129 years, the most consequential election. I don't know if they're right about that or not, but it sounds good. I wanted to see if I could get a couple of more years tacked on, but I figured the fight wasn't really worth it. 129 is a lot. And as of January 20th, 2025, the dark days of high taxes, crushing regulations, rampant inflation, flagrant corruption, government weaponization. Oh, I know about weaponization. And total incompetence will be gone forever. They'll be gone forever. Because the United States is back and open for business, and the golden age of America has officially begun. You see it happening. Since my election, America's economic engines have come roaring back to life in just a very short period of time. Think of it, from November 5th, the progress that's been made has been amazing. The NASDAQ is up nearly 10% in just a few months, and that's a lot. The Dow Jones Industrial Average is up 2,200 points, and Bitcoin has set multiple all-time record highs because everyone knows that I'm committed to making America the crypto capital. We want to stay at the forefront of everything, and one of them is crypto, and Miami seems to be the center of the action, come to think of it, and maybe it'll stay there. Business optimism skyrocketed 42 points. Think of that in a single month, the most in history by far. That's the biggest increase in history by not even close. The ISM index of manufacturing activity surged into positive territory for the first time in many years. Amazing. And it was just announced, this is an interesting one, I didn't realize it was that bad for so long, but it was just announced by one of the nation's most historically accurate and respected pollsters Rasmussen that the number of Americans who believe our country is on the right track now exceeds those who think it's heading in the wrong direction for the first time in 20 years. Can you believe that? 20 years. And this is really a seismic 27-point swing from just before the election. Nobody's ever seen anything like that one yet, sir. I want to tell you, that's a big one. The best and most successful business leaders on earth are now racing to invest in the United States. Since November, DeMac has announced plans to invest $40 billion in the U.S., creating at least 10,000 jobs. SoftBank has announced investments of between $100 and $200 billion, creating at least 100,000 American jobs. Oracle and OpenAI and SoftBank are now collectively committing $500 billion to keep the United States on the cutting edge of artificial intelligence, and so many more. I mean, so many companies that want to come to the White House and have a little news conference all the time. I said, why don't you just announce it? But they want to come, and I'll do that. I don't mind doing that. I say anytime they want to go 10 billion or more, I'm there. 10 billion or more. But on his recent visit to the White House, the Prime Minister of Japan announced he anticipates Japanese investment in the United States of well over $1 trillion, and we're working on an Alaska pipeline already, which is the closest point to Asia. And as you know, the ANWR, which we've started, Ronald Reagan couldn't get it approved. Nobody could get it approved for so many years. Couldn't get it approved. I got it approved. Actually, I got it approved twice. I got it approved and Biden ended it. That was a shocker, but we just got it approved again. And we're going to be, it's probably the largest deposit maybe anywhere in the world, just by itself. It's, they say, of similar size to Saudi Arabia, so we hope that's correct. But all of this is only happening because of the world-changing results of the 2024 election. We won the House. We won the Senate, the White House, and the Electoral College, and the popular vote in a landslide. We also won all 7 swing states, and all 50 states shifted in the Republican direction for the first time ever. So every state, every single state of the 50 states shifted Republican. It's never happened before. Either way, it's never happened. And 85% of counties voted for Trump. Think of that. So you have 2,600 counties versus 525. 2,600, think of that. That's why when you look at the election map after it was all done, the certified map, the whole thing was red. 2,600 versus 500. It's a big difference. Nobody's seen anything like it, actually. So as a result of this very historic victory, investors from all over the planet once again have confidence in America's future and respect for America's leaders, and it's about time we get a little respect. The last administration was the worst and most incompetent in the history of our country, but we are moving quickly to fix every single disaster Joe Biden created and make America stronger and more prosperous than ever before. Our first and most urgent mission is to remove the criminals that Biden allowed into our country with the ridiculous and very dangerous open borders policy. They came from all over the world. They came from prisons and jails. They came from mental institutions and insane asylums. They were gang members. They were drug lords. They came from all over, and they were allowed to come into our country. And we're getting them out in record levels, just like they came in record levels. I want to thank Tom Homan and Christie, who was just she's doing a fantastic job, governor of South Dakota, and Tom Homan, you know, and they are doing a fantastic job, and the results are incredible. And every country is taking them back. They're sending their criminals to us, and they're all taking them back. We had a little problem with a couple of them that ended very quickly. And because some said, we don't really want MS-13 back in our country. But I said, congratulations, you're taking them back. And they take them back. And by the way, Europe and other places ought to start also doing that, they better start looking at immigration because it's really hurting Europe very, very badly. And they better get smart and they better get tough before it's too late. We're also working to end the highest inflation in our country's history, all caused because they played with our energy policy and wasted money on the Green New Scam and other things such as that. And they wasted monies at never seen before levels. If Joe Biden had simply held federal spending at the pre-pandemic levels we had in 2019, right now we would have virtually no inflation. We're trying to balance the budget immediately, and because of the tariff income, which is really, it's already turned out to be amazing, actually. It's really meant more for bringing countries and companies into our country, but it's, the numbers are rather staggering because we're the big piggy bank that everybody wants to be, and they can play games and they can say, well, there'll be retribution and, equal this and that, but they can't be equal. But we want to keep it so that we're the big piggy bank, and if we had years like we did the last 4 years, that wouldn't have lasted too long. So we're not promising it, but, all of these things could happen. We hope to balance our budget, so I don't want to promise it because if I do and we come about $10 short, the fake news media back there would say, we have breaking news. He did not make it. He did not make it. But we'll get it done very soon. It might not be this year, but it could be this year. Actually, we have a chance at getting it even this year, which people would be shocked at because they were talking about 10 years, 15 years, 20 years from now. When I took office last month, we inherited the consequences of inflation. That was more than 4 times what it was when I left 4 years ago. Think of that. I left, it was at 1.4%. And the annual government spending over $1.5 trillion more than projected in 2020 alone. $1.5 trillion. But under the Trump administration, all of that is changing faster and more dramatically than anyone ever thought possible. They didn't think it was possible to do what we've done in just a very short period of time. We've accomplished more in 4 weeks than most administrations accomplish in 4 years. On my first day in office, I imposed an immediate federal hiring freeze, a federal regulation freeze, and a foreign aid freeze. I signed an order creating the Department of Government Efficiency and put a man named Elon Musk in charge. Thank you, Elon, for doing it. Thank you very much. And he's doing a great job. I wish you could have seen him last night. It's really, he's a very committed person. He's a very serious person. And he's a very high IQ people. I like high IQ people. Not all have to be, but, it'd be nice to have some people up there that he's a seriously high IQ individual. Now, he's got his faults also, I will tell you that. But not too many of them, which is now really waging war on government waste, fraud, and abuse. And they're curbing inflation and saving taxpayers billions and billions of dollars every single day. And there's even under consideration a new concept where we give 20% of the Doge savings to American citizens and 20% goes to paying down debt because the numbers are incredible, Elon. So many billions of dollars, billions, hundreds of billions. And we're thinking about giving 20% back to the American citizens and 20% down to pay back debt and pay down debt, which is, if you look at value, if it were a real estate balance sheet, the debt is tiny, but we still want to pay it down. Doesn't matter. We don't look at it as a piece of real estate. It's America. We're going to get it down through intelligence, hard work, and as Elon said, a word called caring. You have to care. By doing this, Americans will tell us where there's waste. They'll be reporting it themselves. They participate in the process of saving money. So many of the men and women in this room, as an example, they pay tremendous amounts of taxes. And here are just a few examples of where your money was going before I came along. These are just some of the, just taken at random. Oh, there are much worse examples than this. I was just looking at them before the speech, and I can tell you they were much worse. And there are some that are horrible, but I don't want to really say them because they're very, very embarrassing to people. Very, very embarrassing. And they're really something, but you'll be seeing it and you will be reading about it. but just some taken at random, $2 million for sex change operations in Guatemala, $20 million for Sesame Street performances in Iraq. $20 million, that's a lot of money. You know, I know what it costs to do those things. You get a cast over for $50,000, give them a couple of bucks tip, and that's it, not $20 million. $20 million, that's Gone with the Wind on steroids. $101 million for 29 diversity, equity, and inclusion contracts at the Department of Education. Wow. And we've canceled all of these, saved all of this money. And again, this is just a small sample. This could go on. I could read them all day. $520 million for a consultant. I want to know who is that consultant? To do ESG, that's environmental, social, and governance investments in Africa. $25 million to promote biodiversity, conservation, and licit livelihoods by developing socially responsible behavior in Colombia. $40 million to improve the social and economic inclusion of sedentary migrants. Nobody knows what that even means. None of this stuff, everyone's trying to figure out what the hell does it all mean? $42 million for social and behavior changes in Uganda. 40 million's a lot of newspaper ads in Uganda. $70 million for research of evidence-based solutions for development challenges. $10 million for Mozambique medical male circumcision. What does that mean? $2.3 million for strengthening independent voices in Cambodia. $14 million for improving public procurement in Serbia. $486 million to the Consortium for Elections and Political Process Strengthening, including $22 million for inclusive, participatory political process in Moldova. And $21 million for voter turnout in India. What do we need to spend $21 million for voter turnout in India? Wow, $21 million. I guess they were trying to get somebody else elected. Wow, we ought to tell the Indian government, because when we hear that Russia spent about $2 in our country, it was a big deal, right? They took some internet ads for $2,000. This is a total breakthrough. $21 million for India elections, $29 million to strengthen the political landscape in Bangladesh, $20 million for fiscal federalism, and $19 million in addition to the $21 million for biodiversity conversion in Nepal, $1.5 million for voter confidence in Liberia. We need voter confidence too when you read this list. $14 million for social cohesion in Mali, $2.5 million for inclusive democracies in South Africa, $47 million for improving learning outcomes in Asia. Asia's doing very well. We don't need to give them money. And in another program, $50 million plus another $50 million for condoms for Hamas. Do you know about that? $100 million for condoms. Condoms. Does everybody know what a condom is? For Hamas, $100 million. And these are just some. I could read this list all day long. I just don't want to bore you. But these are just some, and not nearly as bad as others. And some are just, I just don't want to say them because they're too incendiary. We're also finding tremendous abuse, waste, and fraud in Social Security. Social Security is, what's happening there is going to be one of the great potential scandals in history. On the program, there are over 4.7 million Social Security numbers from people from 100 years old to 109. Think of that. Now, over 100, there aren't a lot of people that make it. Hopefully, most of the people in this room will make it, but historically, you don't have thousands and thousands of people. But listen to this, 3.6 million people are on Social Security rolls from the age of 110 years old to 119. Do you think there are really that many? Those people are seriously old. But it gets worse. 3.47 million people are on Social Security from the age of 120 years old to 129 years old. 3.9 million people are on the age of Social Security from 130 years old to 139 years old. Now, the all-time record, I heard, is a woman who was 127 years old. That's the record. A woman from a certain country where they have actually people that live pretty long, actually. And she was 127 years old. That's pretty old, but we're topping her by millions of people. 3.5 million people from the age 140 to 149 years old. 1.3 million people are on Social Security from the age 150 to 159. And over 130,000 people are on Social Security over the age of 160 years old, okay? Including 1,039 people, think of it, over 1,000 people between the ages of 220 to 229. And one person between the age of 240 years old to 249. And the record topper, there is one person on Social Security who's 360 years old, which is approximately 110 years older than our country. So what we're trying to find out, and what we will find out, is are people being paid from all of these, somebody pocketing 10,000 here, 10,000 there, what's going on? So we'll find that out pretty easily because we have a lot of computer geniuses. I said to Elon, who are these people that are doing this, the Doge people? I said, who are they? Where do they come from? He said, well, number one, they love our country. Number two, they're really genius at computers. So nobody's going to fool them. When they go in, they see some bureaucrat that's scamming the country, and they try and talk about, certain computer language. These people say, no, it doesn't work that way. These are people that have a natural ability as brilliant computer people. It was very interesting when he told me that. I said, that's what you need today. But all of these scams have now been terminated. In addition, over the past month, we have effectively eliminated the U.S. Agency for International Development, which was funding much of this lunacy. We virtually shut down the out-of-control CFPB, escorting radical left bureaucrats out of the building and locking the doors behind them. What they were doing was so terrible. Where they were spending the money was so terrible. What we haven't looked at yet, but will be, is does the money come back to them? Because nobody can be stupid like that. And they're not stupid, they're smart, actually. And, why are they doing that? Does money come back to them? So we'll figure that out pretty easily, I think, and quickly. But I've ended all of the so-called diversity, equity, and inclusion programs across the entire federal government and private sector, and notified every single government DEI officer that their jobs have been deleted. They're all deleted. And it's interesting, even these companies that have tremendous amounts of money, a number of them just announced, Walmart, if you can believe it, they just announced that they're stopping. And, these companies are writing off like $220 million. How can you spend that much money no matter what you're doing? If you're teaching something, you're going to have an instructor. You're going to talk. You're going to give them a book. Please read the book. That you find they spent $225 million on that. What's going on? And we were going in the wrong way. And our military was really, although I tell you, we defeated ISIS with our military in 3 weeks. General Raisin Kane he's some general. He's a real general, not a television general. And 3 weeks ISIS. And I asked him, and I saw some of his people that were so great, the soldiers. We have the greatest military in the world, but we don't have the greatest top leadership. That's why Afghanistan was such a horrible situation and so embarrassing and so many other things. But when we want to, with proper leadership, there's nobody even close to us. We have the best equipment in the world. We make the best equipment in the world. But we have the best military, but, we never fight to win. We fight to just keep it going forever. And when we fight to win, there's nobody that can even come close to us. But I was talking to General Dan Kane, and we call him Raisin Kane, and I was told it would take about 4 years to defeat ISIS, and he did it in 3 weeks. I said to him, "What do you think, General? How long will it take, sir?" "I think we should do it in less than 4 weeks. You're going to have time left over," and he did that. And we were told by the television generals it would take 4 years, so we did it. That's when I went to Iraq. I flew to Iraq, and late at night, the dark of night, all the windows closed, all the lights off in the plane, and Air Force One. And we flew in, and it was pretty amazing. I'll tell you, we were landing, and there were no lights in the plane. "Sir, we have to turn off all lights." I said, "You mean we spend $9 trillion and we have to fly in an Air Force One with the lights off?" And I went up to the pilot, said hello. And by the way, these guys are like central casting. These are the best looking human beings. Everybody is like perfect. The most handsome people, the best looking people you've ever seen with the flat tops and the whole thing. And I was a little concerned because the lights are off and everything's off, and even the lights in where he was were down, very dim, very, very dim, with all of the lights on the fancy dashboards of the plane, of Air Force One. We're getting a new Air Force One if they can ever finish the damn thing. We're getting 2 of them, actually. But we may have to go a different route because it's taken them a long time. We're going to get military that's going to start building. We're going to get people to start building properly again in our country because they don't build properly. This was Boeing. But we're up there, and I'm looking at these people, and again, I say, they look like Tom Cruise, but better. Stronger, tougher. And I like Tom Cruise, but these are better. And they said, "Are we okay, Captain?" "Yes, sir, we're fine." But I'm looking out, I don't see any lights, and we're landing. And I'm used to that. I like to sit with the pilots a lot and respect the pilots greatly. And we're up there, and we have the computer. I call it the computer voice, where it goes 1,000, 900, 800. That's feet. Your feet above ground. So that means you're very low. And I'm looking out, and my eyes are pretty good, and I don't see any lights. And the computer goes out. Sounds like an intelligent individual. It goes 1,000. We're 1,000 feet up. It's a 10-story building. There's a big plane. And then it goes 900, 800, 700. I say, "Captain, Captain, we don't see any lights. Is everything?" "Yes, sir, everything's fine, sir. We'll be landing in 3 minutes." And then it goes like 600, 500. "Captain, are we okay?" And then he goes 400, 300, 200, and I'm saying, "Man, there's nothing out there." And then he goes, boom, perfect landing right on this thing. There are no lights on the runway. There's I don't know how the hell they do it, but I'm sure as hell glad we had somebody that knows how to fly. But they didn't want to have any lights because they didn't want the enemy, after spending years and trillions of dollars, we have to land with Air Force One with no lights on the runway. But they were incredible people. And then I got out of the plane, and I actually asked my people, I said, "Excuse me, I was very brave sitting in that cockpit. Am I allowed to give myself the Congressional Medal of Honor?" And they said, "I don't think so, sir." I said, "Well, I felt I was extremely brave." But now here's the problem with saying a story like that when you kid. The press will say, "President Donald Trump wanted to give himself the Congressional Medal of Honor." Headlines, headlines all over, the fake news. We call it the fake news, but we're all wise to them. But it was something, and then I went down, and it was the same thing. I'm standing on the top, and I look down, and there's these handsome people. Everybody's like from a movie set. Good-looking guys. I get down the stairs, and, "What's your name?" "My name is Kane, sir." "What's your first name?" They call me Raisin. I say, "Wait a minute, your name is Raisin Kane? I love you. I've been looking for you for 5 years. You are the great. This is what I want." And there was a general next to him. There was a colonel. There was a drill sergeant, a master sergeant. They were all like people. I could make a movie right now. I'd have the best looking people ever. And they were great. And then I went in and, sir, would you like to rest before the meeting? No, I don't want to rest. I don't want to rest. I've been resting on the plane, other than the last few moments, which were quite harrowing. And I said, I don't want to rest. He was thinking about Biden in advance, you know. Biden would have gone there, he would have rested for days. And then they wouldn't have had a meeting. He'd just go home. No, I said, I don't want to rest. I don't want to rest at all. I want to go. So we went into this like bunker, and we had a lot of very good, talented people. And that's what I asked him. I said, you know, I'm hearing it's going to take a long time. No, that's not right, sir. It's not going to take a long time. We'll have it done in 4 weeks. I said, how can you say 4 weeks when in Washington they said 4 years? He said, 4 weeks, sir. We'll hit them left, we'll hit them right, we'll hit them up the center, we'll hit them underground and overground, we'll knock the hell out of them, sir. And I said, why is it that they said so long? He said, because they wouldn't let us fight. And we're very far away. They want us to fight for this, from this airport. We're very, very far away, sir. And they want us to fight here. We have many substations out, sub-airports, they call them, remote airports, where they build them in the sand. And we have many of them, and I'd use them all, sir. And I would hit them so hard from so many different directions. I said, well, what do you think? He said, you just let me know. And I called him back and I said, go ahead and do it. Are you sure you can do this, General? I said, yes, sir. And he did it actually in 3 weeks. It was over 100% of people that are really hurting the Middle East, hurting the world. And it was done. And we have, I'm telling you, we have the greatest military in the world, but you have to use the right people. But there's nothing like what they were able to do in that case and in other cases wherever I gave them something. It was done incredibly well and you know many of the instances because it's been well reported. But we've also required, and we have a country that's a great country. It's a strong country, but it's a country that's just now gaining its respect back to the levels that it should have never lost. We were being laughed at by the entire world, but we're not being laughed at anymore. But we've also required that all federal employees must once again show up to work. It's a new phenomena, you know, since COVID. Show up to work in person like the rest of us. So, I mean, it doesn't work when you don't show up. And I see companies now are all going back to it. They're all going back. It's great. I watch some of the big business leaders saying we absolutely are going back. You can't work at home. They're not working. They're playing tennis, they're playing golf, or they have other jobs. But they're not working, or they're certainly not working hard. You could never build a company or a country with that. So we have a very strong policy, and if they don't show up to work, they get fired. And we're trying to make our government smaller but much stronger. And we have tremendous bureaucracy, but it's happening. A lot of people are leaving, and in some cases leaving with pretty good offers. You know, you're paid 7 or 8 months and go out, find a job. But some of these people had jobs. They were actually working for us, but they also had other jobs. And those people, in theory, they have problems. I don't know if we're going to do anything about that. So we have other things to do, but they were working other jobs instead of working for us. So they were staying home working, but they were working other jobs, getting paid a lot of money, perhaps. We offered deferred resignation buyouts to all federal workers, resulting in more than 75,000 bureaucrats voluntarily surrendering their taxpayer-funded jobs. A lot of them are leaving because they don't want to be caught having the second job. Some are leaving because they didn't want to be in government any longer, and some are leaving because they didn't want to show up to work. They wanted to work outside of an office, and that's never going to work for anybody, including companies. Companies ought to get smart. You watch these companies where they do that. They start going bad. Nobody knows what's wrong with this company. Well, try getting the people back into the office where they can be cohesive and together. In less than a single month, the Department of Government Efficiency has already saved over this is just a short period of time, $55 billion. And we're just getting started. That's nothing compared to the numbers that you're talking about, right? We're ending trillions of dollars in waste, and it'll mean much lower inflation, lower interest rates, lower payments on mortgages, credit cards, car loans, and much higher stock markets. I think the stock market's going to be great. In other words, we will rapidly grow our economy by dramatically shrinking the federal government, and we have to do it. I'm also taking fast action to end the radical left's nation-wrecking crusade against oil and natural gas. Over the past 4 years, the Biden administration cut the number of new oil leases and gas leases by 95%. They slowed new pipeline. I mean, look at Dakota Access, they wanted that one knocked out. The Keystone Pipeline, they wanted that one knocked out. They ended the Keystone. We got the Dakota Access done, but it wasn't easy after they tried to stop it. They slowed new oil and gas pipeline construction to virtually a halt. They shut down 38% of active oil and gas rigs in the United States, but they love the wind turbines. They go round and round and round, and if the wind doesn't blow, they got problems. They kill all the birds, they ruin the sight lines, they ruin the plains and the beautiful areas of our country, including the oceans, the lakes. They closed more than 50 power plants, all causing energy prices to skyrocket. You saw that happen. That's what caused inflation, pretty easy. These policies were so destructive that despite draining nearly 40% of U.S. strategic petroleum reserve, meant for emergencies, it was meant for emergencies. It wasn't meant for getting a price of gasoline down so that you can win an election. Didn't work for winning the election. Actually, there's so many people that are driving that it's a very small number. It just had a very small effect, but in the meantime, it takes it down. We'll fill it up fast, but it's at the lowest level. When we made the transition, it was at the lowest level in history ever recorded. It's the lowest level. Nobody's ever seen it that way. They put it all out because they thought they could keep gasoline prices down a little bit, just go past the election, and after that, they didn't care. And it didn't work because they didn't get elected. I got elected. But the price of gasoline still rose over 35%, and in some cases, at some periods, it was 100% and 125% during certain periods of time. Under the Trump administration, we have implemented a very different plan. You probably heard of it. It's called Drill, Baby, Drill. And we're doing it. The world runs on low-cost energy, and energy-producing nations like us have nothing to apologize for. We have more energy than any other nation in the world, and we're going to use it. And we're going to use it on AI plants. I was telling some of the people that came in that, they're very everybody's talking about AI. I hope you're right. I don't know. Who knows? But Elon, are they right? Are they right in going they are all in for AI? But the problem is, to do it, just in our country, you need twice the electricity just to open up and be the top of AI. You need twice the electricity that we have right now in the entire country. If you take all of the electricity, you need more than twice. You need double what we have right now just to fuel this new industry that's growing. I was amazed when I heard that number. And they all said, how can we do this? Because, in China and various other places, you can probably get it with the shake of a hand. But in our country, you can't. But now you can, because I'm declaring a national emergency in order to get fast approvals. And we're going to have, if you build a plant, you're able to build an electric generating facility right next to your plant. So you'll be making your own. You won't have to count on utilities. You won't have to count on an old grid that could fail, could get hit by something, bad things or good things. But you're not going to have to. You're not going to have to worry about grids. You're not going to have to. You'll build your plant, and you'll build essentially you become a utility in a way. You build your own electricity. If you want to build extra and put it out and get paid for that, you're going to be able to do that. You could put it back into the grid, but you're going to be able to build with your plant a generating facility. And we're going to get you Lee Zeldin, head of the environmental group, various groups, and we've got them unified now, but we're going to get you very fast approvals, and they'll be approved so fast your head will spin, and we're going to get that whole industry started, and we're going to be the head of it. We're leading right now. We have the greatest brain power. We're leading right now, and I expect that we're going to be leading by a lot, but we're going to get you the energy very, very quickly. That would be the one thing that everybody was concerned. How do we have that much electricity when Los Angeles has blackouts and brownouts right now, and there's a lack of electricity, but we're going to get it at levels never seen before. I ended the ridiculous Green New Scam, halting tens of billions of dollars of wasteful deficit spending. and I withdrew the United States from the unfair one-sided Paris Climate Accord, and I ended Joe Biden's insane electric vehicle mandate because it was just insane. I repealed the last, and by the way, if you want to buy an electric car, it's great. If you want to buy a gasoline-driven car or a hybrid, it's great. Whatever the thing happens to be. I heard hydrogen's hot. The problem is when it's not, you're in deep trouble, because when that sucker blows up, they don't find the body. So that's one that I said, you know what, let's take a pass on that one. They said it's good, but when it's bad, it's really bad. You find the bodies on trees, on the side of a tree. I said, I think we'll pass on that one, right? We're not going to want that one. But you never know. Maybe someday it'll be good, but it doesn't sound like it's off to a good start. I repealed the last administration's very destructive natural gas export ban. And last week we approved our first new liquefied natural gas export license. And we have literally hundreds of people that want to export. I recently met with the Japanese Prime Minister, Shiba, to discuss large increases in American oil and gas exports. They want it so badly. They said we went to the Biden administration, they wouldn't sell it. They wouldn't sell it. Nobody knows why. Biden didn't know why either. They asked him, I don't know. They did, oh, I didn't know that. But we're going to sell it. And the new project in Alaska is going to feed all of Asia. We're going to take care of all of Asia. We have so much oil and gas, like very few people, like very few countries have, like really actually no country has. I also met with Prime Minister Modi of India, who wants to greatly expand India's purchase of American energy. And my administration has also launched the most aggressive deregulation program of any nation in history. Under my executive order, for every one new regulation added, 10 old regulations have to be eliminated. And you know, in our first term, which was actually an incredible success, we had the greatest economy in history until COVID, and even after that, we did great. The stock market was higher. If you think of it, it was higher after the fact. After we went through that whole thing, it was higher than it was just prior to COVID coming in, which is a pretty amazing thing. But we did a great job on that, but it was a terrible thing for the world. The whole world suffered. It suffered terribly, including China, including other countries. It was a terrible period of time. But despite that, we did well. But we had the greatest economy in the history of our country. And I think this time we're going to do even better. We were artificially hurt by COVID. We had to focus on that instead of focusing on, but just prior to COVID coming in, there's never been anything like what we did, what we achieved. And even after, we did very well, and especially considering what all of us had to do with COVID. Some nations were hit so badly, it's just unbelievable what happened to them. As part of our effort, I've signed executive orders to keep the United States at the forefront of artificial intelligence and to end Joe Biden's war on Bitcoin and crypto. We ended that war totally. That war is over. They were very hostile toward them until the very end, just because there's so many people on Bitcoin and crypto that just before the end, the SEC came out and they were being very nice. I was so nice to people because so many people were being indicted for no reason whatsoever. Very political group of people. That's all they did was they liked indicting people, but they were being indicted, and many of those indictments were dropped just before the election because they said, wait a minute, there's 100 million, 125 million people using this, and they didn't want to have, you know, all these people being voted against. But by the time they did that, it was too late. We had that vote entirely, I think. I think anybody was smart that believed in that, and there are a lot of people believing it. Anybody that was smart voted for Trump. And they pulled the indictments, and I see people that were indicted. I said, I saved your life. I saved your life. Because if they thought that, they actually thought that I was doing it, they said, why is Trump doing it? Is he doing it for political reasons? I don't do anything for political reasons. I do what's right. I want to be in the forefront of every industry. So I'll be working with the Republican Congress to pass the largest tax cuts in American history. And that includes, obviously, we have to extend the Trump tax cuts, which were, until now, the largest. We're going to dramatically cut taxes for families and for workers and for companies, including no tax on tips and hopefully no tax on Social Security and no tax on overtime. And that overtime one is a sleeper because I think a lot of people are going to be spurred on to do a lot of extra work. When they hear that, it's a lot of companies really like it, and a lot of people really like it. The new Trump tax cuts will also include 100% expensing for new factory construction in the United States and anything else that you're going to buy with capital. If you buy something that is going to be good for our country, we're going to let you expense it, 1 year expense. And I did that the first time, and everybody was saying, can you go back to that? Now you still get, I guess, 40% or whatever, but it, pares down. But we're going to bring that right up to the top level. I think that had a lot to do with the success that I had during my first term. And we'll substantially cut taxes for all domestic producers of oil and gas and just about everything else that they produce. In my first term, I brought the business tax down from around 40% to 21%, which everybody said was an impossible thing to do. I cut it from 40. It actually was state and city was much higher than 40, but I got it down to 21%, and now I'm bringing it down to a goal of 15%, but only if you make your product in America. In other words, you're going to be at 21%, but if you make your product in America, you're going to go from 21 to 15. If you don't, you're going to pay 21%, which is still lower than anything. So guys like Elon are going to come and make his great cars in the United States. There are a lot of people will. A lot of people are calling. A lot of car companies are calling. They called me, three of the majors. They called and they said, we're looking all over the place. We want to be there. I'm going to be announcing tariffs on cars and semiconductors and chips and pharmaceuticals, drugs and pharmaceuticals and lumber probably and some other things over the next month or sooner. And it's going to have a big impact on America. We're bringing our businesses back. If they don't make their product in America, then they have to pay a tariff. But if they do make their product in America, they don't have to pay any tariff, which will it's all going to bring trillions of dollars into our treasury, or it's going to mean that there won't be any taxes because we won't have a fair base. If they don't have it, we don't have it. If they don't pay, if they don't charge us, we don't charge them. It's pretty simple. The Republican Party is once again the party of common sense. We're a party of common sense. We want strong borders. We don't want men playing in women's sports. We don't want to have transgender for everybody. We're the party of common sense. That's how we won the election in such a big manner. We'll no longer allow other countries to ransack and plunder our nation. That's why I've announced that we will soon begin imposing reciprocal tariffs on any country that engages in unfair and unequal trading practices. If they tariff us, as I said, we will tariff them at the exact same rate. So if a certain country, because some of these countries, even countries that I've already mentioned, are extremely aggressive with tariffs. Nobody knows that. European Union, where they have a VAT tax, it's devastating. It's very tough for people on the outside. Hard to sell cars, really impossible to sell them because they also have non-monetary tariffs that are very, very tough. But if you take a look at that, it's a very unfair situation. And the VAT tax is similar to the tariff. Around the world, I'm moving quickly to end wars, settle conflicts, and restore the planet to peace. I want peace, and I don't want to see everybody being killed. And you take a look at the death in the Middle East and the death that's taking place between Russia and Ukraine. It's been going on, and we're going to end it. There's no profit for anyone in having World War III, and you're not so far away from it. I'll tell you right now. You're not so far away. If we would have had this administration for another year, you would have been in World War III, and now it's not going to happen. In the Middle East, I've restored my policy of maximum pressure on Iran, designed to bring peace. And we've designated the Houthis a terrorist organization. They're, destroying shipping lanes all over the place. They're making it very hard for people to get their product delivered. They're making it very difficult, but we'll take care of that situation. And we've secured a ceasefire in Gaza, and we're bringing in the hostages, and we're bringing them home to their families. Some of them are in pretty bad shape, I have to tell you. To end the horrible war in Ukraine, I've spoken with President Putin and President Zelensky, and our teams began negotiations this week in Saudi Arabia. I want to thank Saudi Arabia for that. That was so great. Yeah. And I want to thank in particular, I mean, we have so many of the people, Yasser, Mohammed, all of the people, but in particular, we have to thank Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman for hosting these historic talks. And talks that went very, very well. Steve was there, Steve Witkoff was there, and Michael was there, Michael Waltz and others, and they really went well. It's a big step. We got to get that war over with. You have to see the people that are dying. I look at the pictures, the satellite pictures of the field. It's a level field, and it looks like a modern day version of Gettysburg, and you know what that means. It is just carnage. It's horrible. And, it's not American soldiers. It's not even soldiers from the Middle East in the case of Ukraine, Russia, but it's people, it's young people from Russia and Ukraine mostly that are just being decimated. It's flat fields, and a bullet goes, and a bullet only stops when it hits somebody. And the level of people being killed in that battle, soldiers, young soldiers, in some cases old soldiers, because they're running out of people. They're running out of soldiers, in one case. But think of it, a modestly successful comedian, President Zelensky, talked the United States of America into spending $350 billion to go into a war that basically couldn't be won, that never had to start and never would have started if I was president, not even a chance. And it didn't start for 4 years, never would have started. But a war that he, without the U.S. and Trump, will never be able to settle. They'll never settle that war without our involvement. That's why they did such a great job this weekend. That's why Saudi Arabia did such a great job this weekend in hosting. The United States has spent $200 billion more than Europe, and Europe's money is guaranteed. They get their money back. It's a form of a loan. Nobody knows that. I know that. I said, why isn't somebody saying, we do it the same way? And we spend much more money. We have to equalize, but while the United States gets nothing back, so they get their money back. It's a loan. We just give our money. And we had a deal based on rare earth and things, but they broke that deal. But they broke it 2 days ago. We had a deal because I said, we're spending $350 billion, and Europe gets their money back in the form of a loan, and we don't. We're just giving the money hand over fist. That's the Biden administration for you. But they're no longer dealing with the same United States as they were dealing with a few months ago. Why didn't crooked Joe Biden demand equalization, and that this war is far more important to Europe than it is to us, and that there's a very big, beautiful ocean, a separation? This is, we're helping Europe. We're trying to help Europe. On top of this, Zelensky admits that half of the money that we sent them is missing. They don't know where the money is. He said, well, we don't know where half of it is. That's great, wonderful. He refuses to have elections. It's low in the real Ukrainian polls. I mean, how can you be high with every city is being demolished? It's hard to be high. Somebody said, oh, no, his polls are good. Give me a break. Every city is being demolished. They look like a demolition site, every single one of them. And the only thing he was really good at was playing Joe Biden like a fiddle. He played him like a fiddle. That's an expression we use, Yasser, to say that he's pretty easy. A dictator without elections. Zelensky better move fast, or he's not going to have a country left. Got to move fast, because that war is going in the wrong direction. In the meantime, we're successfully negotiating an end to the war with Russia. Something I'll admit that only Trump is going to be able to do in the Trump administration. We're going to be able to do it. I think Putin even admitted that. Biden never tried. Europe has failed to bring peace, and Zelensky probably wants to keep the gravy train going. I don't know what's the problem, but he hasn't been able. He's very upset that he wasn't invited. He could have come if he wanted to, but that he wasn't invited to Saudi Arabia. But he's been working for 3 years. There's never been even meetings or phone calls to stop this war. It's a horrible thing. I figure Russia's lost 900,000 soldiers. I think that Ukraine's lost probably 700,000. And it's a terrible thing. You'll see bodies and body parts all over the field, all over. We see them very accurately through satellites. I love Ukraine, but Zelensky has done a terrible job. His country is shattered, and millions of people have unnecessarily died. And you can't bring a war to an end if you don't talk to both sides. You got to talk. They haven't been talking for 3 years. So we hope to see a ceasefire soon and to reestablish stability in Europe and the Middle East. Thank you very much. And as I've said before, it's my hope that my greatest legacy will be as a peacemaker and a unifier. That would be a great legacy. So in conclusion, the golden age of America is upon us, and I'm inviting everyone here today and every citizen across our land to take part in the most extraordinary period of peace, prosperity, growth, innovation, wealth creation, and expansion the world has ever seen. We're on our way. I mean, everyone's talking about us. 3 weeks. We're in there for a couple of days more than 3 weeks. And everyone's talking about it. You have to see the crowds of people outside. It's pretty amazing what's happening. We're on the verge of soaring markets, surging incomes, booming production, groundbreaking technologies, thrilling discoveries, and a quantum leap in the quality of life. Absolutely a quantum leap. One day, very soon, our country will have the greatest economy in the history of the world because we once again have a president who puts America first, and we put America first, and your country should put your country first. But in the end, we want America first, and when it's all beautiful, which is going to be pretty soon, we want to help other countries, and you want to help other countries. But, you know, I tell your leaders, and some of the leaders are in this room right now, you got to put your country first, whether it's Saudi Arabia, whether it's something else, you got to put your country first. But we're going to have plenty left over to help others also. As long as you invest in America, build in America, and hire in America, that means that I'm fighting for you. I am fighting very hard for you. Together we're going to make the United States of America bigger, better, bolder, richer, and greater than ever before. It's going to be stronger than ever before. We're going to be a peacemaker and a peacekeeper. We're going to stop people from these stupid, never-ending wars. We're not going to partake in them ourselves, but we'll be stronger and more powerful than anybody by far. And if it ever came to war, there is nobody that will be able to come close to us, but we don't think that's going to ever happen. So I want to thank you all very much. It's a great honor to be here. And I think somebody said they're going to ask questions, and I didn't say, gee, what are the questions like Biden does? I say, just ask, it doesn't matter. You ask a question and I give an answer. So I think, Richard, you're going to come up and you're going to give me some questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Please, a round of applause for the President of the United States of America. Thank you. Mr. President, thank you for accepting to take a few questions. 20 years ago, I don't know if you will remember, we were under the same roof in Orlando and you were delivering an amazing speech in front of 3,000 sales reps, giving them the best advice to be successful. So what is the best piece of advice that you have ever received?
Well, I think it was watching my father. You know, my father was a very hard worker, and he just worked hard. And he was very smart. He had good genetics. His brother was the longest-serving professor in the history of MIT, Dr. John Trump. And my father was every bit as smart. But my father had to work. He was older, and he put his brother through school. In fact, he once said, boy, I put him through so much school. He had 3 different degrees. And they asked him to stay on at MIT. But my father was the same ilk. And I noticed that my father was a happy man. And what he did is he worked. He just worked all the time. He worked. And he loved it. And really, I think the best piece of advice I got from that is you have to love what you do. And if you love what you do, you're going to have a happy life. If you don't, I mean, I see so many people, they're in businesses that they don't want to be in. They're in businesses that, you know, they're bored in or they're not good at. They don't have a natural ability at it. There is such a thing as natural ability, whether it's sports or acting or anything else. I mean, some people have an ability for something. Try and find that ability, but you have to love what you do. If you love what you do, you're going to be, at least you have a good chance of being successful.
Mr. President, it's almost time for an early dinner. So if you are throwing a dinner party and you can invite 3 fascinating guests, living or dead, who would you bring?
Well, they're all sitting right in the front row. Yes, sir. Are you ready? Mohammed, are you ready? Steve Witkoff, and we have the most important person, at least until the World Cup is over, is here. Johnny, stand up. He gave the United States the World Cup. Johnny, thank you very much. I didn't know you were here. That's very good. He's the king of soccer. That's not bad. And you've done a fantastic job. But it's very interesting. When I was president, I got the World Cup, and I got all of the, we have the 250 anniversary, so that fell in this administration. That's a big deal. 200. In Los Angeles, and by the way, they've recommitted to Los Angeles at a level that, I was very worried about that, and the opposite, somebody could have said, well, we're going to do it someplace else, until they have actually recommitted. They're going to make it bigger and better than ever, so I want to let you know that. But I had the Olympics, so I got the Olympics, I got the World Cup, and I said, and the 250, but that one I didn't get, but it was there, it was in this term. And I ran an election, and we did fantastic in 2016. We did much better, millions and millions, tens of millions, but millions and millions of votes better. And bad things happened, and I didn't get that one. And I said, when I originally signed the Olympics, I said, I won't be able to even be president. And I got the Olympics, because if I didn't, when I spoke with the people, the organizing committee and the people in different parts of the world, they asked me to do it because the president wouldn't do it. I was president-elect, and I gave them a talk. I couldn't get them off the phone. They were starving for love. And the bottom line, they gave us the Olympics. And I said, isn't it sad? I won't be president. Then we had the election result, and now I'm president for the Olympics and for the World Cup. So I'm very happy about that, Johnny. Thank you very much. Thank you. I'll be there. I promise I'll be there.
And by the way, Mr. President, backstage you have a gift from Johnny. He gave us the ball with your name, which will be played for the World Cup.
That's great.
In America.
It's going to be great. Thank you, Johnny, very much.
I doubt that any day you will take a sabbatical year, but if you could take a sabbatical year, Mr. President, what unconventional thing would you do?
What was the word?
Sabbatical. You don't work for 1 year.
I thought you said Sabbath. It's a big difference. It's almost the opposite when you think about it, right? I think what I do is, look, what I'm doing now is the most exciting job in the world. It's a hard job, not an easy job. It's a nasty job. It could be a lot easier with, I think that the news media has to straighten themselves out, because people are getting it. They're losing tremendous popularity, and they've lost their prestige, and they've lost their credibility. And I think it's a very important thing, the news media, but I think they have to straighten themselves out, because the people are going around them now. They have so many different things, with like Elon with X, which was a big thing, and we have Truth, which has been fantastic, and we have so many other things that you don't really need traditional. But I will tell you that there is just nothing I could do to enjoy my life, whether it's that or anything else that you'd ask, because this is the ultimate. I mean, I had to make a big decision, and it was a very risky decision, because if I would have lost, my life would have been a much different life. It would have been a very nasty life. They were going after me at levels that nobody's ever seen before. Not Andrew Jackson, not Abraham Lincoln. The historians say that the president that was treated the worst by far by the media and overall was Andrew Jackson. In fact, his wife died of heartbreak. They were treated really rough, and Abraham Lincoln was second, but he had a civil war, you can understand that. But nobody was treated like me, nobody. And I will tell you, you learn a lot about yourself, but there's nothing I'd rather do. I had to make a decision, do I do this? Because if I lost, it would have been very, very bad. It was dangerous, actually, very dangerous in so many different ways. And I decided to do it, and I said, I have to win, because if I don't, when I spoke to a friend of mine the other night, he said, if you lost, it would have been it was actually Sean Hannity just before we did the interview last night. He said, boy, if you would have lost, you would have had a tough life. You would have had a very tough life. So there was a certain amount of courage involved in this decision to run, and It's a great honor to win by this much, to win all 7 swing states, the popular vote. Popular vote doesn't get won that much by Republicans for whatever reason. I think that's changing because, again, we're the party of common sense and they're the party of some real bad things. And I think they'll change. I think they have to change. It would be wonderful. I'm going to be having lunch with some of the Democrats next week, and it would be wonderful if we could work together. I think working together would be great. But they have to change. You can't get elected on the programs that they want. And that's really what America wants to see. So there's nothing I'd rather do than what I'm doing right now.
When we started this conference, Mr. President, Yasser and I, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince told us, I want that to be the place where people will come to understand where to invest in terms of geographies and sector. So what is the best investment you have made in your personal growth, Mr. President?
Well, I was involved in real estate from, most of my life. And it was, guys like Witkoff will tell you I was really good at it. And I was successful at it, very successful at it. I've been involved in things prior to being president, but during the last 4 years, I followed sort of the trends, and I've made a lot of money with following some of these trends. And, it's, again, it's something that you do. I really believe that some people have instinct. I think I've always had an instinct for making money. I make money. And I went into show business. I had one of the most successful shows on television. I wrote books, and they were all bestsellers. Virtually every book was a big bestseller, some really big bestsellers. And so I don't know. It's whatever I do, I just want to make it successful. It's very important to me. There are many ways to make money. You can be in many different fields. And a lot of them is being in the right country. If you're in a certain country, our country is actually getting very bad, a very dangerous place, actually. Bad things were happening. But if you're in a certain country, you have a chance to do well. And no matter how good you are, if you were born into the wrong country, you're not going to make money. Now, you can do other things. You can attain power, I guess. Maybe it's the wrong kind of power, but it's power. But being in the right country, where you have the right incentives and, entrepreneurship, etc., and America has always been sort of at the top, or one of the top, but always pretty much at the top. But it was losing that position, and I think losing it rapidly. This last administration, look, I don't want to be, I wish I could say, I wouldn't have run. If I thought Biden was doing a good job, if I thought I wouldn't have run. Because as I said, it was very dangerous to run in a lot of ways. In fact, my ear will show that when you look at it closely. My ear, I have that throbbing feeling every once in a while, but it was dangerous in a lot of different ways. But he was so bad that I had no choice but to do it. If I thought he was doing a great job, I wouldn't have run, and I would be very happy. I actually wanted him to do a good job. I was saying, do this, do that. I'm telling them, do things. They should have done what I said. And but I would have been very happy not to have run, and frankly to have seen somebody do a good job. But our country was going to hell, and I really sort of had to run.
If you were a historical ruler, would you prefer to rule during war or peace?
Well, I want to be, again, a peacemaker, and I want to keep us out of war. But sometimes to do that, you have to have a very strong country. You have to have a very strong military. And as I said, we have a much stronger military than anyone would know. We have the best equipment. And I bought a lot of it. I rebuilt our military in the first 4 years. I rebuilt it. We gave a lot of it away to Afghanistan, to the Taliban, stupidly, but that's a very small amount relative. It was billions and billions, but it's still a very small amount relatively to what we built. But I largely rebuilt our military. Now I'm going to have to do it again because so much has been given away, so much has been treated so badly. But to keep peace, you really have to. I have a thing: strength through, and I mean it. You really have it. You have strength, and you need the strength. But it's really peace through strength, because without the strength, it's going to be very hard to have peace, because you're going to be taken over. Bad things are going to happen. So you really want to have peace through strength, and that's where I've done it. Having strength, having power in that sense to protect yourself and your people is a very important thing. Hopefully you don't have to use that power. I will tell you, I was dealing with President Putin very successfully on denuclearization. We were talking about it very seriously, and then COVID came and lots of things came, and we had also talked to China about it. Now, Russia and us have the biggest nuclear by far. China is not close, but they will be close. In 3 or 4 years or 5 years, they'll be equal. But we were going to talk to China, and I spoke to President Xi about it very successfully. I think we were going to denuclearize it. We had to get the smaller nuclear powers, of which there are 4, 3 maybe, but 4 probably, to do something. We would have been able to do that. But I was having very strong talks with President Putin about denuclearization. And, you know, if you're president, you get presentations about what we're building, what we're having, the power of weapons, the power of many things besides weapons per se. When I saw the power of nuclear weapons, and we can never let that happen. If that happens, the ball game will be, the world will be destroyed. The power is so enormous. You look at Hiroshima, you look at Nagasaki, multiply that times 500 times, and the world would be destroyed. So you want somebody as your president, or you want somebody as your leader that understands that. We just can't let that happen. We can't let other countries get nuclear weapons. Not only Iran. Iran is a good example, and maybe the one that people think about, but we can't let that happen. The power of weaponry today is so enormous that the world would disintegrate, so we can't let it happen.
Mr. President, if you had to describe United States of America in just 3 words, what would they be?
In 3 words?
3 words.
Love, respect, and strength. That's a tough question. That might be my best answer, Yasser. That reminds me of high school, that one, but that may have been the toughest question, actually. Do you think Joe Biden could have done that? I don't think so. I don't think so.
We're almost at the end, Mr. President, but talking about United States of America, what is one cultural habit in the US business that the rest of the world could learn from? What is the best practice that?
Well, I think we love our families, but I think a lot of the world loves their families. You know, I was speaking to the head of Mexico because I complain constantly about people pouring in. Now our border is the strongest border we've ever had. We've gone from the worst border ever in history to the strongest border. But I was speaking to the president of Mexico, a very wonderful woman, actually, and I said, we were talking about drugs. You can't let people come through your country and come into the country. You know, I was not that nice, but they understood what I was saying. And she said something that really got me. I said, you're not a big drug-taking nation. And she said, no, we are not a consumer. And I said, a consumer, what an interesting word. We're not a consumer nation. We're not a consumer of drugs. I said, what an interesting, and why is that? She said, well, we have very strong family values. I said, but we do too. We do too. We have very strong, our families are devastated by what's happening with fentanyl, and China will not be doing, we're going to make a deal with China. They were not letting that happen anymore. And I had a deal, by the way, before I left, I had a deal with President Xi where they were going to give the maximum penalty to anybody making fentanyl and sending it into the United States. And their maximum penalty is the death penalty, and it would have stopped. But when the election turned out to be a rigged election, but that's okay. When an election turned out to be, it was an election that shouldn't have happened. All the things that happened. I'll give you an example. We wouldn't have had October 7th, Israel attack. We wouldn't have had Ukraine and Russia fighting. We wouldn't have had inflation. We wouldn't have had all of these things that, happened. But in speaking with her, she said about family values, I said, well, you're not really saying anything there because we have great families too. We have great family values. She said, plus we advertise a lot. I said, ooh, you mean you advertise about how bad drugs are? Yes, we do. We spend a lot of money on advertising. And I said, unbelievable. That was such a great conversation because we're going to spend hundreds of millions of dollars advertising how bad drugs are so that kids don't use them, that they chew up your brain, they destroy your teeth, your skin, your everything. And I thanked her for that. I make so many calls and I never learn anything from anybody. I know everything and I never learn anything from anybody. And I spoke to this woman. As soon as she said it, she didn't have to say exactly what. I said, exactly, what a great idea. And I think we're going to have, and I saw pieces of it, we're going to go in with $100 million and then another $100 million initially. But I saw some of the ads and they are really violent. I said, you have to make them strong. Your skin practically comes off after a period of time. You lose your hearing. You lose your teeth. It is terrible. And we show this happening to people. And I think we're going to, we did very well we had blue ribbon committees headed up by the First Lady of the United States and a lot of other people that, they have no idea the viciousness of these cartels and these people. And they're smarts. They're very smart, tough people, making a fortune, by the way, an absolute fortune. But we got it down 18%, which was a record. But 18% is not great when you think about it. I think we could get it down 50 or 55 or maybe even 60% with advertising. So she really gave me something. I was going to call her and tell her that she did, but now I don't have to call her because she's going to be seeing this right now. So to the President of Mexico, thank you very much. I appreciate it. But we're going to do a great advertising campaign saying how bad it is, how drugs are so bad for you.
My last question, Mr. President. You have mentioned briefly in your speech about the legacy. What would you like your legacy to be, if you can tell us more about it?
That I came into a country that was great, but is in trouble. And I made America great again, and I got it out of trouble, and people respect America now, and we were a country of peace, and we brought peace to the rest of the world.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
All right, folks, you've been listening to President Trump give a speech in Miami to a Saudi-backed investment conference. A lot of news came out of it, an announcement that Donald Trump is considering taking 20%, Amanda, of the savings from Doge and returning it to taxpayers in the form of tax relief. That was a big one. Earlier in the day, he designated the Mexican cartels as foreign terrorist organizations, delivering on a big promise from the campaign. Mm-hmm. And you have word of something he's going to do tomorrow. Tell us about the
Indeed. Well, I think actually tonight, later on tonight.
Okay.
Signing an executive order to terminate any federal funding going from any agency or department, taxpayer funds towards illegal immigrants. So, wow. Makes sense. We're back in the era of common sense.
If you don't have the money going out, you can't support the illegal aliens. If you don't allow the drugs in the country and you start to go after the drug cartels,
you're removing the supply from the cartel.
And you saw at the end there the president talking about an ad campaign he's going to do to sensitize people on both sides of the border about the dangers of fentanyl, which has killed so many innocent American lives over the last 3 to 5 years. It's really something. This was a rather interesting speech, a classic speech for a while by President Trump, wove in some unexpected news, and at the end there's a Q&A where you just get some of these personal things. I found the most interesting thing is the questioner asked, is there something you would do if you took a year off? And he's like, I don't want to take a year off. I want to save the country. Very insightful of just where the president's head is, where his mind is. Did you have any takeaways from the speech? Any other news that we missed?
Gosh, I mean, he made so much news, and so much of it wasn't necessarily related to what this group you would think would cater to this group as far as investments and such. Yeah. A lot of foreign policy stuff, so we're going to get into that, I think, probably tomorrow with some of our guests. We're going to be reporting live from CPAC, so we're going to be wrangling as many of those good folks as we can.
Yeah, J.D. Vance will be on stage to kick things off tomorrow at CPAC. I know we'll be covering that live here at Real America's Voice. Man, we got a couple minutes left. I wanted to just, we didn't get to any guests tonight. We're going to get to Seb Gorka later and be able to have him on the show tomorrow night. But when you look out at the last few weeks, you had a tremendous story tomorrow of just how fast President Trump is running. There are two presidents that have been the measure of the first 100 days. FDR, who invented the idea of first 100-day agenda, and then Ronald Reagan, who maximized it in both 81 and in 85 in his second term. But the Reagan historians tell us that he's running ahead of Ronald Reagan. The Gipper can't even keep up with Donald Trump's pace. That's pretty impressive, actually.
It is, and especially when you consider that he is not even a third of the way through his first 100 days. In fact, tomorrow marks officially 1 month, since he was inaugurated. I think that the Gipper was at 30-something after 100 days. President Trump at 68. FDR was at 99 when he hit his 100th day. So President Trump has hit the ground running. But as you and I have consistently spoken about, and as I wrote about in that article, the key is going to be getting it codified by Congress, because that's when you create something that President Trump checks off of his list that is not easily overturnable by the next administration.
Today, President Trump and President Zelensky, a little bit of a feud. Zelensky started it with, I think Donald Trump's in a misinformation bubble. Boy, that's at the, if you're going to criticize a guy whose country just gave you $200 billion, expect to come back. But in this speech tonight, he took an interesting shot at Zelensky, reminding people he was a comedian, by the way. He called him a mediocre comedian who's really not done a good job prosecuting the war, and he better end the war quickly or he's going to lose his country. And there's an impassioned moment where he talks about being the president, looking at some reconnaissance and satellite reconnaissance intelligence and seeing the bodies strewn on the floor, saying, I want to end that. They're not Americans, but they're young people and they shouldn't be dying in a meaningless war. Very poignant moment in the speech today.
It is. And if you think back to his campaign when President Trump was appealing to the American people on what he wants to happen with this situation, he said the most common sense thing that he could say, which is, I just want people to stop dying. And I think that regardless of what side you were on, regardless of how dictatorial you see either leader as, that was just something that made sense to the American people, and it ultimately resonated. And
it's going to make sense to the Ukrainian people, too. All right, folks, that's our very abbreviated show. I'm glad you can watch the speech live here. We'll be back tomorrow live from CPAC. We're going to hand things off to Grin Stinchfeld. You are in excellent hands for the next hour.
Well, good evening, everyone. Welcome to Stinchfield. I will tell you this, the election of President Trump and him ultimately taking office may have thwarted one of the largest ongoing gold heists in world history. Now, Elon Musk says is the gold in Fort Knox. He wants to audit Fort Knox. Many of my conservative friends thinks Fort Knox may be empty. I take a different stance. I think Fort Knox is probably filled to the brim with gold. And I think there's a real strong chance that the Federal Reserve, that the United States government has been using all of this unaccounted money that Elon Musk has now found to buy gold and then filter it back through to global elites, to world leaders, to friends and family, to deep state insiders. Who knows? We do know this, that in the United States today, there is an entity that is buying up gold in record numbers. We would suspect that it is the United States Treasury. We can't be sure of that. Now, I was called attention to this by the CEO of Scottsdale Mint. He is making a lot of news on the platform X as he exposes the amount of gold being bought up and the shortage that is ensuing. This is Josh Fair.
Insane amount of gold has been flown from all over the world, but in predominantly out of London. And they are draining the supply of gold all throughout the world. And now there's shortages, delays, everything. So a couple questions. Is it that the U.S. didn't have enough gold here in time for the audit? And that's quite possible, definitely quite possible. Some of the U.S.'s gold could have easily been stored over in the Bank of England.
I actually believe the gold was being bought up long before President Trump took office. Now, President Trump may know the value of gold and wants to replenish Fort Knox. That may be the case. But think about this. Elon Musk just caught the Treasury with $4.7 trillion of unaccounted for money going into a government black hole. It was never tracked. What if the government was buying up the gold and there was a constant revolving door in Fort Knox, making many members of Congress, who no one knows how they have net worths of tens of 20s millions of dollars? Where did it all come from? So I know it sounds conspiratorial. The only problem is, going back now 10 years, all the conspiracy theories apparently seem to come true. Now, we're supposed to have anywhere between 4,500 and 8,500 tons of gold in Fort Knox. No one can give you a straight answer because it hasn't been audited since 1974, folks. That's 50 years. This is Rand Paul, the senator from Kentucky, on Fox News.
During the first Trump administration, I got permission. You have to get permission all the way up to the Secretary of Treasury. And then the Secretary of Treasury said, well, I want to go down there too. And then he said, I want to go down there when the eclipse is coming through Kentucky too, so I can see the eclipse and the gold at the same time. But they came when I wasn't there. So I tried for 10 years. I set up the appointment. And then because they wanted to see the eclipse, they changed the appointment. I didn't get to go down.
I mean, he's laughing as it's a joke. There are no such things as coincidences in Washington, D.C. You think they wanted Rand Paul going in there? Senator, they didn't want you there. It had nothing to do with the eclipse. So you didn't get to go in and see this. Now think about this. What did Joe Biden do when he was president of the United States, or at least called himself that? He did everything he could at the behest of who? George Soros and Barack Obama and others, to bring America to its knees, to financially crumble this country. Now, I will tell you, the tribute to all of you in America is that we're very resilient. He couldn't do it. They tried, but he couldn't do it. But if he brought America to the knees, what would happen to the cost of gold? It would most certainly skyrocket. And if you don't think the globalists had taken part in a great heist of Fort Knox before, well, I found this old report from the 1980s talking about the Rockefeller family and their scheme to pillage Fort Knox. Watch this.
An article in a New York periodical in 1974. The article charged that the Rockefeller family was manipulating the Federal Reserve to sell off Fort Knox gold at bargain basement prices to anonymous European speculators. 3 days later, the anonymous source of the story, Louise Auchincloss Boyer, mysteriously fell to her death from the window of her 10th floor apartment in New York. How would Mrs. Boyer have known of the Rockefeller connection to the Fort Knox gold heist? She was the longtime secretary of Nelson Rockefeller.
I'm going to prove to you that nothing ever changes, folks. These schemes go on and on and on. And see, only now, with President Trump at the helm and Elon Musk now at Doge, are the deep staters, the globalists inside our own government being exposed. We have now seen millions upon millions, billions upon billions going to circumcised men in Africa and transgender mice in Brazilian forests. I mean, you make all this stuff up. It's all true. You think the money really goes there? I don't. I think it's all one giant money laundering scheme. So I wouldn't put anything past anybody. Now, again, if you want proof that nothing ever changes, here we are hemming and hawing about wanting to audit the gold inside Fort Knox, not done since 1974. Well, here's Rand Paul's father, Ron.
For far too long, the United States government has been less than transparent in releasing information relating to its gold holdings. Not surprisingly, this secrecy has given rise to a number of theories about the gold at Fort Knox and other depositories. Some people speculate that the gold has been involved in gold swaps with foreign governments or bullion banks. Others believe that the gold has secretly been shipped out of Fort Knox and sold. And still others believe that the bars at Fort Knox are actually gold-plated tungsten.
Can you imagine? So how is this audit going to go down? Elon Musk says he's going to live stream it as he goes in there. Well, that's great. What if the gold is plated? I mean, that's another side to the story. Again, my absolute belief is that the gold is revolving in and out of there. We keep filling it up so we can go out and line the pockets of globalists, deep staters, and their well-connected friends. Trump very well may have just thwarted the greatest gold heist in world history. There's no doubt in my mind that it certainly is a possibility. But wait, the Treasury Secretary under President Trump says, don't worry, nothing to see here. Here's Scott Bessent.
Have to ask you, sir, the question that everybody wants to know from the Treasury Department. Is there actually still gold in Fort Knox?
We do an audit every year, so the audit that ended the year September 30th, 2024, all the gold is present and accounted for.
Look, you know me, folks. I'm the last to go down the road of conspiracy theories. Now, I will call into question things when I see them. Scott Bessent, I'm sure he's a great guy. I trust President Trump's judgment. I really do. I think he'll do a great job at Treasury. But did you know he was one of the higher-ups at Soros Fund Management? So when a guy who was a higher-up at Soros Fund Management says, don't worry, everything's fine, we did an audit last year, you weren't the Secretary-Treasurer then. I'm sorry to say. But again, I have my faith in President Trump that he's got the right people in on the job. So when you think about all of this, I'm going to leave you with one more little bit of that report from the 1980s talking about the Rockefellers. And does this all sound just a little bit kind of familiar?
This gold belonged to the American people, not the Federal Reserve and their foreign owners. One thing is certain, the government could blow all of this speculation away in a few days with a well-publicized audit under the searing lights of media cameras. It has chosen not to do so. One must conclude that they are afraid of the truth such an audit would reveal.
That's in the 1980s. We're calling for an audit for 50 years and we haven't gotten one. Now, only now, with President Trump at the helm, are we going to get one. Well, joining me now with the Heritage Foundation, economist and foundation research fellow, E.J. Antoni is back with us. E.J., great to see you again.
Great to be back.
All right, E.J., you've been in and around Washington a long time. Why do you think it's taken 50 years to get a real public audit of Fort Knox? Because I don't trust the government. They say, oh, we go in and we audit it. I'm not sure I trust them on that. I want a public audit, bring the cameras in, let's test the gold, let's see it. Why so long?
Well, Grant, I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that gold has really fallen out of style in a lot of ways. That's not to say people don't think it's valuable. That's not to say people don't use it as a hedge against inflation. All those things are very true. But because it has been at least 4 decades since we had inflation like we've seen recently, because it has been so long since we really had to question the monetary system, and I don't just mean domestically, but internationally as well, right? It has been a very long time since the dollar's global reserve currency status was questioned like it is today. All of a sudden, there is a resurgence in interest in gold, and now all of a sudden, it is very, very important whether or not the gold is actually there in Fort Knox.
You know, the estimate is around $450 billion, I think. It could go twice that, depending on what you look at. We really don't know quite how much gold there is. Fort Knox holds about 56% of the gold, we're told. The rest spread around Federal Reserve banks, a lot of it in the New York Federal Reserve Bank. So if they go in there, what would be your advice to Elon Musk and his team? How do you do an audit of this?
Well, look, sunlight is the best disinfectant. And if you really want to get to the truth, then allow people to go in there and do things like Elon said, where you live stream it, right? Allow a group of chemists, for example, to test the purity. Look, here's the beautiful thing about gold, unlike something like a diamond, where you might have two people who can haggle over the quality of a gemstone. Gold is either 99% pure or it isn't. The bar either weighs a kilogram or it doesn't. That's just pure and simple. There is no arguing over. So allow people to go in and, again, live stream the inspection, live stream the test so that they can see how much does this material weigh, how pure is it, precisely how much is actually there. Again, I'm sorry if I sound like a broken record tonight, Grant, but sunlight is the best disinfectant, and that is what you need right now. You need transparency.
Well, we certainly agree with you on that. So here's the thing with the gold in there now. When you're looking at it, we have to figure out how much is in there. Is it legit, just like you said? And then we take a look at it. 450 billion, 850 billion. We're talking of trillions of dollars and stuff. It's not like a huge part, which is crazy to think 450 billion isn't, because it's an awful lot of money. But in the end, we do know that there are many people that are buying up gold. Specifically, they believe it is one entity. We know China is buying up gold as well. Let me play another clip for you from this Scottsdale Mint CEO, Josh Fair, talking about what could be happening if this one entity that's buying up a lot of gold, causing the shortage in the United States, is the Treasury. Watch this, cut 6.
So perhaps they're topping up to where they need to be, and perhaps they're getting ahead. Again, we've been talking about that, challenging what's happening with the BRICS countries, in particular China, who's been just gold piling for the last few years. So is this the U.S. kind of resurging again? We've been talking about on our X channel that there's no doubt that central banks are deleveraging as we speak, which means they have a combination of their fiat currency, debt, and then how much gold is on their balance sheets.
E.J. Antoni with the Heritage Foundation, do you agree with that assessment?
Well, Grant, I think we have to point out that central banks for many years now have actually been stockpiling gold. That's particularly true, by the way, for countries like Russia, which have been getting rid of their dollar holdings. China, same thing, right? It wasn't until Russia, for example, had already gotten rid of most of their dollar holdings, most of their U.S. Treasury debt, for example, and that they had started stockpiling gold. Only then did they decide to launch a war with Ukraine. So I think it's really, really important when we look at things like Taiwan, for example. Is China eventually going to make a move on Taiwan? And are they waiting until they have offloaded all their U.S. debt and stockpiled enough gold that they can ensure the stability of their currency? A lot of people, for example, predicted that the ruble in Russia would absolutely collapse shortly after the war with Ukraine started, and it's done exactly the opposite. It hasn't collapsed at all. In fact, by some measures, it's actually appreciated. So, again, it's important to realize the context here that there are a lot of nations around the world that for years now have been moving away from the dollar and have actually been stockpiling gold.
Yeah. Great analogy, as always, E.J. Antoni. It's fascinating to watch all of this play out. I just want to give the truth of what really is at play here, and it seems like everything in Washington seems to be nefarious because the cockroaches are scattering now as we open the doors and the light shines on them. E.J. Antoni with the Heritage Foundation, thank you.
Thank you, Grant.
All right. We have other problems, though, across the country as President Trump tries to fix the problems with our federal government. One of those problems is out in Colorado. Do the Democrats not get the message? The trans issue is done. People don't want it. The gun control issue is done. We have more states now with constitutional carry, meaning you don't need a permit to carry a firearm anymore, thanks to great Supreme Court rulings that have expanded gun rights in America that the Constitution granted us. Well, Colorado's doing the opposite. They now want to pass I'm not even going to call it I hate the term assault weapons ban. It's a semi-automatic firearms ban is what this bill amounts to. Just about the way I read it, almost anything with a detachable magazine is going to be illegal to buy, sell, and trade in Colorado. This is how crazed the Democrats are. This is a Democrat senator talking about the bill before it was passed and now heads to the governor's desk.
At the end of the day, when we look at incidents of harm in our state, overwhelmingly, the causes of that harm are firearms.
Causes are not firearms. The causes are the people behind the firearms. And I can tell you this, as a firearms owner myself, I'm going to be able to use that gun to keep my family safe. This stuff irritates me, folks. I want to bring in now Executive Director for Rocky Mountain Gun Owners out in Colorado. Ian Escalante is with us. Ian, welcome to the program.
How's it going, Grant? Thanks for having me on.
Absolutely, buddy. So, look, this has to go through the House, but it's pretty much a given it'll pass, right? And then to the governor's desk?
So pretty much what we're dealing with right now is it did pass the Senate. It barely passed, only passed by 2 votes, and it's going to go through the House now, but we're going to make sure, and we're going to fight like hell to make sure it does not get through the House. We put an insane amount of pressure on these Democrat senators. We were able to actually get 3 of them to turn against their party and vote against the bill. So we're going to be doing that in the House. We've been running a historic outside operation campaign to get gun owners from Pueblo, where I'm at right now, to Durango, to where I'll be tomorrow, through Denver, all the way up to the Eastern Plains, pushing up against Kansas and Nebraska. We're working so hard right now to make sure these people are getting involved. I mean, here's the deal, Grant. Coloradans don't want this.
No, anybody that respects freedom wouldn't want a bill like this, because in the end, it limits your ability to protect yourself from evil people. By my reading, this would basically ban the sale of nearly every semi-automatic firearm, which is nearly every modern gun today, including pistols with detachable magazines. Do I read it correctly?
So there has been a couple updates to the bill that I want to get into here real quick. Initially, the first version of the bill was a blanket ban on the transfer, sale, and manufacture of, pretty much like you were saying, all semi-automatic firearms with detachable magazines. They cut out some, they call them recoil-operated pistols, but as you and I both know, I heard you say you're a gun owner, recoil is caused by the expanding gases from the ignition of the powder inside the gun, inside the barrel. So these people obviously don't know what they're talking about. Now what they've done is they've changed it. They've claimed to have watered the bill down, and now what they're trying to do is implement a firearm owner ID card to buy these weapons. So very similar to Illinois, where you have to register your fingerprints with the government, take all kinds of training, and literally obtain a government gun owner registry card in order to be able to purchase these weapons. It's absolutely insane. That's what they passed out yesterday.
Is this, they have what they call an exemption so you can buy these guns, which means you'd need the card to get the exemption. But in order to get the exemption, if you don't have hunter training in Colorado, you'd need to do a 12-hour course over the course of 2 days. And to be eligible for this, you need to pass an initial test and score a 90% on it. This is basically trying to make it impossible or very difficult for people to even go out there, get one of these licenses, and then ultimately own a firearm.
Exactly. And the craziest part about this is that they're making it to where the sheriff actually has the discretion to not issue you that card, even if you submit your fingerprints to the state, even if you do pass a background check. There's a clause in there that says the sheriff thinks that you are a threat to yourself or others, then they can keep you, they can ban you from having the card or just not issue it to you. So pretty much, if they go on your social media, Grant, and they say, oh, this Grant guy, he's a real far-right extremist. He posted that he likes President Trump and Elon Musk. A liberal sheriff could withhold your card.
Ian, I'm sure y'all are doing this, but we had a groundbreaking Supreme Court ruling a couple years ago called Bruin. It was versus New York versus New York State Rifle and Pistol Association that literally solidified your right to carry firearms outside of the home, which threw out this whole shall issue versus may issue, meaning if you're a law-abiding gun owner, you shall have a license. If you're not this may issue with sheriff deciding. They upended that. Do they understand this legislation is, I'm going to say it beyond a shadow of a doubt, is unconstitutional?
They don't care. That's really what we're coming to realize. I mean, there has been a very, very, I would say, organized assault on the Second Amendment since 2013. In 2012, unfortunately, we had a very tragic situation that happened in Aurora where multiple people were killed in a movie theater. And ever since then, they have used that tragedy. And that's what these far left anti-gun extremists do, is they use a tragedy. They find people at their lowest, at their most vulnerable, and in a very sick fashion turn them in to mouthpieces and puppets to come after our rights. And in 2013, they passed a magazine ban, and from then on, they have just been off to the races with repealing, we call it state preemption, where liberal jurisdictions could ban guns. It's absolutely insane. They've tried to pass, I hate using the term assault weapons ban too, but a even broader semi-auto ban the last 2 years in a row, and it's been shot down because the people here don't want it. But I mean, we're under attack, man.
Well, what really upsets me is this is Colorado. I mean, you go all the way back to the gold rush days and people coming in there and making their way. And this state's about freedom. You got the Wild West and people have a right to defend themselves. And you get liberals move in from California, which I think this is the Californication of Colorado. And this is what happens. But Ian Escalante, Rocky Mountain gun owners, all of these local state-run groups around the country are so important fighting for our rights, and we thank you for that, and I appreciate you coming on the program.
Of course, thank you for having me. We're going to keep fighting until the end.
I'm sure you will. That's one thing about gun owners that I love. You know, my time at the NRA, I got very close to these groups, and they will not stop fighting because our rights are precious, and they need to be preserved. All right, what are you doing now? Hey, we're just talking about gold to protect your family for the future. Gold is a safe haven in the hand of economic times, and Birch Gold makes it easy to diversify a portion of your savings into physical gold. Birch Gold will help you transition an existing IRA or 401k into an IRA in gold, and it doesn't cost you a penny out of pocket. Protect your future today. Text America to the number 989898. Get your free info kit on gold and a copy of the ultimate guide for gold in the Trump era with a foreword by Donald Trump Jr. There is no obligation, only information. Text America to the number 989898 and do it today. All right, as the United States and Russia discuss peace in Ukraine, Trump calls Zelensky a dictator. More next as a brewing feud ensues. I'll tell you what, folks, I don't really mean to gloat over this little brewing feud between President Trump and Zelensky, but this is a lot to do with why I'm no longer at Newsmax. Because I was calling out Zelensky for a long time. I don't trust the man, and I don't trust what's going on in Ukraine. I think it's a very corrupt nation. Not to say that Putin's right, he's not, but President Trump says this about should Ukraine have elections. Look, Zelensky's popularity is decreasing. We haven't had elections. They want to claim they're a democracy. I don't really believe it. Here's President Trump last night at Mar-a-Lago.
We're hearing that Russia wants to force Ukraine to hold new elections in order to sign any kind of a peace deal. Is that something that the U.S. would ever support?
Well, we have a situation where we haven't had elections in Ukraine, where we have martial law, essentially martial law in Ukraine, where the leader in Ukraine, I mean, I hate to say it, but he's down at 4% approval rating, and where a country has been blown to smithereens. You got most of the cities are laying on their sides.
So Zelensky comes back, is upset that he wasn't called to the table when Marco Rubio was meeting with his counterpart from Russia. And Zelensky says he wants to say, but Zelensky says, no, we're not giving you, the United States, any access to our rare earth minerals. That's a mistake, Zelensky. I'm going to tell you that. Because here was some of President Trump's statement on Truth Social. And I read it. Quote on Zelensky, he refuses to have elections, is a very low in Ukrainian polls, and the only thing he was good at was playing Biden like a fiddle. A dictator, he called him, without elections. Zelensky better move fast or he is not going to have a country left. In the meantime, we are successfully negotiating an end to the war with Russia, something all admit only Trump and the Trump administration can do. Biden never tried. Europe has failed to bring peace, and Zelensky probably wants to keep the, quote, gravy train going. I love Ukraine, but Zelensky has done a terrible job. His country's shattered, and millions have unnecessarily died. Those are harsh words from the leader of the free world to a man who has been sucking this nation dry. What does all this mean for peace in Ukraine between Russia and Ukraine? Joining me now, former special assistant to President Trump, Army Colonel retired Derek Harvey, our very good friend. Colonel, it's good to see you.
It's great to be here, Grant, and I'm at CPAC this week.
All right, and then we're going to have a very large presence out there, so getting ready for a big weekend. What do you make of this? This is certainly a feud between Zelensky and Trump now ensuing. I would not want to be Zelensky on the other side of feuding with Trump. That is not a man you want to feud with.
Well, that's correct. Now, President Trump is stirring the pot, and he's doing it because Zelensky and the leaders in Kiev, especially the oligarchs that are behind Zelensky, have been intransigent about even really approaching serious negotiations. And these talks have been ongoing with the Trump team for some time, previous to this meeting in Saudi Arabia with the Russian delegation. So, we have been engaged there. Two, Zelensky is leading one of the most corrupt countries in the world, and it has been for decades. And the Russian proxy government was toppled there. People got to remember this in 2014 by the Green Revolution, orchestrated by Biden and Obama with Victoria Nuland on the ground, financed by USAID. It used to be a Russian puppet. Things were fine when it was a Russian puppet. It wasn't aggressive to the rest of Europe at that time. Those are just facts. The president has just been calling things out, maybe with some hyperbole and some exaggeration, but this needs to shift the thinking in Kiev to live off the American dollar that they can't even account for, and to get the Europeans to step up more seriously are both needed.
Let me play a clip for you from President Trump. This is him talking about the rare earth minerals that he wants Ukraine to pay us back with. We've sent them billions of dollars. Doesn't seem to me like an outrageous request. Take a listen.
We're telling Ukraine they have very valuable rare earth. We want what we put up to go in terms of a guarantee. We want a guarantee. We're handing them money hand over fist. We're giving them equipment. European is not keeping up with us. They should equalize. So we're looking to do a deal with Ukraine where they're going to secure what we're giving them with their rare earth and other things.
So, Colonel Zelensky basically says, "No, we don't want any part of that deal." That's a bad decision on his part, isn't it?
He should at least entertain the idea and engage in serious talks with the United States. We have invested hundreds of billions of dollars there, and even Zelensky says he does not know where the money has gone. He only can account for about half of it. Those are his words. There's nothing wrong with having a mortgage on the rare earth minerals or other assets to guarantee some future repayment for what we're putting into this fight.
Yeah, it's called collateral, and every bank in America and around the globe uses it. Of course, the federal government didn't have much common sense before President Trump took over to actually take hold of some of the collateral that could pay us back. President Trump called Zelensky a dictator. I find it kind of humorous. He used that term, and I'm sure he is jabbing at him. But the serious question is, do you think Zelensky is a dictator? Is he, Colonel?
Well, this is part of stirring the pot to get some movement in real negotiations and to threaten him a little bit. But let's keep in mind, Zelensky has banned opposition political parties. There's not been an election. He was elected to a five-year term, and there need to be elections at some point. He declared martial law. There can be a reason for not having elections when part of your country is occupied. But he has done other things, banning opposition, attacking press that is investigating corruption, imprisoning his political opponents, and going after the Orthodox Church. Those are concerning measures in any country, besides all of the corruption there.
All right, lastly, Vladimir Putin in all of this. What do you think he's thinking as he watches all this unfold?
Well, he's trying to assess it and understand what our end game is. And one of the things we would like to see is a breaking of the strategic alliance between Beijing and Moscow. And I think that's going to be on the table at some point. But also coming to some sort of an agreement over some other things. And he knows he does not have, that this cake is only half baked. He knows he's got a tenuous situation there in the eastern provinces. His military's been extended. But at the same time, he has the strategic advantages across the board. It's in his theater. It's vital to his country. He's got a larger military and a larger economy, and he's willing to pay the price to succeed. And so we have to take that into account.
Yeah, we sure do. Colonel Derek Harvey, enjoy CPAC in Washington, D.C. We're so grateful to you all the time. You come on all the time, anytime we ask you. And believe me, we're grateful for you anytime you come on. So thank you, Colonel.
Well, your show is great for America. Thank you.
Well, I appreciate that coming from you. That's a fine compliment. I appreciate it. All right, folks, you need to learn about Energized Health and intercellular hydration. Supercharge your energy, boost your immune system, and dramatically increase your brain function. Look and feel years younger, all through a simple and natural process. Don't believe me? Go to EnergizedHealth.com and check out hundreds of amazing testimonials. Energized Health offers 100% money-back guarantee. They're A+ rated and have helped thousands over 20 years. Go to EnergizedHealth.com. While you're there, check out their free masterclass. That's EnergizedHealth.com. You tell them Grant Stinchfield sent you. All right, the state of New York has left their corrections officers high and dry. They're ticked. Some even walking off the job. Talk about that next. Welcome back, everyone. No shocker here, but the state of New York is an absolute disaster under the leadership or lack of Kathy Hochul and the rest of the clowns out there. Now the prisons. They will not let the guards actually protect these prisons and protect themselves. There's a law that passes you can't put inmates in solitary confinement, even if they're very dangerous. And so now the guards feel so at risk, they're walking off the job. Here's one corrections union rep.
Most of the members out here are correction officers and correction sergeants that work at Collins and all across the region, and they're striking because of working conditions. They've had a lot of incidents recently, and they don't believe they're being heard. This has been something that's been ongoing for quite some time, and the legislature, the department, the governor's office, they're trying to get someone to listen, and they're doing something that they know is illegal to try to garner attention for what's going on inside those walls and fences.
All right, so he said it. You're really not allowed to walk off the job or strike because it's a critical position for public safety. But they say their own lives are in danger in these prisons. Here's the problem. This would never happen in a red state, but in a blue state, those correctional officers are going to be retaliated against. That's my fear. I want to bring on the show now a proud New Yorker. He ran for Senate there as a Republican. He's founder of Joe Pinion Enterprises. He's also my very good friend. Joe Pinion is with us. Joe, it's great to see you, buddy.
Always great to be with you, my friend. Thanks for having me.
All right, so you made the rounds. You went to a bunch of prisons, jails today in New York. What are you seeing? What's going on here, Joe?
Well, look, I think you see what we call here in New York the boldest of law enforcement, those men and women who raise their hands to go to jail every single day to ensure that the most dangerous members of society no longer have the ability to harm the rest of us. And all that they ask in return is that that sacrifice and that commitment be honored with the basic dignity that every single member of law enforcement deserves. And bit by bit, brick by brick, the state of New York has tried to strip law enforcement, those correction officers, of that dignity until the members of corrections here in New York have said enough. And that is why you see them walking away from the job in order to shine a light on the problem. It is not about money. It is about men and women who truly understand that their lives are in danger. And by extension, yes, the lives of those inmates are in danger as well.
All right, so typically in most blue states, New York included, you have a situation where Democrats who are in control put a greater price on criminals and want to support criminals for some reason rather than the law-abiding and law enforcement. We see this nonstop. Let me play another clip for you of a correctional officer in New York basically explaining it the way he sees it.
The officers have no control anymore. The inmates are pretty much running the facility. It's a sad situation, and unfortunate that Albany doesn't want to listen to their demands.
Joe, what does he mean by inmates running the prison?
Well, let me bring you a few examples here, right? If you are a person who got on a plane, as I did yesterday, to fly anywhere in this country, you have to go and get screened through a screening machine. The state of New York, like many prisons, has spent millions of dollars on screening equipment to ensure that the visitors going inside, that the correction officers themselves going inside, do not have any contraband on them, do not have drugs or weapons. Those machines can pick up anything that is non-organic pretty well, except for the fact that visitors can opt out of the screening process. They just get placed on a list and they're allowed to enter irrespective of those concerns for safety. And so it should be no surprise that we end up with cell blocks reeking of marijuana. It should be no surprise that we have mail masquerading as a letter from an attorney that in many ways has been laced with drugs that inmates can rip up and place in their mouth and get high as a kite. And then, of course, when the correction officers have to step in and 4 and 5 and 7 people have to hold down somebody that is sky high, then, of course, that is when you see the newspaper articles about excessive force from corrections. And so this is the paradigm that they are facing, that they are risking their lives, that they have human fecal matter being thrown at them, unable to go home and hug their families out of a fear that they might be actually having a disease that's transmitted to them. And where is the governor hiding in Albany behind the walls that we pay for, trying to call these people protesters and wildcat strikers. No, this is a strike of necessity to shine a light on the fact that the men and women who raised their hand to serve society have finally been pushed to a brink that is unacceptable.
I mean, only in New York or California do the people coming in get an option to go through the body scanner. That literally makes no sense whatsoever. Lastly, in just about 30, 40 seconds, if you can for me, I mentioned this idea that the correctional officers can't put inmates in solitary confinement. I get being put in the shoe or the hole is a brutal deal, but sometimes it's the only choice for some of these very brutal, violent criminals. Why is that the case in New York? And really just 30 seconds, Joe.
Without accountability, the fear of their actions goes away. The HALT Act was passed in 2021, began in 2019. It was supposed to be, in many ways, this kinder, softer care. It has unleashed chaos where you have inmates being assaulted, where you have correction officers being assaulted multiple times. So this is the chaos that has ensued because law enforcement can't do their job. And we haven't even gotten to the fact that time and time again now, because of the scourge of fentanyl, you have law enforcement officers having to be narked while the governor and the state sweeps it underneath the rug, calls it in many ways the case, the high price of doing the job, calling it mental exhaustion. It's not mental exhaustion. They're being exposed to substances that can kill them, and they don't even want to test the substance lest they actually be forced to acknowledge the problem. We stand with law enforcement. I know you stand with our brothers and sisters in blue, and we have to continue to shine a light on this until Kathy Hochul's knees finally buckle and they do the right thing behind those men and women who are standing outside in negative 14-degree weather to send a message to the entire country.
Absolutely. And, you know, they go in there and you don't really get to carry weapons inside. A lot of people think, oh, they're carrying firearms or this. Not so. I mean, they're in there, bare hands, going up against some of the most dangerous people on earth. We ought to figure out ways that they can protect themselves and do the job rather than coddling these criminals. Joe Pinion, you brought this story to me. I thank you for that, and I appreciate you shedding a light on it. And good luck in future endeavors. I know there may be a congressional run in the future in New York, so we're pulling for you, Joe. Always good to see you. Thank you.
I mean, we'll see what happens, my friend, but it's not about us today. It's about those correction officers everywhere from Clinton County to Franklin County to Washington County doing the job that many people couldn't even imagine doing themselves.
Absolutely. You're right on that and spot on. All right, folks. Your health is a constant topic on our network, and it's because we truly believe in the benefits of healthy living. More on that next. Welcome back, everyone. You know I'm big on health and fitness, right? We do a lot of segments on it because, as I always say, God gives you one body, you better take care of it. So I'm honored to bring on a representative with this product because I use it. My buddy Dan Bongino turned me on the Field of Greens. And so I want to bring in now a medical doctor, researcher, and nationally recognized expert on vitamins and mineral supplements, as well as health. He's also the medical director for Brick House Nutrition and the creator of a weight loss supplement called Lean. Dr. Mike Kim is with us. Dr. Kim, it is great to see you. Thanks for coming on today.
Hey, Grant, forgive the scrub cap hair. I apologize. It's that I don't mean to be rude. it's pretty... I didn't think it was going to be that bad, but it's pretty awful right now. I tried to comb it out. It just didn't work, so I apologize.
All right. Why don't you tell me Field of Greens? I actually love this product. I'm not just saying that because you're here. I really do. I've been using it for years. I joke with my friends. It's like a salad. It's like a salad in my water bottle. But tell me about Field of Greens and why it's become so popular.
You know what? We created this. So when we first started this, and a lot of supplement companies just based purely on nature or start off as like a workout brand or a muscle building brand. I was like, we need to create something that everybody can use, and when they use it, they feel good and they can tell. And I think one of the things that we're missing, especially during the COVID time, was getting out, getting fresh fruits and vegetables. And so I created this product so that we could have real fruits, real veggies in one scoop, and really as one, out of convenience, and two, people just weren't getting what they wanted in their diet. So we created something that everybody in the family could use. We had essential prebiotics, antioxidants, minerals, vitamins. So we've taken a lot of consideration in from our customers and what they wanted. They wanted different flavors. They wanted better flavors. So I don't know if you tried it, but have you tried the strawberry lemonade? I think it's fantastic. It's one of my favorite ones that we've made out there.
I have. It's great. I'm not one that needed different flavors, and I know you have, and I have a few different ones. I'm the guy. I will drink the regular juice, right, that you get squeezed at the juice store. I can't do that every day, and I can't afford that every day either. But I don't mind the taste. But you guys have totally perfected for people that do. My son drinks it, and he minds taste, right? So he would not be drinking it if it didn't taste, if it didn't taste good.
That is the ultimate taste test, right? For the people who are so picky that even if it is for good health, they're like, I need it to taste good. We made the number one thing that we've gotten as feedback as people take this on a daily basis has been, I have more energy. I'm drinking one less cup of coffee, right? I'm getting less fatigue, and it's all coming from these fruits and vegetables that we've provided in this. And, one of the things that we wanted to stray away from were extracts, and it was for whatever production reasons, things that we couldn't control. And I really wanted to put together something that was desiccated fruits and vegetables for people, and that you could really taste it. I mean, when you shake this thing up and you let it sit for a while, you can see the powder kind of get to the back to the bottom, and you got to shake it up again. And, the whole premise of this really was exactly what you're doing, Grant, which is my son takes it, my grandmother takes it, my mother takes it, I take it, right? I needed it for convenience. And everyone at that point can tell, and when they go to their doctor, they get in labs back where they look phenomenal. And laboratory-wise, they're looking great.
Well, the proof that I love bold people coming on the program, the proof that you've got to be a bold guy to come up with a product like this, 7,000 different fruits and vegetable drinks on the market, and you bring Field of Greens to the market and literally go into dominating factor, Dr. Kim.
Thanks, man. I appreciate that, Grant. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Whatever flavors you need, just let us know. We got the discount code ready for your customers out there and people that are looking out. So it's, RAV for 20% off your first order. But, thank you so much for the support. I mean, I'm glad that the best support are the people that are not just, using it for commercial. I mean, not just giving us a commercial spot or talking about it. The people that are really using this product and their families are using it, and they're like, this is just part of our daily routine now. And that's kind of been our premise lately, is we're trying to build some foundational things within families for better health and better living.
Well, I'll tell you, everyone I've dealt with surrounding your company has been good people, too, and that says a lot. All the people that I surround myself, as far as sponsors go and those kinds of things, it all seems to be very good people. So we travel in numbers. Dr. Mike Kim, I'm going to tell people how to find Field of Greens. I thank you for coming on tonight and the support of this program. Fieldofgreens.com. It's super simple. Fieldofgreens.com. As he mentioned, use the promo code RAV, R-A-V, to get a 20% discount. So fieldofgreens.com, promo code RAV, 20% off. And I mean it, folks. I do. I drink Field of Greens every day. All right. Last week, leftist protesters were all about the singing. This week, it's interpretive dance. Oh, look at this. This is nice. You asked, and we heard you, America.
Real America's Voice is coming to iHeartMedia.
Yes, Real America's Voice is now breaking through the white noise of the mainstream media.
Just download the iHeart app and you'll have all of us right at your fingertips.
Scan the QR code and start streaming RAV anywhere you want.
Real America's Voice, available whenever you need us.
It's never been easier to stay connected with the voices you trust.
RAV on iHeart means you can take us with you wherever you go.
This is huge. The truth on iHeart. Ready whenever you are.
From Charlie Kirk to Steve Bannon, Jack Posobiec to Grant Stinchfield, you'll find all your favorite RAV hosts in one place.
You can listen on Spotify, Apple, Pandora, or Amazon. RAV is now available everywhere you get your podcasts. All you need to do is scan the QR code right now.
Download the iHeart app today and get ready for Real America's Voice.
Scan the QR code and join the RAV movement.
Well, folks, President Trump has appointed himself as board chair of the Kennedy Center, for the arts in Washington, D.C. Well, the left is going crazy. The newspaper article today says, what are they going to do? He inherited a tough job, fundraising. Nobody can fundraise like President Trump. All he's going to do is make one phone call. They'll be donating to the Kennedy Center. Well, here are the lunatic protesters. They showed up. No more singing now, apparently. Now it's interpretive dance. These people are loons, really. Now, there's buses behind them. So apparently they bust them in. I don't know if it was leftover USAID funding that bust them in. Maybe the NGOs have nothing to do anymore. So they bring in the interpretive dance to really stick it to President Trump here. You can't make this up. Anyway, there you go. I'm going to have to practice that one. Oh, brother.